The story begins with a pouring rain at night. At this moment, in a large mansion, inside is a gloomy atmosphere with whispers echoing around. I heard they died in an accident, right? Someone said it wasn't even an accident. But anyway, now only the children of the Akru family are left. Immediately, the image of two blonde girls, as beautiful as fairies, becomes the center of attention in this place. Tears fall uncontrollably. The little girl is extremely sorrowful. Mother, father, why did you leave us behind? As she speaks, she touches the burial place of her parents. Mother, please answer me. Suddenly, it feels as if something flashes through the little girl's body. Deep inside, she is now a different person. When I realized I had reincarnated into a novel, it was at the age of 9, right at my parents' funeral. The older sister next to her seems to notice and hurriedly calls her sister's name, Helena. She is extremely worried about her younger sister, because in this world, her sister is her only remaining family. At this moment, a stream of memories surfaces. In the novel The Tyrant's Birdcage, the male lead, Crown Prince Jekko, kidnapped and imprisoned the female lead, Lady Callisto, before she became the Duchess. The story is about Callisto being confined in a cage and enduring Jekko's obsessive behavior, after which she successfully escaped. But Jekko became even more cruel because of that, and pushed the world to the brink of destruction. At that moment, Callisto returned as a saintess, reformed Jekko, and saved the world. Helena has now awakened. This is crazy. Am I Helena? The older sister next to her is extremely worried. Helena, what's wrong? Look at me, answer me. Meanwhile, her entire body is trembling incessantly. Helena, I am Helena, Callisto's younger sister. She cannot hold back her tears. A villainess who, out of jealousy, pushed her sister into Jekko's hands. Not receiving an answer from her younger sister, Callisto immediately hugs her tightly. Helena, it's okay, Helena. She continuously comforts her. I will protect you in place of our parents. I said it's okay, right, my little sister? Helena's eyes begin to well up with tears as she feels the warmth of love, and she obediently replies, yes, sister. From now on, I only have one goal. No matter what happens, I must protect my sister from Jekko's hands. Helena is now calmer. Sister, I'm really okay. Suddenly, a group of adults approaches them, looking extremely sinister and scheming. Oh my, Helena, Callisto. We were so surprised. We are very worried if we leave you two to handle everything yourselves. Do you want us to act as your representatives? Helena observes and tries to recall. If it were the old me, I probably would have been lured by their sweet words because I didn't realize they were using me. But it's different now, these parasites. She begins to erupt, using all her might to shout, "Get lost, all of you." The whole group is frozen stiff by her scream. At this moment, the atmosphere sinks into silence. The hands containing the greed of those relatives keep reaching out for me. As the two of them step out of that gloomy place, a gentle voice rings out, Callisto, Helena. In front of them is a middle-aged man who looks very kind-hearted. I'm late, aren't I? I apologize. But you appeared like a miracle, Uncle. You truly care about my sister and me, and thanks to that, we have regained stability in our lives. But of course, the problems haven't been resolved yet, so I had to go through busy days where I couldn't even breathe. But every time I think of my sister, that exhaustion disappears quickly. I need to strengthen the family's power even more so that Jekko cannot act arbitrarily. First, I must solve the tax evasion issue. But I don't know how I look in my sister's eyes. Helena begins to recall the times she was sick. Callisto was always the one by her side. Helena, my kind little sister. At that time, her sister shed tears. She gently said, "You are so small, yet you have tried so hard, but why can't I help you with anything?" I'm sorry. Helena, I woke you up. No, you didn't. After participating in the management and administration of the ducal territory, I became the target of hostile enemies because my physical constitution was innately weaker than my sister's. Receiving her sister's love, Helena is extremely happy. Your hands are so cool, sister. Callisto affirms, yes, Helena, I love you so much. I will do anything for you. Time flies, and Helena has also reached adulthood. At this moment, she flings the door open and speaks loudly. This is a big deal, Roderman. Her face is ashen. My sister has run away again. She is now 20-year-old Helena Akru, the candidate for the head of the Akru family, Callisto's younger sister. The person opposite her is none other than her assistant, Roderman. He pushes up his glasses and asks very calmly, why did the soon-to-be heir of the family run away? Is she really going to give up the position of the family head? Helena states, she declared that she will not marry and will become a knight worshipping the deities. So that's definitely it. She has walked off into the sunset. Roderman says she has been training day and night, so this is natural. She is completely helpless. I should have stopped her training a bit. Then she brushes past him, also feeling relieved in her heart. Her leaving like that might actually be a good thing. Roderman walks up to her and reports, however, my lady, if that's the case, then there's a big problem. This is a letter from the Crown Prince. Helena realizes the reason is because at this time, the summons is expected to be sent. Let the Duke of Akru assist the Crown Prince for 1 year. That's right. Perhaps the safest way is to separate her from Jekko. I never anticipated the future would turn out like this, but I will take this opportunity to make everything clearer. I won't let him see even a single strand of her hair. Thinking of this, her eyes light up. Roderman asks, my lady, what are you going to do? She replies calmly, there's no other way. I can only become the Duke of Akru in my sister's place. Her eyes gleam with resolute seriousness. Then should I go and see the face of the guy who will bother my sister? Transitioning to a week later, Helena is now striding into the vast mansion, but her complexion doesn't look well. I couldn't sleep a wink. The male lead, Jekko Anthos. Jekko was born as a legitimate crown prince, but for some unknown reason, he was hated by the emperor. The emperor has repeatedly ordered Jekko to participate in life-threatening trials. And because Jekko wanted to survive, he became obsessed with power, using any means necessary. After walking for a while, someone standing in front of her says, we have arrived, Duke. The Crown Prince is in here. A massive door appears right before her eyes. She frowns in frustration. Such a crown prince imprisoned my sister in the original work. This is a romance novel, but it's not because he fell in love with my sister at first sight. It was because of the treasure. The treasure that the 12 families in the Empire all possess, called the Constellation Treasure, where each treasure possesses a unique ability. Our family's treasure is Akru. To seize the treasure, the first bait he offers is marriage. If things don't go his way, he will imprison my sister. Perhaps this development won't change. It's fine. I've thought of all the countermeasures. Thinking of this, she tightly shuts her eyes. Then her eyes open, filled with determination. The butler also announces, Your Highness, the Duke of Akru has arrived. Helena then steps inside. Standing before her is none other than Jekko. She respectfully bows. The 7 stars from the Southern Cross Akru respectfully greet the descendant of the great sun Canopus. Suddenly, he speaks up. It seems you don't remember. Seeing her bewilderment, he flashes a bright smile. It's nothing. Please come in, new Duke of Akru. It must have been hard on you traveling such a long way, but I thought your sister would come. However, as the heir to the title, hearing these words, her face turns ashen. He continues sinisterly. Then surely you know how to use the Akru treasure, right? Helena immediately realizes, as expected, he wants the treasure. She calmly replies, yes, I know how to use it. Then Jekko slowly approaches her. Is that so? I know you will be very surprised to hear this, but I have fallen in love with you at first sight. Please marry me. She remained silent for a moment, thinking wearily in her heart. Even though I knew it beforehand, it's still really surprising. Proposing right after talking about the treasure, isn't that too obvious? Thinking so, she suddenly asked straightforwardly, what will you give me? Let me say it again, what will you do for me? Surely your highness couldn't have fallen in love with me at first sight, so perhaps you want something from me. That's why I'm saying that if you really have fallen for me, a contract marriage would be better. It's a mutually beneficial relationship, and we can also do the things we want. After speaking, Helena gives a meaningful smile. That's right, this is my plan. Use that proposal and counterattack. Pretend to give him what he wants and prevent my sister's imprisonment by distracting him from doing useless things. I will stall for time and escape safely. To divert his interest from the treasure, something else is needed to make him more interested. But there's no need to worry about that. With my administrative management skills, this deal will definitely save his collapsing territory. In my previous life, I was a level 5 civil servant, so clearly this proposal is not bad for him at all. But more surprisingly, Jekko's voice rings out, blowing away her train of thought. On my side, he weakly clutches his chest and says, a contract marriage? How could you say such cruel words? This relationship is destined for separation. I don't like it. She starts to get flustered. If it's about this issue, we can extend it. He resolutely says, no. What I want is an eternal relationship with you, not a contract. You will marry me forever, won't you? As he speaks, he wraps his arm around her waist. Helena is now completely frozen stiff. This guy, he's really not an ordinary lunatic. Without thinking much, she decisively gives her answer. I refuse, Your Highness. Jekko acts innocent and asks, but this won't cause you any harm. She remains resolute. I'm sorry, but I'm not very fond of your face. Don't say such absurd things. Tell me the truth. Are you really that confident? Then she said seriously, I didn't dare to say it because it would bother the crown prince. Don't mind the formalities, just say it. I don't like you from head to toe. He was completely stunned. Huh, what? I think that answer is clear enough. After speaking, she bowed. According to the regulations, I have been appointed as your assistant for 1 year. Therefore, I will do my best to fulfill this duty. I asked for permission to return. With that said, Helena hurriedly turned to leave, thinking I need to slip away quickly. Suddenly, Jekko spoke up. Wait a minute. He stepped closer to her. I had instructed the servants to arrange the place where you will stay, but now I've changed my mind. I will arrange a place closest to me. Thank you for answering so frankly. This is a matter of preference. Huh? I will learn more about your preferences, much more. Helena could only force a smile. Damn it, I've been dragged into this. Without saying much, she simply left one sentence. Then please rest, Your Highness. He was now alone in the room. He clenched his fists. His eyes were filled with amusement. As expected, I can't let go. A while later, at the Crown Prince's assistant office, Helena was currently inside, frantically throwing books. Roderman was startled. Duke, I will call a doctor right now for the Duke's madness syndrome. She snapped in annoyance. Don't mention the word madness in front of me. He breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, you are not crazy. So what exactly happened to make you like this? Helena also calmed down a bit. As expected, I received a marriage proposal from the Crown Prince. It was like a bolt from the blue for him. He held up the budget plan and asked, so, do we have to prepare a wedding dress? Do you want to be fired? I'm sorry. Then he asked seriously, but you had predicted it, so why are you reacting like this? Didn't things go according to plan? Helena replied gloomily. That's right. He rejected the contract marriage because he thought the ending was already set. I see. Do you want to go out? Roderman said, no, this is a big deal. The deal has been canceled, so it's just like what the Duke said before. She agreed. Exactly, he will still continue to target the treasure. The accrue treasure is a powerful weapon that can change depending on the situation. The power of this treasure depends on the talent of the user. So in my sister's hands, it would turn into a sword. Oddly enough, the Crown Prince doesn't desire such a treasure. The problem here is, and this is a fatal flaw, that I cannot use the treasure. When leaving, my sister was certain that Accrue had acknowledged her as the heir, but contrary to that, I can't use the treasure, so I'm only half an heir. If Jekko finds out about this, he will shift his attention to my sister. No matter how hard I try, I wonder if I can ever use the treasure. Why? Because I am very clumsy. Thinking of this, Helena tore the pillow in her hands to shreds. So how could there be any weapons suitable for me? But Roderman pushed up his glasses, still firmly holding his intention. I will prepare a wedding dress for you. She got angry. Do you want to die? In her heart, she was extremely panicked. What should I do now? Helena stated, the Crown Prince doesn't know what the treasure looks like. Even the imperial family cannot grasp everything about all the treasures, especially since Accrue is a reclusive family compared to their influence. So the seventh treasure of this family is known to very few. It was only when the previous generation's Duke of Accrue defeated the evil dragon that people realized the power the Accrue family possesses is holy power. Her face was extremely thoughtful. In the original story, my sister thought it wasn't a big secret and revealed it, but I don't think so. She asked, Roderman, I shouldn't run back to the Duke's mansion right now, right? Roderman felt like he'd been struck by lightning. That would be enough to be executed for disobeying orders. It could be considered treason. However, the Duke certainly wouldn't do anything to harm the Accrue family. She smiled and replied, yeah, that's right. My sister will return to the Duke's mansion, so I have a duty to protect the Duke's mansion. Then she stretched and said, all right, let's find a solution. Quickly find me all the cases in history where the heads of the constellation families returned to their territories in less than a year. As soon as she finished speaking, he brought out the plan. I anticipated this, so I already found them. The time the constellation families must serve the Crown Prince is 1 year. She attentively read the documents, but not every family completed the full year. I have to return quickly before my secret is discovered. While reading, she thought deeply, there's no other way. If it's exposed, both my sister and I will be doomed. The scene shifted to the early morning of the next day. Roderman walked in. Good morning, Duke. Her face was pale, as if devoid of life. Did you stay up all night? Helena adjusted her expression. It's not that. I just kept thinking about how not to be exposed for being unable to use the treasure. Seeing this, he was a little worried. Are you okay? She was burning with determination. I just need some makeup to cover it all up. Did the Duke call for us? If I show up with a tired face, wouldn't it be like saying, I was so scared I couldn't sleep? A while later, Helena stepped out in a super flawless version of herself, radiating a brilliant aura. The servants present were extremely joyful. I love it. Here is 200 million gold, as long as the Duke is happy. A little later, the two of them stood in the hallway. Roderman whispered in her ear, what will the Crown Prince do? She said, let him do whatever he wants as long as we persistently resist. Just because of a small change, my sister has become a non-marriage advocate and is determined to see it through to the end, completely different from the original story. So what will Jekko be like? I need more time to understand the male lead. Only then can I come up with a perfect plan. Helena pondered for a moment and then asked, what's with that expression of yours? He explained, I just remembered the Duke's word from the past. Over the past 10 years, you collected evidence of tax evasion by the citizens and even said you would smash their heads. That was when I understood what smashing heads meant. Although I still don't quite understand the phrase smashing heads now. In the end, you defeated them. So I'm sure you will do even better now. At these words, Helena stood frozen. Jekko is not someone who is easily defeated. Then she firmly said, if necessary, I will take you and run away, Roderman. Roderman took the opportunity to hand over his resignation letter. That sentence brings tears to my eyes. If so, I would be very grateful if you let me enjoy life freely, Duke. Helena also gave a decisive answer. A resignation letter? My pet, that is out of the question. Then she cheered herself up. Today is the first day of work fighting. No matter what happens, I must be strong. Suddenly, Jekko appeared in front of her. Oh my, she froze completely. Why is he standing out in the hallway? He spoke up to start the conversation. Good morning, Duke. Did you sleep comfortably last night? The two of them quickly bowed. Yes, Your Highness. Jekko said, I was very surprised to hear that you would start working today. Most others would take a rest before starting their work. Helena helplessly thought, that's only because they have free time. Then she cheerfully replied, I just like working. He gave a radiant morning smile and replied, is that so? Me too. What a coincidence. You just like slaves working for you, don't you? Suddenly, his expression darkened with a hidden meaning. I also like other things. Do you want to hear? She didn't answer but asked in return, although it might be a bit rude, if I refuse, will it affect my work? He crossed his arms and replied, of course not. Immediately, she dealt a blow, then I politely declined. Unexpectedly, he exclaimed, what a pity. Seeing this, Helena was a bit suspicious. He gives up easier than I thought. Could it be that he was just joking yesterday? Without overthinking, she asked, where do I work now? Jekko replied, I came out to talk about that. She was surprised. Jekko came out just to explain that. Why? He stated, the Duke only needs to come to my study every day, and you can use your days off freely. I won't use them if it's mandatory. The Duke really likes working. Huh, perhaps so. Suddenly, his face revealed a sinister look. It's not that you're trying to finish this job quickly, are you? She could only force a smile and listen. Today I waited for you here for a special reason, because I have to personally introduce what's inside. Hearing that, Helena anxiously imagined what's inside, opening the door to a glaring red color. Are there corpses in there? I hate those things. Jekko continued, because I didn't know what you like, I chose it myself. I hope the Duke will like it. Open the door. She quickly called out, wait a minute. But it was too late. The door was immediately opened. Helena stood frozen for a few seconds. Inside, the room was decorated with many flowers, looking extremely romantic. I had prepared for the wedding beforehand. She was overwhelmed by this sight. Holy shit. Jekko appeared like a romance novel CEO and asked, how is it? Are you satisfied with this proposal? Helena felt like she had been struck by lightning. An unintentional thought popped into her head. If I run away, the whole family will be arrested, right? She quickly regained her composure, wondering in her heart, what should I do? Looking at the man in front of her, she felt even more helpless. He's crazier than I thought. Jekko continued asking, do you like it? Meanwhile, she stood there deep in thought. I can't just laugh this off because he is a madman. For my goal, I will do anything to prove to him that I can do it all. Outwardly, she was just smiling like that. But who would have thought that inside she was furious? Like? What is there to like? Right now, I just want to abandon the idea of waiting for my sister and run away immediately. Where's Roderman? Quickly smash this bastard. What? Me? I resign. He suddenly laughed. No answer. Huh? Helena then bowed slightly and asked, can I speak honestly? He replied, go ahead. Suddenly, she bluntly blurted out, it's really terrible. Jekko was silent for a moment, but he didn't look too sad at this point. Is it really to that extent? She still insisted on dealing damage. Yes, to that extent. So what is the worst part? Who sets up a wedding hall without asking for the other person's opinion? This action of yours only puts more pressure on the other party. I have no intention of getting married in a study, and besides, this color isn't my taste, and you're my type either. He nodded, absorbing the information I see. Then he smiled brightly and said, I will take this feedback into consideration. Helena was now trying to suppress the tiger inside her. Lunatic. This is the crown prince. I have to endure it. Then let's just slowly go inside, shall we? As they walked in, he said, there's nothing difficult, mainly just assisting me with my work. First, I'll explain this matter. She watched his every move and thought to herself, he acts like nothing happened at all. How shameless. A while later, they both got to work. During that time, for some reason, Helena unconsciously glanced over at him. He explains things more thoroughly than I thought. Suddenly, she noticed his exposed abs. Moreover, he's no longer playing tricks. Has he stopped? Why do my eyes keep looking there? Suddenly, Jekko's voice rang out, oh my. He grabbed her hand. They bumped into each other. Bumped into each other? Where did that come from? Then he casually exclaimed, your fingers are so pretty, aren't they? This ring suits your hand perfectly. Let me give it to you. Helena bluntly replied, I don't need it. Why is that? I don't like rings. Well, starting from today, I won't like them anymore. After that, he kept acting like that. A while later, they were each at their own desk working, but he still wouldn't stop bringing up the ring. Then, after a while, he walked over and asked, what are you planning to do when you finish work? Her response was still cold. I'm not doing anything. Jekko's antics continued just like that. The scene shifted to that evening. Helena looked extremely exhausted. Seeing this, Roderman immediately said, Duke, your expression looks like you want to run away right this instant. She said in frustration, I've only been to work for a day, but I feel like I've aged 10 years. Her face also darkened. This won't do. Suddenly, he said, I've looked into the matter you asked me to investigate. Do you want to hear it? Go ahead. He informed her, the crown prince really hates women who actively pursue him. It seems something happened when he was growing up, and also costumes that are too revealing. Helena was startled. Wait, hold on. I didn't ask you to investigate this. I told you to investigate the family heads who failed to complete their tasks on time and returned immediately. I didn't tell you to find out the crown prince's ideal type. He pushed up his glasses and said, I am Roderman, the Duke's right-hand man. To solve your problems, I conducted an independent investigation. Please don't fire me. She was now boiling with anger. You bastard, do you enjoy this? It's a misunderstanding. I was wrong, he quickly admitted. Then she said, if I really get married, I'll bring you along as part of the dowry. Roderman immediately repented. I've made a huge mistake. Let me kneel down. A while later, he returned with a serious demeanor. Let's stop the jokes here. I wasn't joking. I have sorted out all the requests. About 5 years ago, the head of the Pelagas family made a huge mistake while working as the crown prince's aide. So the crown prince banished that person from his sight. In other words, if you're kicked out by the royal family, the 1-year limit is no longer an issue. Hearing this, Helena was slightly surprised. Getting kicked out isn't too bad, is it? The person who is kicked out will not only have bad rumors spread about them in high society, but also face problems in consolidating their family's position. But what if I take all those rumors upon myself and step down from the Duke position? Then, my sister will return to be the Duke. Everything will be perfect, a beautiful picture. Although the problem is that my sister has to accept becoming the Duke. If I explain the situation clearly, it will no longer be an issue. After thinking, she exclaimed, that's not too bad. There's an old saying, if someone acts like a scumbag, you should act like an even bigger scumbag. He wondered, is that a fitting saying for the current situation? Suddenly, his face darkened this. He began to recall, when they were young, Helena fiercely shouted, too much tax money is leaking out. I will uproot those who act like blood-sucking mosquitoes to the Accrue family. At that time, he still didn't quite understand things. But he unexpectedly received a proposal from her. So you should cooperate. I will kill them all. It's true that the Duke always shows a genius demeanor when determined, but sometimes her direction is a bit extreme. Hopefully, nothing bad will happen. How can I get fired? Let's try referencing the people who were fired. Even now, the Duke is exactly the same as she was when she was a child, always looking forward. The scene shifted to the next day. The butler's face was extremely anxious, Your Highness. Jekko turned around to hear the report. Duke Accrue did not come to work. Hearing that, he gave a murderous smile. Where did she go? The butler was incredibly worried. but he stepped closer and patted his shoulder. That. The murderous intent radiating from him kept increasing. Don't tell me you don't know. That can't be it, right? His eyes clearly revealed his anger. Let's go find her. At the same time, outside under the cool blue sky, there was a figure lying on a nearby bench. A group of passing servants saw this and whispered, "Shouldn't we wake her up?" "You try it." "No, it's too scary. This garden is very secluded and hard to find. How did she even get in here?" The person lying there was none other than Helena. Suddenly, she let out a savage smile, which startled the two maids. "I've decided to rebel against Jekko." "How?" "I won't go to work, and we'll just sit around waiting to be fired. Slacking off, but still getting paid. Please, just fire me." Of course, I've come up with an excuse, just in case he gets too angry. The sunlight is so beautiful. From the moment I was born into this world and realized the original plot, I just threw myself into work. There was no other way. The original plot is what pushed my sister and me apart. The proof is that corruption happened everywhere within the Duke's family. When she was very young, she was exposed to this early on. No, it can't be like that. Why can't it? Helena at that time calmly put her hands on her hips and said, "I studied for a whole year, sleeping only 2 hours a day, ultimately just to expose what you all have embezzled. If I keep digging, there will definitely be more. All right, I'll give you a chance. Only those who confess will receive leniency. Think carefully." But those people kept crying out, No, wait, I'll explain. I'll talk. That guy is the one who took the bribes." Although it was quite exhausting, she kept pushing through. "Because I'm still too young, the knights don't fully trust me yet. I have to present undeniable evidence. I have to be stronger. If my body can't be strong, then I'll train my mind. I can do anything. That's right, I could do everything in order to change the original plot." Returning to the present, she lay there relaxing while thinking sluggishly, "But for now, I'll just rest. It's been a long time since I've done nothing. If I could live like this in the future, is it okay to say that?" Suddenly, her face lit up with surprise. It seemed someone had approached her, and it was none other than Jekko. "What? You found me this quickly? How is that possible?" She started drawing a map of the Imperial Palace in her head. The Imperial Palace is so huge. Seeing him, Helena innocently asked, "Is there something wrong?" He remained calm and replied, "I should be the one asking that." She was now filled with anxiety. "Damn, he's really scary." Then she turned and asked, "But how did you know I was here?" Jekko romantically replied, "It must be the power of love." She was left speechless, wanting to talk even less. Then the two had a dull conversation with each other. "Did you use location tracking magic?" "Love is also a type of magic." "Right, so you did use magic." Helena was thinking miserably. If not for magic, what reason could there be for finding me in such a short time? This is one of the places my sister discovered when hiding from Jekko in the original plot. Suddenly, he placed his hand on the bench, then leaned close to her and said, "It's really strange. Why don't you believe me? It could also be fate." Hearing those words, her whole body started to shiver. "Fate my ass. We've only met for 2 days, you bastard." Suddenly, she smirked. Then she bluntly said, "I don't need that kind of fate." Hearing that, Jekko frowned. But even more surprisingly, he maintained that romantic smile. "If so, that makes me even more ambitious. In the future, can you point out every single one of my flaws? I'm very ambitious. Ha ha ha, marry me." Helena wasn't one to be pushed around either. "If you permit my insolence, I will point out everything." In her heart, she silently cursed this bastard. Why isn't he bringing up the fact that I didn't go to work? Suddenly, Jekko asked, "Is your expression trying to probe me?" She calmly replied, "I'm not. According to the rules, days off must be guaranteed. I'm just utilizing that." He said, "But who uses a day off on their second day of work?" She started to put on an act. "Your Highness, I'm only utilizing what is guaranteed." He didn't seem to mind too much. I don't mean to reprimand you. It's just that this is the first time someone has used it this way. It's truly fascinating. One day of not seeing the Duke made me realize I want to see you even more." Helena's face was now completely dark. "Good grief. Let me recite a poem for you, shall I?" But Jekko didn't care much. He turned on his heel and walked away singing. She was now trying to control her emotions. The scene shifted to that night. In a corner of the Imperial Palace, a frantic fire was erupting. It turned out to be Helena's outburst. "I'm going crazy." Roderman beside her could only hug a teddy bear. "Are you planning to stay up all night? Then pay me overtime. It's too noisy." Time flew by, and a week passed. She looked completely withered now. In the end, what method do I have to use for him to understand? Every night, I spend time thinking about this. If I just do my work half-heartedly for 3 months, will I get fired? That's right. He didn't specify the time limit either. What if I just insist on taking days off? And the next day, at the office, Jekko smiled brightly and said, "You can rest comfortably." The room today had an additional bed. He continued, if you want a day off, just rest here. If you want to see each other, what's so hard about that? I can do the work alone. Hearing this, Helena let out a fully helpless smile. Her blood was boiling inside. What on earth did she have to do to become crazier than this bastard? She shouldn't just focus on becoming a lunatic. Her whole body was currently exuding a gloomy aura. She tiredly touched her forehead. A confident guy who brought a bed right to the office and then left, saying he had to meet the emperor privately. Let's use my brain. Actually, this isn't the only way to get fired. For example, the villains. In the original work, there were a few cruel characters like Jekko. One of them was the male lead's half-sister, the princess. A person who was jealous of her sister because of her deep obsession with the male lead. Someone who couldn't stand the sight of any woman near her brother. While she was pondering alone, something suddenly caught her attention. The door suddenly opened. A woman who looked quite powerful appeared right before her eyes. Oh my! Helena was frozen at this moment. It was too obvious, this person. She immediately realized it was the princess. Princess Hyria, the villain in the novel she just mentioned. A person with no blood or tears, completely obsessed with her brother. Without thinking further, she immediately stood up. Then she bowed and greeted, "Greetings, princess." A crew respectfully greets the little descendant of the Canopus son. But in response was the silence of the opposite person. She was extremely distressed. Why isn't she saying anything? Am I being ignored? Could it be that she's already starting to bully me? Hyria finally spoke. How did you know I'm the princess? She replied amicably. As a duke of the empire, how could I not know who the royals are? What is she saying? Suddenly, a thought popped in her head. She looks so much like a fish pastry. Suddenly, Hyria let out a cold snort. Unexpectedly, she asked, "Are you the woman in my brother's office?" "The new Duke of Crew. I've heard of you." Then Hyria lifted her chin. Acting like a domineering female CEO, she exclaimed, "Pretty cute, aren't you?" Meanwhile, Helena was frozen stiff. Truly siblings, their personalities are exactly the same. Then she asked again, "Where's my brother?" Helena replied, "The crown prince has gone to meet the emperor." Hyria just let out an ah. Suddenly, she asked, "But, princess, how long will this kind of conversation last? Save me." Seeing that, Hyria also wanted to burst into laughter and let her go. Then she said, "It's just that I find it very fascinating to have a woman in my brother's room." Suddenly, a train of thought appeared in her mind. During the past time, they were all chased away, definitely all chased away. Her face turned ashen. So the two of them stood there looking at each other for a while. After that, Hyria turned away. "That's it for today. No need to report that I came here. It seems you two are close enough to spend a hot night here, huh?" Hearing that, Helena panicked as if wanting to clear her name. "Wait, hold on. Wait a minute, it's not like that." Before she could explain, the door slammed shut. She felt helpless. Why did it turn out like this? It's just a misunderstanding. On Hyria's side, as soon as she returned to her room, the princess has returned. "Have you met the crown prince?" She then smiled sinisterly. "No, but there was something very interesting." Suddenly, a snake slithered onto her hand. She ordered, "Investigate the new Duke of Crew. Everything. Do not miss a single detail, no matter how small." Scene shifts to Helena's side. 3 days had passed, but this bed was still sitting in the study. Why on earth won't he clear it away? Surprisingly, I quickly got used to this job, but I'm still not used to that bastard. Just kidding. It's really annoying to say that I've gotten used to this for over a week now. And I discovered a truth, which is that being the crown prince isn't that comfortable. I thought that when he was bored, he would be engrossed in flirting with beautiful ladies or hunting for the constellation's treasures, just like in the novel. But this is the first time I've seen someone working more than me. The amount of his workload is several times more than my family's, a place that was once in chaos due to corruption issues. Moreover, today he is no longer bothering me. In daily life over the past week, Jekko always suggested, "Let's go register our marriage. I'd rather go to prison and live alone." Helena's face was now full of contemplation. She glanced at him and thought, why does his face look so serious? It turned out he was reading the documents Helena had organized a few mornings ago. The coal mine explosion, that was the task the emperor had entrusted to him. If he couldn't resolve it, he would definitely be punished. This was an event that appeared at the beginning of the original work and was also a bomb the emperor handed to Jekko with the hope that he would fail. Anyway, the relationship between the emperor and the crown prince is really bad. Only the weak ones get into trouble. Well, what should be done then? If the coal mine explosion really happens like in the original work, then Jekko will fail. After that, his ambition for power and the constellation's treasures will grow even larger. And the chance of him imprisoning my sister will take a step closer. I shouldn't let that lunatic's mood worsen. Thinking so, she spoke up and asked, "Your Highness, it seems you've been looking at just one document for a whole hour. May I make a suggestion? Jekko replied, Speak, I will certainly allow it. She firmly stated, Please give me all the other documents besides the explosion. I will handle them for you. Hearing that, he was surprised. What? She continued, This incident has caused countless casualties, so you must be very busy with it. The Emperor not only entrusted you with handling the explosion, but also handed over more administrative tasks. This left Jekko tied up, unable to do anything. In fact, because the time was too tight, Jekko couldn't resolve it satisfactorily. He pondered for a moment and then asked, If I give them to you, can you handle them? She confidently replied, Yes, although I'm still quite lacking. I'm a duke who rules a territory of over hundreds of thousands of people. Without thinking much, he handed the papers over to her. Take these first. They're a lot. Just leave them to me. Then he continued his teasing routine, but doing that makes me like you even more. Helena frowned in disgust. Please take back your words before I sign an objection on all the documents. Then he leaned closer to her. I can't hear what you're saying because my heartbeat is too loud. Do you want to take a listen? She immediately gave her answer. I refuse. As she was angrily leaving, he blew a kiss at her from behind. I must be crazy to get close to him. But the look on his face as he watched her held a hint of hidden meaning. Scene shifts to 2 days later. A voice rang out. Is that true? Helena's face was extremely worried. Are you sure about that? Roderman, following behind, replied, Yes, I just found out too. It turned out that what was making her worried was that the Akru mine had exploded. She walked while trembling with anxiety. What's going on here? The explosion of the mine in the Akru territory clearly didn't happen in the original work. Thinking so, she asked, Are there any casualties? Roderman replied, Fortunately, there are none. Because it was a routine inspection day, no one was there. The place where the explosion occurred was the ruby mine. This place will be closed in a few years, so it can't be said to be of great value. He stated, Anyway, this explosion is really strange. Could be a prank by the gods. Hearing that, Helena was a bit surprised. The gods? Hard to believe. There were no casualties, only property damage. If this explosion was someone's intention, then it's clearly a warning. This definitely isn't my misunderstanding. Thinking so, Helena spoke up and asked, What do you think? He replied, It's clearly intentionally aimed at us. She continued asking, So what will you do? Roderman said seriously, If the Duke wishes, I will come up with appropriate measures. Do you need me to call the spies? Helena frowned tightly, thinking, could the culprit be the Emperor? He is someone who can know every move of the royal family. So perhaps he has realized that I'm helping Jekko. Without thinking further, she spoke up, Just react like that. Let's ignore this matter. Once I've decided on the path I'm taking, I must persevere. Anyway, the Emperor will be overthrown eventually. Going against Jekko's mood is even more dangerous. Helena was now extremely helpless. My fate, just bury it like this. Roderman immediately replied, Yes, I understand, Duke. After that, Jekko finished resolving the mine explosion so neatly that not a single flaw could be found. Scene shifts to that evening in the office. An explosion also occurred in the Akru territory. Although there were no casualties, the loss of property and materials is relatively large. Jekko, who was listening to the report, was a bit surprised she didn't say anything. It turned out that Helena only said, Unfortunately, this incident has caused many casualties. Your Highness, handling this case alone must have made you very busy, right? You must be very tired, aren't you? But in response was his cheerfulness. It's already been a busy week of work, hasn't it, Duke? You're having a nosebleed. Are you okay? She wiped her nosebleed and said, Your Highness's job is to find ways to save as many lives as possible. I'm only doing what I can as a citizen of the Empire, so I'm completely fine. Her whole body at this moment radiated a strange charm. Just looking at her was mesmerizing, and Jekko was also captivated by her beauty and froze. He seemed to want to exclaim, Truly interesting. What should I do? If this continues, I will really develop feelings for you, Duke. Then you'll be in big trouble. Time flew by, and a month had passed. Helena was now extremely exhausted, but I still haven't been fired. She looked up at the sky and pondered. However, lately, Jekko had always been sweet to her. Are you taking a walk? Go ahead. You must rest well. It's not a walk. I want to take a leave. If you find it annoying that your assistant keeps taking leave, just fire me. Let me put the bed back in the room. Just thinking about it made her extremely frustrated. It seems getting fired isn't working. Next plan. Suddenly, there was a desperate scream in front of her. A maid was being dragged away by a man. Seeing that, Helena wondered, what is this sickening scene? The palace security is just too terrible. Her face sank. Despite his advanced age, the current emperor is still an absolute womanizer. Rumors have spread everywhere that, driven by his lust, he doesn't discriminate based on status or age. Therefore, even if the maids in the imperial palace are harassed, the knights rarely intervene. Because the emperor himself does such things. Jeko's palace is quite clean, so I had completely forgotten about this. But even if the emperor is a libertine, the succession to the throne is not affected. Why? Because after an unexpected incident, the emperor could no longer have children. Thinking of this, she felt extremely satisfied. In other words, he was infertile. A well-deserved ending for a scumbag. Over here, the maid was constantly being yelled at. TSK, stop talking back and hurry up. Helena immediately walked over and swatted the man's hand away. She already said she doesn't want to, yet you're still forcing and dragging her away? The man questioned, Who are you? She answered without hesitation, I am Duchess Akru. And who are you? He was a bit intimidated. I am Baron Podex. This was a small family allied with the emperor. Hearing this, she questioned with a murderous aura, since when has a crew fallen so low as to be looked down upon by a baron's family? He was a little nervous. I apologize. I'm a bit slow to update my information. It's truly surprising. A girl becoming a duke immediately without undergoing a succession ceremony would confuse anyone, especially a girl who just came of age becoming a duke. It's truly unexpected. Despite the pressure, he maintained his intention. However, that maid and I were having a discussion, so please hand her back to me. Helena quickly replied, I don't want to. He couldn't contain his frustration anymore and yelled, but I am an acquaintance of that maid. Stop interfering. My Podex family has earned His Majesty's trust. Helena's eyes widened as she glared at him with immense killing intent. You're talking a lot of nonsense, aren't you? A baron like you dares to make demands of a duke like me? Has the imperial order collapsed to this extent? He looked around nervously. There was no one else here. The new Duchess Akru had become the Crown Prince's aide, and rumors of her joining the Crown Prince's faction had been brewing for a month. His Majesty himself disliked this. So if I cause trouble here, His Majesty will actually value me more. Thinking this, he immediately grabbed the maid's arm. Without any restraint, he yelled again, Don't get in my way. His Majesty himself instructed me to bring this girl to him. He looked at her with a defiant expression. It was truly annoying. Helena was starting to get pissed off now. Fine, you want to play to the end, huh? The scene shifted to the next day in the office. Jeko's expression was a bit strange. He asked, Duke, what exactly happened? Helena calmly replied, Nothing much. I was bored, so I just delivered some justice. Seeing this, he felt somewhat helpless. He looked at her and continued asking, Who are you talking about? Recalling yesterday, Helena was furious and ordered, I'm warning you for the last time. Let go of her hand. Baron Podex still didn't know fear. What does the Duke plan to do? She suddenly lifted her dress and kicked him straight in the knee. I plan to do this. What about it? Then she looked back and thought, This is troublesome. Roderman is too far away. He was also furious now, showing no respect. What are you doing right now? Should I take a slap and then sue you? Suddenly, a voice echoed in her head. It was so frustrating. Someone kept urging her endlessly. Do you want to get it back? What is this? Is someone speaking next to my ear? Hit him quickly. Just use your fist and hit him. Not knowing what it was, Helena clenched her hand into a fist. She didn't hesitate and got into a stance to throw a punch. Immediately, a thunderous sound rang out. In the end, Helena knocked him out cold on the ground. At this moment, she felt like a strong man. Suddenly, her arm felt like it was broken. Oh my hand. Returning to the present, Helena was worried and couldn't tell the exact truth. Jeko said seriously, Duke, I don't like repeating myself. Who are you talking about? She didn't think much more and gave an answer. I just injured myself. Hearing this, he furrowed his brows tightly, then questioned, You just said you delivered justice. Just tell me. She bluntly replied to him, Yes, I caught a fly in the palace. Doesn't this prevent diseases for everyone? His whole body now seemed ready to burst into flames. You really have a talent for spouting nonsense with a straight face, don't you? She wasn't one to back down either. Thank you. Then Jeko sighed helplessly and asked, Do you think I don't know what happened in the palace? Helena started to deal some damage. Isn't this something caused by your highness? Outsiders don't need to know. Jeko gripped the armrest of his chair and asked, I an outsider? He reached out his hand and said seductively, I'm flirting with the Duke, so I must be closer than an outsider, Helena instinctively took a step back, breaking into a sweat. Ugh, I was almost seduced. Then he stood up and asked, How badly are you injured? She replied, It's not too bad, just a broken wrist. He put his hands on his hips and asked, Aren't you right-handed? What are we going to do? She immediately raised her left hand and said, I am ambidextrous, so it won't hinder my work. Therefore, your highness doesn't need to feel sorry for me. Seeing her like this, Jekko was 30 helpless and 70 doting. He stepped closer to her. Duke, normally you don't hesitate to take a leave of absence, but when you're hurt, you don't use that excuse? Then he gently held a strand of her hair. If it were me, I would ask for help at times like this. Then he let go. Helena froze for a moment. What was that? It feels like he's become gentler. Isn't it even more dangerous this way? In the original story, the climax of my sister's imprisonment happened when Jekko was at his gentlest. After that, he said, just go back and rest. But she assertively replied, I will work. Seeing this, he could only chuckle. As she said, she went straight to her desk. The scene shifted to a few days later. Helena was walking down the hallway. His Majesty is looking for the Duke. The butler led the way. She thought to herself as she walked. First of all, I already told Roderman to inform Jekko that I would be late. Standing in front of the door, the butler said, I apologize, His Majesty suddenly feels unwell. Therefore, he has sent you a gift as an apology. Could you please come with me? Helena walked inside and realized, I knew it. Is their intention to lock me up in this warehouse? Thinking this, she spoke up, I have a piece of advice for you. My assistant has already seen your face. If anything happens to me, who do you think you will look for first? And what if His Majesty claims to know nothing? Who do you guess will be the one punished? If you want to live, tell the Crown Prince that his aid will be a little late. Suddenly, Baron Podex burst into laughter from outside the door, doing that won't have any effect. She smirked and said, Baron, we meet again. The Emperor had been trying to isolate Jekko, and since I am Duchess Akru, who stands with the Crown Prince's faction, of course, I would be targeted. The time when I just became a duke is the perfect opportunity to deal with me. I'm not an idiot. How could I not know that? You've fallen into my trap. Baron Podex hurriedly said, I don't know what you're talking about, Duke. Seeing this, Helena casually asked, what are you thinking? Suddenly, his face darkened. It seems you didn't simply climb to the position of Duchess Akru using your body, did you? She frowned and wondered. He's not even a knight. So what is he relying on to be so confident? Then she spoke coldly. Baron, this is the first and also the last piece of advice I will give you. If you stop now, I will let this go and we'll make a big deal out of it. Hearing that, Baron Podex snickered. He laughed out loud with blatant disrespect. Then he continued in a loud voice. Do you still not understand? The reason I dare to do this to a duke right here in the Imperial Palace is because this is His Majesty's order. Recalling earlier, she had a conversation with Roderman. You told the escorts to all withdraw? Is it really going to be okay? It's fine. What do you think? He mentioned that while saving the maid, a voice echoed from the void, and then her fist emitted a light. Isn't that the power of an artifact? Helena smirked and asked, you think so too? Returning to the present, she was deep in thought. In the original story, her sister also heard the voice of the artifact. Perhaps its power can only be unleashed when facing danger. It's worth a try, isn't it? Even if it fails, I've already prepared a backup plan. Suddenly, Baron Podex signaled to the butler. Receiving the signal, he immediately closed the door. At this moment, she was left alone in the room. She was surrounded by enemies, but Helena still showed no fear. Baron, you look very confident, don't you? And you even dare to say out loud that this is His Majesty's order? He said cryptically, it doesn't matter, you'll forget everything anyway. She suddenly realized something was wrong. What does that sound? Instantly, two men from behind lunged at her. Helena quickly dodged, but her foot accidentally slipped. She subsequently fell down in pain. Helena asked herself, Tisk, why isn't there any voice? Did I guess wrong? Now, in front of her was a group of burly men. She worriedly thought, this is bad. I need to find a way to escape from here first. Suddenly, another voice echoed in her head. Stupid, too stupid. My master is like this? It hurts my pride so much. Baron Podex was now holding a knife in his hand. I don't mind letting you go peacefully. But today, you will become a fool. Before leaving, he didn't forget to instruct. Handle it well. Yes, that voice kept echoing. What are you doing? Take off the bandage. Unexpectedly, Helena's arm could move. My wrist is clearly broken, but why doesn't it hurt anymore? Without thinking much more, she swung that arm and punched the guy behind her in the face. Then, she grabbed the hand of the guy who was pulling her. Without saying much, she simply threw a punch that sent him flying several meters. Helena's entire body was now radiating an imposing aura. Her face was extremely cheerful. The situation had completely reversed. The sword in Baron Podex's hand suddenly dropped. Helena approached and asked, did you say I would forget everything anyway? He stammered, get away from me. She stepped on his sword. TSK, what an irrelevant answer. Didn't you already know? Seeing this, Baron Podex broke into a nervous sweat, radiating killing intent. She continued asking, knowing that I'm the master of the artifact, you still dare to attack me? His whole body began to tremble. How is that possible? Your sister is clearly the one who possesses the artifact. Her eyes showed a hint of surprise upon hearing his words. Then, Helena gave a friendly smile. I'll return everything you said so far. Goodbye. I won't see you out. Baron Podex had now fainted on the ground. Originally, this secret was only known to close confidants, which meant someone was leaking the Akru family's information. But saying my sister possesses the artifact means they might not be that close after all. That voice continued to echo in her head. So frustrating. Helena immediately realized it was the artifact's voice. She looked around, wondering, where are you? A second later, a small, blonde bird appeared in front of her. Such a weak human is my master? Helena was surprised. Don't tell me. This is the Akru artifact. She was so shocked her jaw dropped. What? This bird? Hearing this, the bird in front of her got angry. What's wrong with being a bird? She continued to ask, isn't the Akru artifact supposed to be a weapon? It replied dejectedly, because you can't use weapons, I ended up like this. You're so weak that no weapon suits you. Hearing this, Helena was left speechless. Suddenly, she realized, don't tell me fighting barehanded is the same. It replied, that's right. In all my life, I've never met anyone weaker than you. What exactly are you? Then it relentlessly continued to scold her. Suddenly, it said, I already felt something strange from your soul. Suddenly, her whole body felt like it was about to collapse. The door to the room opened, and the person who opened the door was none other than Jekko. He quickly ran over, and without saying much, he rushed to catch her. He looked at the surrounding scene with killing intent. But when he looked at her, he asked gently, a lot has happened, hasn't it? Duchess, what should we do with them? How about I kill them? Helena suddenly grabbed his shirt. She hurriedly said, you can't. Panting, she said, Your Highness, you must handle this fairly as a witness. You are a smart person, so you probably know why he attacked me, right? Don't do anything foolish that would make me regret becoming your assistant. Killing is not a good solution. After speaking, she thought to herself, anyway, rumors that I'm on his side have already spread everywhere. If he causes a commotion, wouldn't I be the one to suffer? Even breathing is difficult. Is this the price for using the artifact? Jekko suddenly grabbed her hand. You're really strong, huh? Duchess, you're the first woman to grab my collar. How about we actually get married? His eyes were completely serious. I'm telling the truth. Helena's eyes suddenly widened in surprise, but she still firmly replied, I don't want to. Suddenly, she lost her balance and was about to fall. It turned out Jekko was playing a trick. Goodness, she was now lying in his arms. Then, she squeezed her eyes shut. He said, rest for a bit. Even though I don't really want to admit it, Jekko's appearance made me feel more at ease. Scene transitioned to a few days later. Baron Podex had suddenly disappeared, and the royal family pretended to know nothing about the incident that day. This is called cutting ties. They used the Baron as a pawn and then discarded him. Returning to that day, Helena opened her eyes after a while. As soon as he saw her wake up, he asked, are you awake? She looked like her soul had left her body. What is this? It's only been 5 minutes. I'm still walking. The two maids behind them were amazed seeing this. Oh my God. A moment later, the two entered a room. She wondered, where is this? Jekko replied, my bedroom. She was startled. I will go to my own bedroom. Put me down. He continued to lay her on the bed. You were attacked right in the Imperial Palace. What do you think is safe? Did you know in advance that they would attack you? Suddenly, Jekko gave off a cold aura and asked, the Duchess can use the artifact. So the situation would be different, right? Even so, just lie here obediently, because I have something I want to bring you. After saying that, he turned on his heel and left, leaving her there alone. So scary. A few seconds later, he returned. He handed her a necklace. What is this? This is a tool to help heal you. He introduced it, a constellation artifact, just like the Akru you possess. Helena was surprised. It's real? Wait, is this Spica? Spica, this is the artifact symbolizing purity. But then she asked in confusion, why does your highness have the artifact of Marquis Spica? But he didn't answer and instead asked her back, you know a lot about artifacts, don't you? Then he sat down and said, this is an artifact with healing abilities. I've been thinking about finding someone who can use this. Someone close to me, enough for me to entrust the artifact to. Her hands trembled slightly at this moment. Liar, he obviously took it by threatening them. After thinking, she spoke up, there's no need for that. Just giving me medicine is enough. His voice began to deepen. That really hurts. Don't you understand my feelings? For some reason, Jeko's entire body radiated killing intent. Didn't I say I wanted to marry the Duchess? Suddenly, he pinned her down on the bed. Although I can't give the Duchess the kind of affection you want, I can give you wealth, honor, and power. Absolutely everything. Then he grabbed a lock of her hair, taking in its scent. Try thinking about it just once. Back in the present, Helena was deep in thought. If he knew my sister was the true master of the artifact, he would treat me differently. So even if I refuse, I have no regrets. Suddenly, the voice of her small bird rang out. You weakling, how did you manage to faint for 3 whole days? She thought helplessly. After that day, I was unconscious for 3 days. Fortunately, when I woke up, I was no longer in Jeko's bedroom. She just let the bird insult her like that. Being this weak, what can you even accomplish? Roderman, who was nearby, was a bit confused. This is Helena immediately introduced. This is the physical form of the Akru artifact. Hearing this, he was surprised. What? Isn't Akru the Leo constellation? Then why does it have the form of a bird? That bird immediately lunged at him and landed a few pecks. My true form should be a lion, right? This is my form when I don't have enough power. This master is too weak, so I can't maintain that form, which is why I ended up like this. Hearing that, Helena could only smile awkwardly. I can't understand the world of constellations. Roderman was feeling gloomy. Congratulations, Duchess. You've managed to use the artifact. Then, while playing with the bird, she said, after using it, I fainted for 3 whole days. Perhaps his ambition will grow even larger this time. The person she mentioned was none other than Jeko. He didn't forget to add, and his obsession has increased as well. At this moment, she frowned and thought, but I'm only half an heir. My plan to get fired remains unchanged, but there's no other way now. I'll try to use the relationship between the Emperor and Jeko to get fired. Suddenly, she remembered and hurriedly asked, is the maid I helped in the garden okay? Roderman replied, yes, she is living very peacefully now. Suddenly, his expression turned strange. However, he informed her, there is something not quite right about that maid. Hearing this, she was a bit surprised. Roderman added, she is the one who was dragged away by the Baron and then saved by the Duchess. So when Baron Podex was dealt with, it would be difficult for the maid involved in this case to be safe. Helena also quickly realized, all right, if the Emperor is the one behind this, then of course he will deal with everyone involved in this failed strategy. He replied, yes, that's why I had the shadow follow her. But the maid was attacked. Hearing this, she was surprised. Attacked? He said, fortunately, she is still safe. Someone dealt with the attacker before he could lay a hand on the maid. The defeated attacker was taken away by someone, and there haven't been any suspicious movements around the maid currently. Helena thought worriedly. So, everything was handled in a suspiciously neat manner, almost as if there is something behind the maid. Thinking this, she continued to ask, did the person who saved the maid have any distinguishing features? Roderman replied, well, that person was wearing a cloak when they appeared. Suddenly he remembered, that's right, they seem to have silver hair. Hearing this, she became even more pensive. Silver hair only appears among the nobles of the Eastern Empire. Coming from an isolated Eastern family and appearing in this imperial palace, I can only think of one person. The guy who teased my sister in the original story. Even though he wasn't as bad as Jeko, he was still quite troublesome. No, I still can't be sure. Then she ordered, continue to keep an eye on the maid. If there are any traces of that person, tell me. Yes, I understand. If it really is him, being a little careful wouldn't hurt. Ending her thoughts, Helena turned to call the bird. Akru, she asked. When artifacts are near each other, they can recognize one another, right? It replied, that's correct. She continued asking, then if I get close, can I know who the master of the artifact is? It replied in a challenging tone, of course, if it is truly a master that the artifact has accepted. But she still wasn't done wondering. So if someone is just a family member and possesses the artifact, they can't be considered its master? It replied, that's a given. Then she thought to herself, good, if a crew is here, I can know the masters of the constellations in advance and either avoid them or make them allies. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Her Highness the Princess is here to visit. Helena's face turned pale. What? So suddenly? Why on earth? She immediately stood up. A moment later, Hyria stood opposite her, beaming with a bright smile. She spoke first. How are you, Duchess? Helena replied, yes, it is an honor to meet you, Princess. What on earth is that thing, a bouquet? Why is it so ridiculously huge? Hyria seemed to notice. You care about the bouquet more than I thought. Are you curious about what it is? She hurriedly said, no, I apologize. I'm sorry if I upset you, Princess. Then Hyria gestured with her hand. All right, anyway, it's not entirely unrelated to the purpose of my visit today. Take it. Helena was so surprised her mouth fell open. Yes, why are you giving it to me? She rested her chin on her hand and casually replied, probably a marriage proposal. Helena ran behind the chair to hide like the wind. I'm just joking. Sit back down. Seeing that, Hyria said, this is a gift from my brother. I just came to deliver it. Plus, I also wanted to see you again. She asked curiously, so these flowers are from the Crown Prince? Hyria once again calmly answered, no, I stole them. Hearing that, she froze stiff. What the heck? She was completely helpless. How did you know it was for me and bring it here, princess? What if it wasn't? Hyria said, in this imperial palace, who doesn't know that my brother is passionately pursuing someone? Hearing that, her face turned pale green. Who is this someone anyway? Hyria continued, of course, a person without blood or tears like my brother will not truly love you. Suddenly, her expression turned sharp and cold. It's absolutely impossible. Helena seemed to realize, oh my, is she warning me? My brother will not love you, so don't even dream about it. This was not something that could be easily ignored, because in the original story, the princess really did deal with all the women who approached the crown prince. As vicious as the snake she was raising. This brother and sister duo had many terrifying sides. Thinking that, she calmly spoke up, so His Highness doesn't know you brought it here, princess? Hyria had now returned to her cheerful demeanor. Yeah, our sibling relationship is very good, so he will understand me. Is she gonna make me take all the blame? Suddenly she said, but anyway, I have a request. I want your crew constellation artifact. Is that alright? Helena was surprised. Why does she suddenly want my family's artifact? But she gave a straightforward answer. I am very sorry, but even though you are the princess, I cannot give it to you. A crew is a treasure that our family must absolutely protect. Please forgive my insolence, but I cannot obey this order. Hearing that, Hyria fell silent for a moment. Then she stood up abruptly. All right, Duchess, you apologized and want me to forgive you, right? Then I hope next time you won't refuse my request. Also, Duchess, don't trust what you are seeing. Then she leaned into her ear and whispered something that made her eyes widen. As soon as Hyria left, she felt as if she could no longer stand steady. The scene shifted to the next day. Even though a day had passed, she still felt anxious about the princess's last words. She was now recalling yesterday's conversation with Hyria. Duchess, be careful. A major event is about to happen in this imperial palace. You'd better think about whether you can stay by my brother's side. Just thinking about it made her turn pale. Oh my God, I'm so scared. The jealousy of a younger sister. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Why are you so worried? It was none other than her future husband. You didn't even notice I arrived? Looking at his bright, smiling face, Helena thought to herself, there haven't been any meetings lately, so I haven't seen him for 3 days. He continued, work has been very hectic lately, but you look very healthy, Duchess. She replied, yes, it's all thanks to you. Unexpectedly, he placed his hand on her forehead to feel it. It's true, you don't have a fever anymore. Huh? I miss you a lot, Duchess. Even I was surprised, to the point where I couldn't even focus on my work. Helena immediately retorted, but everything was completed perfectly. Who are you trying to fool? He laughed jokingly, haha, I've been caught, without realizing when her cheeks had already turned red. I'm not talking to you anymore. But Jekko kept looking at her, and suddenly he noticed her reddening ears. He smirked. Suddenly, the voice of his close aide rang out urgently. Crown Prince, we have a huge problem. A murder has occurred in the Imperial Palace. Jekko turned to ask, is just this matter so urgent? The person informed him, it's because the body was discovered in your highness's bedroom. The victim is Marquis Spica. Hearing this, Helena was shocked. What, this person? He's the master of the artifact that Jekko showed me back then. The close aide continued. The cause of death was severe blood loss, along with a body covered in stab wounds. Hearing that, she was extremely puzzled. Did Jekko kill him? In the original story, it was mentioned that he killed the masters of the constellations with the purpose of seizing their artifacts. But still, the close aide looked extremely worried. So perhaps you should go and see for yourself, because His Majesty has summoned you. A while later, Roderman also came in to report the situation. Marquis Spica. He was a person very loyal to the Crown Prince. He also directly offered his artifact to the Crown Prince, so it's unlikely he was threatened by him. It seems he had a very weak personality. But looking at the events that happened in the past, it seems that loyalty was genuine. He used the power of the artifact to heal many nobles, and then said it was the Crown Prince's grace. Hearing that, Helena pondered. Although his personality was a bit weak, a constellation artifact isn't something easily handed over. Yet now it's in Jekko's hands. Thinking up to here, she exclaimed, he truly was very loyal. But there were still many doubts in her heart. But why was he still killed? Jekko is a smart person. There's no way he would cause such a public scene. Suddenly, Roderman said, sometimes, Duchess, you speak as if you've known the Crown Prince for a long time. She put the paper down on the table, sat up straight, and said, anyway, this is a frame-up, and the Emperor is the one who set this up. The more Marquis Spica treated the nobles with the artifact's power, the more Jekko's reputation rose. So they had to deal with the Marquis first. In the original story, the Emperor continuously harassed and created trials for Jekko. Just witnessing it with her own eyes, there had already been several incidents. Yet he had to endure this the whole time. After thinking for a while, Helena called out, Akru, I want to ask a question. Can you find out who killed the master of the Spica constellation? It jumped up and informed her. Can't you just ask Spica about that? The person recognized as the master has their consciousness linked to the artifact. So Spica also saw and felt the moment its master died. However, Spica is very meticulous in choosing a master, yet now it has lost a master it worked so hard to find. Helena seemed to realize something. Roderman. She seemed to have a conviction. Let's play detective together. The scene shifted to a while later in Jekko's office. You mean the Spica constellation artifact? Helena now voiced all her thoughts. I heard the Marquis Spica family is heading here because the next heir will take the artifact away. Can that heir use the artifact? He replied, it's Spica's bloodline. So probably yes, but I didn't expect the Duchess to care so much. Could it be that you're thinking of getting close to the Spica family? I heard the Marquis' younger brother, who is on his way here, is also around my age. At that age. Saying this, he slowly stood up. With an extremely confident expression, wouldn't it be better to choose me? Helena immediately denied it. I am completely uninterested in the Marquis family. It's just that my body hasn't been well. So I wanted to ask if your previous proposal still stands. Saying this, her face turned bright red. You said you would use the Spica artifact to heal me. Jekko then spoke up as if to slap her in the face. How surprising. I thought the Duchess would never ask me for a favor. She helplessly said, actually, I already did before when you got me out of that warehouse. Then she affirmed, I will definitely repay you. He immediately teased, then repay me with marriage. I will repay you in another way. Hearing that, he could only sigh helplessly. Then he pulled open a drawer to take out the artifact. Helena was extremely perplexed. Keeping someone else's item in his own drawer, there's no sincerity at all. Unexpectedly, he handed the artifact to her. You keep it for now. When the Marquis' heir arrives, I will order him to heal you. She asked in surprise, wait, you're giving it to me? Why? Is getting what I want this easy? He said, anyway, it's a useless item right now because it doesn't have a master. If I keep it, it will definitely be stolen, which is my intention. But they won't think of the Duchess holding on to it. She immediately retorted, everyone knows I am your assistant and on your side. Jekko replied, yes, but my enemies know that I can't trust anyone. Helena still couldn't stop worrying. But if you get it to me, you will still be attacked. Meanwhile, he maintained his nonchalant demeanor. It's fine. It's better than having it stolen because I'm used to being attacked. Your Highness is designated as a murder suspect, and having the body right in your room puts you in an even more difficult position. Helena's face flashed a hint of sadness. Yet you can still be so calm? He asked, so should I cry? And if we go by that logic, aren't you afraid standing in front of a murderer, Duchess? Unexpectedly, she firmly affirmed, because you didn't kill him. Why do you think so? If you don't punish me, I will tell the truth. All right, she stated, your Highness wouldn't do something so foolish. Since I was 8 years old, I have handled all the paperwork, chased after retainers, and collected taxes. So just by looking at how documents are handled, I already know everything, from your habits and thoughts to even your personality. If your Highness had to deal with a political enemy, you would be very careful or use someone else's hands, leaving no evidence behind and handling it perfectly. Because you will become emperor in the future, doing it that way ensures you won't be caught. Jekko silently listened to her words. He smiled happily. Am I really that wonderful in the Duke's eyes? She cut off his thoughts. I only think of you as a superior worthy of respect, and it's strictly for work. He looked at her and said, I will live up to your expectations. Let's try. A moment later, Helena left the room, holding the artifact in her hands. She said to herself, I can catch the culprit with this. Cutting to that afternoon, Helena was constantly worried. How is it? A crew, standing next to the artifact, said, it is indeed Spica. Then it called out, hey Spica, are you okay? The artifact in her hands began to glow. floating into the air to her surprise. A second later, it transformed into a cute little white bird. But right after, it weakly and unconsciously fell down. Helena quickly caught it. With tears in its eyes, "Akru, I've lost my master." Seeing this, she felt awkward. "What should I do? Oh, it's crying. I'm done for." Akru snapped. "When a baby cries, you have to comfort them." She was startled. "A baby?" He replied, "What else? It's younger than me. I am the 7th, and it is the 8th. Hearing that, she immediately comforted Spica. "There, be good. How am I supposed to comfort a chick?" Suddenly, it exclaimed, "Human, what are you? Your skills at soothing moods are really good. I waited decades to meet a good master, and now I've lost him." Hearing those words, Helena began to recall the time she and her sister spent together right after their parents passed away. Her face suddenly turned sad. That crying voice represented the sorrow of losing someone important. The sky outside was still welcoming the gentle sunshine. Meanwhile, Helena was asking, "Spike, right? I will help you. With the current situation, even though your master has died, he won't be able to rest in peace. You witnessed your master's death, didn't you?" "That's right." She held out her hand and offered, "Help me find the culprit, and I will definitely pay the right price." Spica silently recalled the moments spent with its master. Those were its happiest times, but now were its worst times. Finally, it made a decision. Akru met a really good master. "Huh? All right, I will cooperate with you." "Thank you. Even though it might be a bit difficult, can you tell me everything you remember now?" Spica said, "Master was stabbed by a blade. He died without having time to be treated. Someone covered Master's body and threw it on the ground." Helena frowned and asked, "Do you have any impression of the person who stabbed him or wrapped the body?" It replied, "I remember. If I see them again, I will recognize them immediately." The person who stabbed Master wore a suit, while the person who wrapped the body wore a uniform. She realized, so the person who wrapped the body was a knight. How awful. Helena asked further, "Were there any patterns on the uniform? This could help me identify which knight order this person belongs to." Spica answered, "It was a rose, an orange rose." Hearing this, she was startled. "What? Aren't the knights bearing the orange rose symbol the Western Knights? And they are the knights loyal to the princess. So the person who killed the Marquis and put Jekko in danger is the princess? No, that's impossible. If it were the princess, there's no reason she would handle it so clumsily. That person is trying to frame the princess as well and wants the siblings to have a conflict." Suddenly, Spica cried out, "I remember something. I know this place. The guy in a uniform carried Master's body and passed through here. Passing by just like this. It's him. He's the one who carried Master's body away." Sure enough, at this moment, 2 knights were also passing by. Helena became even more surprised. "What? Perfect timing like this? I usually come here too. It's a place with few passers-by. If I had known, I would have brought some knights, or even rotormen would do. The timing is too perfect." Right after that, she hid in a corner of the wall. Just as she was about to tail those 2, she suddenly bumped into a maid. She immediately spoke up. "I'm sorry. Are you all right?" "I'm sorry." Her eyes showed a hint of surprise. Helena recognized her. It was the maid she had saved earlier. She bowed her head. "I am truly sorry." The maid hurriedly spoke up, trying to speak loudly. Duchess, thank you so much for that time." Helena hurriedly replied, "No, you don't need to do that, but I'm a bit busy right now." She thought to herself, although this maid was somewhat suspicious, it didn't matter right now. Seeing her about to leave, the maid quickly asked, "Is there anything I can help the Duchess with?" "I'm really sorry, but it seems you are following the people who just passed by, right?" "I know who they are." Helena turned back to look at her, thinking to herself, "She's more observant than I thought, huh?" Just looking at the situation, she pointed out what I was planning to do. Maybe they belong to the same group, or she has some scheme. She's too much like Jekko now. I can't trust her good intentions. Having finished her thought, she reached out her hand. "First, just stand up. The ground is very cold. So, can I accept your help?" After that, the maid slowly stood up. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Helena's hand, causing her to lose her balance and step backward. A man with silver hair caught her, but he quickly backed away from her. He asked, "Please forgive me. Has my younger sister committed some offense, Duchess?" Helena couldn't help but be amazed. Younger sister? Just looking at him, anyone can tell he's a noble, yet his sister is a maid? What a ridiculous combination. It's true that some maids in the imperial palace also come from noble backgrounds, but still. Suddenly, she realized, wait, silver hair and currently in the imperial palace? So it's the supporting character in the original story, Rain Pollock from the Marquis Pollock family. Rain Pollock, he's the only male supporting character who pursued my sister, despite Jekko's deterrence. Unlike his cold exterior, the closer you get, the more you'll discover his stubborn side. Currently, he is Marquis Pollock, but did the male supporting character have a younger sister? Honestly, I only cared about the confinement between the male lead Jekko and my sister. As for the male supporting character, thinking up to this point, her mind was in a mess. I only remember that much. What has he been doing alone all this time? The maid finally spoke up. Brother, I don't know what you were thinking, but it's all just a misunderstanding. She was Lena Pollock, and she said sincerely, the Duchess helped me, you know that. Therefore, I also want to help the Duchess. He wondered, help? Helena over here just realized. She hurriedly turned her head to look, but the knights had disappeared. She felt frustrated. I missed the opportunity. Lena cried out, don't worry, I know where they went. Let me lead the way, but she was quickly gagged by her brother. He said, lead what way? Don't point it out. She angrily replied, what are you talking about? Don't stop me. Watching the two bickering, Helena could only force a smile. She spoke up helplessly. Calm down. It seems I still haven't heard you introduce yourself. She immediately bowed. Ah, I am Lena Pollock. Greetings to the Duchess. Since I was kicked out of the family, I don't use my surname often. Thank you for helping me. Hearing that, Helena remembered. Kicked out? Ah, I remember now. I forgot about this because he's only a supporting character. He had a younger sister who died, right? She recalled his dialogue. Callisto, sometimes looking at you makes me remember my late younger sister. Wait, so is this person the one who is about to die? Her face sank. No, let's try to think about things related to the present. There's no way the Emperor doesn't know about Lena's family. So was Baron Podex dragging Lena away part of the Emperor's scheme? The Pollux family also belongs to the Constellation families. So if I hadn't happened to be there and stopped it, the one who died could have been Lena. And the one who died this time is Marquis Spica, the master of the artifact. The person who threw the Marquis's body into Jekko's room to frame him is the Emperor, the one involved with the Constellation artifacts. Because if Lena died, Jekko and Rain would become enemies. Could it be that in the original story, the two of them became sworn enemies because of this younger sister? If I already know this, I can't just ignore it. Having thought this through, Helena asked, so, can you tell me where they went? Rain quickly said, I have no intention of letting my sister get involved in these suspicious matters. She was startled. Oh, are my actions that suspicious? Helena asked, hey, what should I call you? He replied, you can call me Lord Pollux. Her voice also began to lower. All right, Lord Pollux. Did I ask you? She crossed her arms, her face now also radiating a sharp aura. Could it be that Lena wasn't allowed to express her own thoughts? If not, is it because you don't respect me? Suddenly, a voice echoed in Rain's head. Nothing like a woman at all. Nothing like a woman at all. He sighed and said, it's not that. I was thinking wrong. I won't stop her anymore, but instead, can I join in? Helena frowned in surprise. You? What is he thinking? She suddenly remembered, I've already asked Roderman to do a lot of things. It's too much. I am quitting Kropka. Then, she broke into a joyful smile. All right, but let's head back first. If you want to come along, you have to sign a contract. What kind of contract? Just a promise to keep it a secret no matter what you see later. Rain was still worried. That's not difficult, but are you going to make my sister keep quiet like this? Helena stated, not at all. Unlike those who behave rudely right from the start, my first impression of Lena is that she is very trustworthy. Ah, I would be very happy if you use an artifact to swear, for example, the Spica artifact. When using an artifact to make an oath, the Constellation families cannot break that oath. This is very important. He quickly replied, all right, seeing this. She couldn't help but be suspicious. That easy? I didn't think he would help me so easily. What is his purpose after all? So we decided to start and meet again tomorrow. After that, she called out, Akru, is that guy really a constellation master? Akru replied, that's right. He is the master of the Gemini constellation, Pollux. But Pollux is not nearby, nor is Castor. That is Pollux's twin brother. The Gemini artifact has two entities. Cut to the next day. Helena was currently hiding behind a wall. Beside her was Rain. This place is no longer in use. The Second Night Order originally stationed here has moved out, and as far as I know, this place will be demolished in a week to build a new building. She looked around carefully. Is that so? Then she whispered, Spica, which one is it? It quickly pointed out a knight. It's him. Seeing that, Helena called out, Lord Pollux. She asked, can you subdue him? The guy with dark blue hair and green eyes. Rain frowned. Too close. Do you mean subduing all of them? No, we have to follow him from behind and subdue him. Yes, we will beat him up and kidnap him. Hearing her say that, Rain was so shocked he almost screamed. What? He broke into a sweat. What the hell are you talking about? I was wondering why you separated my sister from us. So it was for this reason? It turns out Helena made Lena wait in the bushes. She crossed her arms and asked in frustration, have you never schemed before? Hearing that, he was extremely puzzled. Why are you doing this? She clicked her tongue and said, TSK, your growing environment was too good, wasn't it? Since I was 9, I've been struggling with subordinates. Well then, if you won't help, just leave. Don't get in my way. Suddenly, he held her hand back. Wait, if I leave, what will you do? She replied, well, I also have things to rely on. After the Baron's incident, I secretly arranged bodyguards, and besides, there's a crew. Then Helena started teasing him. But Lord Pollux, you are quite skilled at holding women's hands. Is that your hobby? Rain blushed and quickly pulled his hand back. I didn't have any intentions. My body just reacted on its own. She still wouldn't let him off. You mean you hold women's hands so much that it has become a habit? He gave up. That's not it. I apologize. She smugly replied, all right, I'll accept your apology. Then Rain said, I will help you and obediently assist you. So let's go together. I always keep my word. She stared at him. Then she asked, is it because you swore on your artifact? He retorted, wasn't that because you ordered me to? Helena laughed. You are really kind-hearted. I don't hate people like that. Saying that, she pulled him along. Let's go. Rain froze. His face grew redder and redder as he muttered under his breath. What? You're the crown prince's lover. Cut to a moment later, the two were hiding in the bushes. Helena said tensely, the target is moving. Let's follow. Then the two tried their best to tail him. In short, she used all sorts of hiding tricks. A moment later, Rain said, it should be fine here. Then the two moved closer to that group of knights. Suddenly, the knight fainted and rolled onto the ground. Helena immediately went over to check, defeating 4 royal knights in a flash. Rain turned to ask, is doing it like this okay? She was extremely satisfied. Well done. He continued asking, so what do we do now? She pondered, I'm thinking, where should we interrogate him? Then she called out, Spica, she asked, you and a crew can communicate, right? Rain on the side was surprised. Spica, wait, could it be that you can see a constellation artifact spirit that doesn't belong to your family? How is that possible? Helena thought to herself, this truth must not be leaked out. Well, since he already swore on his artifact, it should be fine. I'll just explain it slowly. Then she walked closer. I'll be counting on your help. He was bewildered. What? She smiled and pointed at the knocked-out knight. You said you would help me, so I'm leaving it all to you. He was stunned. What? This woman. But why did I? I thought I was just helping with the fight. Cut to a moment later at the office. Helena pondered deeply. The interrogation must be finished this afternoon. Meanwhile, Rain was guarding the knight. Lena decided to stay here. Helena said, Lena, just sit down. But she remained stubborn. No, I am confident that I can stand. Seeing this, she couldn't help but wonder, why on earth is she making that kind of expression? Let's finish the work quickly. Suddenly today, there is work that cannot be delayed. Actually, I just need to toss it aside. Her inner self was screaming at this moment. But I can't, being a person with a high sense of responsibility. We are currently in the same boat, aren't we? It's not like I wanted to be this way. But only until you come back. Oh no, until I get kicked out. Even when riding a good horse, one must eventually go home. Jekko opened the door and entered the room. He called out, my love. He asked sweetly, are you doing well? Helena maintained her usual expression. I was doing very well before your highness arrived. He smiled, looking at her. Are you busy? Yes, I'm busy. Then the two of them continued to bicker with each other like the previous times. You submitted a leave request starting tomorrow, right? Thank you for granting me leave. I haven't agreed to it yet. You were the one who said you would let me take leave as I pleased, and this is also my right. While talking, he suddenly noticed Lena beside her. Let's see, changing the rules. Jekko wondered. I have never seen this maid before. Did the Duchess bring her? She thought helplessly. Goodness, I need to divert his attention. Thinking so, Helena replied. Yes, I particularly like her, so I will keep her by my side for a while. More importantly, your highness, I have something to ask. As she spoke, she grabbed his hand. He smiled and asked, what is it? She got straight to the point. How close are you and the princess? Mentioning this, his expression seemed to darken. Quite close. Helena started to feel a chill. What was with that brief silence just now? She replied, I see. Then the princess cannot be allowed to fall into a difficult situation. Then Jekko sat down on the chair and said, how strange. You sound as if she's going to get into trouble. She replied coldly, is that how it sounded to you? You've misunderstood. Lena, on the side, was in awe of their public display of affection. He got closer to her, stroking her hair as he said, don't do anything useless. If the Duchess gets hurt, I will be very sad. Helena was suddenly frozen before him. He continued, do you need me to be clearer? I don't want to see you get hurt again. She pursed her lips in silence. Then she glanced away to avoid his gaze. This trick again. And so, in this room, One person was feeling refreshed, being near the one they love, while the other was feeling distressed. But why am I so nervous? This is driving me crazy. Stay alert. You can't fall for this. Fall for it, and you're dead for sure. After a while, she raised her hand and said, "Yes, I will be careful. As an assistant, I will not bother you." Then the bickering scene appeared again. If you were my lover instead of my assistant, it would be so great. I have to focus on my work now. The happiest person right now was none other than Lena. Her intuition about the Duchess's romance was the best choice of the year, selected by the Royal Maids group. A moment later, Jekko went to his desk. Lena walked over and whispered to her, "Just as the rumors say, you two are truly a passionate couple, aren't you?" She immediately retorted, "It's not like that." Time flew by, and the clock struck 4. Helena spoke up, "I'll be taking my leave. I've finished today's schedule." He asked, "Finished already?" Then he put his pen down. She wondered, "Where are you going?" But he replied, "Wherever the Duchess wants to go, I will follow." Her face turned ashen. Jekko happily suggested, "Take me with you. I'm so bored." She firmly said, "No, I want to go back to my room. Do you understand?" After saying that, she turned and left without letting him say another word, while he stood there alone, crossing his arms in deep thought. When Helena had walked for a while, she looked around cautiously and called out, "A crew." She asked, "Can you sense human traces?" It replied, "Of course. I'm a weapon based on martial power, after all." Then she continued, asking softly, "Then can you sense the Crown Prince's traces?" It had long noticed the ambiguous and intimate relationship between the two. "You mean the red-haired guy?" A few seconds later, it gave an answer, "I can't sense him." Hearing that, the whole group headed into a room. Helena smiled with full satisfaction. "You really kept your promise, didn't you?" "Thank you, Lord Pollux." Rain turned his head to look at her, but before he could say anything, Roderman interrupted. "The Duchess has arrived." Helena frowned and said, "Roderman, you've worked hard too." "But Lord Pollux, why does your face look so annoyed?" Rain was currently gritting his teeth. Then he shouted so loudly that her hair felt like it would fly off her head, entering the Duchess's bedroom. "How can I be comfortable?" But even more surprisingly, his face had turned bright red. Helena didn't seem to care much. "Is that so?" Then she patted his shoulder and said happily, "You've worked hard. I will definitely repay you." As for the tied-up knight, he was lying helplessly on the floor. Helena's whole body now exuded an eerie, murderous aura. "Then let's begin the interrogation." She turned and asked, "Roderman, are you ready?" He replied, "The Duchess doesn't need to worry, because I brought experienced people here." Suddenly, Helena remembered and turned to ask Rain, "Have you greeted my assistant? Since you're not alone, you must be less worried, right?" Hearing that, he was speechless. "I can't say that's not the case." Then Helena said slowly, her face full of murderous intent, "Come on, let's begin then." Cut to a moment later. On the floor, there were many documents, and next to them was a rope. His entire body was now surrounded by a stream of magic. Helena's group was currently focused on looking at him. Meanwhile, Rain was also observing intently. Truly surprising, I didn't think the Akru family had mages. Mages have very high self-esteem, so they don't want to serve nobles. Even the royal family doesn't have many. Yet there are 2 of them here, so they have enough reason to be confident in the interrogation. Helena was deep in thought. Thanks to her subordinates, she had heard everything and gathered enough evidence. Sure enough, the Emperor intended to cause a rift in the relationship between Jekko and the princess. After thinking, she called out to Spica. She asked for its opinion. "This man is one of the people who killed your master. How should I deal with him?" Spica was burning with anger towards the human. It climbed onto her shoulder and asked, "Can you lend me your power?" She replied, "Of course. So what should we do?" Suddenly, a noise outside caught everyone's attention. Jekko's voice rang out. "My love, are you in the room? Let me come in for a moment." Her face became extremely anxious. Jekko kept knocking on the door outside. "Let me come in for a moment." A second later, the door opened, and he stood outside looking at her. Helena asked, "Is something the matter?" He smiled and replied, "Do I need a reason to see you? I was just worried about my assistant leaving work early today." Suddenly, he asked, "Are you hurt somewhere?" Her face was completely pale at this moment. "Thank you, but I'm fine." Suddenly, Jekko looked around. She thought anxiously, "I have to get him to leave quickly." He suddenly suggested, "Let me come in for a moment." She hurriedly signaled behind her. Immediately, the people inside used magic. The 2 of them then stepped inside. Magic had been used, but it couldn't be maintained for long. Helena suppressed her anxiety. "As you can see, Your Highness, I am perfectly fine. Do you have any urgent business? If not, I would like to get some rest." Suddenly, he noticed a sword on the floor. "Then what is that?" She was startled. Oh no. She forced a smile and said, is it really that strange for a duchess to have a sword in her room? But Jeko's curiosity wasn't satisfied yet. That's true, isn't it? Then why is it lying on the floor? She was at a loss for words. He continued, Duchess, I thought you were my person. Helena asked bluntly. Since when? He said, does one really matter? What matters is that I value you very much. Suddenly, he leaned his head down and whispered in her ear with a dark tone, so I hope that you are not hiding anything from me. She tightly gripped her own arm. So scary, but I have no intention of telling him. I don't want to draw too much attention just because our family has two mages. A second later, Jeko's voice became gentle again. He smiled brightly and said, Duchess, you must not cheat on me. Also, if you want to learn swordsmanship, just come to me. As he spoke, he kissed the back of her hand. There is no man better than me. You look quite tired, so I'll be leaving now. See you tomorrow. With that, he turned and left. Right at that moment, the magic wore off. Phew, I thought we were caught. Rain frowned at her, while she still hadn't fully recovered her senses. A moment later in the room, Helena's voice rang out. Thank you for your help, Lord Pollock. Next time if you need help, just tell me. I will definitely repay the favor. Suddenly, Rain stared intently at her face. He suddenly asked, Duchess, are you and the Crown Prince truly in a passionate romantic relationship like the rumors say? She was startled. Why bring that up? He replied, those rumors are very famous, after all. Helena placed a hand behind her neck, remained silent for a moment, and then said, no. I also feel very uncomfortable hearing those rumors. But it makes sense. His Highness does things that are too easily misunderstood, but it's not like that. Rain asked once more, are you absolutely sure? She replied, of course, but what about it? He said, it's nothing. I will remember your promise to repay the favor. I hope you keep your word. Hearing that, Helena was a bit confused but still replied, of course. The scene shifts to the next day in the office. I have something to say. Jeko frowned and asked, what do you want to say? Helena looked at him seriously. Go ahead. It's a bit difficult to say it here. She suddenly suggested, could you come with me to a certain place? A while later, the two of them walked past the garden, then entered a dark room. This is one of the storehouses that a crew borrowed from the imperial family. Helena then snapped her fingers. The lights in the room turned on. She pointed and said, Your Highness, this man is one of the people who dare to frame you. Jeko burst out laughing as he looked at her. Helena thought to herself, he clearly knows this man. He must have noticed what happened yesterday, but ignored it without saying anything, because this is how he tests someone. Then he spoke up. So someone wanted to pin a murder on me, and he's the one who did it? Yes, that's right. How did the Duchess find out? She stated, on the day I was locked in the storehouse, I heard the knights talking about this. Just a lie. I don't know if it was because they wanted to eliminate me, but they revealed many secret plans. He asked again, then why didn't you tell me earlier? She replied, because I wasn't sure. Also, I thought this might cause a conflict between your Highness and me, but now I deeply regret it. Jeko continued asking, if I was truly framed, then why did you tell me? Wouldn't it be beneficial for the Duchess if I ran into trouble? You could return to your beloved home. I know very well that you don't want to stay by my side for long. How could I not realize that? Her voice was full of seriousness. You are not wrong, but she said sincerely, I think what I am doing is right, which is why I'm telling you. Just sitting idly by like this would be truly unfair. Jeko's expression also darkened. You did it because you thought it was right. That concept is quite foreign to me. Hearing this, she sighed helplessly. Makes sense, since he is the future tyrant. Then he pointed and asked, very well, so is that a gift for me? He started to tease her. It would be great if you were in a coma. She was already fed up with these antics. Don't even dream about it. He immediately chided affectionately. You're really too much. At this rate, how is this any different from you proposing to me? Jeko's cheeks had flushed red at some point without her knowing. At the same time, she heard the whispering of two young men over there. These guys, it's not like that. Is the Duchess dating? It must be true, just like the rumors. Then Helena frowned and said, the knights of my family are looking over here. So please stop joking around. Besides, I'm not giving them to you for free. Jeko happily asked, oh my, I heard you say it was a gift. Was I tricked? So what do you want? She answered frankly, to quit my job. She crossed her arms and said seriously, let me resign if I want to. Just permission from your Highness is enough, right? Surprisingly, Jeko replied, very well. He slowly approached her. He grabbed a lock of her hair and said, but you must stay here for at least 6 months. Helena thought to herself, I will endure it until she returns. Then she replied coldly, yes, I agree. Meanwhile, Jeko was extremely pleased. I will gladly accept this gift. How I use it has nothing to do with you, right? She glanced over at the tied-up knight and replied, Yes. Then he continued, by the way, I have something to tell you, Duchess. He looked incredibly happy. See you in a few days. I'll be taking some time off. As for her, she was thoroughly depressed. I don't want to hear it. Yes, I know. The scene shifts to a few days later at the palace. The killer of Marquis Spica has been caught. The culprit is Viscount Cato, as these families already had a pre-existing feud. Could it be that they're just puppets? Jeko's stigma is gone, which means Jeko has won the battle between him and the Emperor. And the knight I handed over to Jeko has disappeared without a trace. Even though I don't want to know his whereabouts, I still have to ask. Because of Spica, I have to return Spica anyway. But is it okay to hand it over to Jeko? Will Jeko gently hand it back to the heir of the Spica family? Or will he act tyrannical? It has fallen into my hands, so it is mine. Or will Spica be trapped in the necklace until it meets its next master? This isn't the only thing I have to think about. Even though I'm not a cruise master, I can still talk to it because I am the Duchess of a crew. Then why can I talk to Spica? I'm surprised myself, so that is definitely not normal. Helena's eyes suddenly narrowed. Could it be that I can also talk to other artifacts? I don't know, because there is no such content in the original story. With that thought, she called out, a crew. Then she looked around carefully. There was no one. She whispered, a crew, can you talk to me through thoughts? It quickly replied, sure, as long as the body is still listening, it's fine. She asked further, do you know why I can understand what Spica says? It answered, I don't know, I have never seen this either, except for the first master. Perhaps the reason lies in your soul. Hearing that, she was quite surprised. Soul? Then her face became pensive. Is the Pollock family's artifact in the Marquis's hands? If I can find this out, everything will be clearer. As she was thinking, Jeko suddenly walked in and asked, you've been waiting for a long time, haven't you? She replied, I haven't. Suddenly he said, ah, the princess wants to send her thanks to the Duchess. She was astonished. The princess? Why? He smiled and said, let's see, perhaps because she found out the truth that someone was trying to frame her. Hearing that, Helena thought to herself, did Jeko tell her? What close siblings? Then she replied, I understand. I probably need to try harder so as not to be targeted by the princess. Then he continued, the other day, I said I had something to tell you, right? I've been discovering this while working with you over the past 2 months. Hearing him say that, she finally realized, has time really passed that quickly? That was fast. Then Jeko began to compliment her. You are very beautiful, confident, smart, and quick-witted. As he spoke, he grabbed her chin. I don't meet many people who satisfy me, but usually they fall into one of 2 categories. One is an enemy, and the other is my possession. His words came out as a warning. Helena wondered to herself, is he trying to recruit me? Then she spoke up, what if your highness asked me to stand on your side? He made another proposal. No, I didn't mean that. Become my lover. Helena looked at him helplessly, thinking to herself, is he just joking around like usual? Even knowing that, I'm still drawn to him. This face is truly dangerous. Moreover, since I haven't seen his tyrant side much, I've let my guard down. Could it be because I didn't choose the confinement route? Then she hurriedly spoke up. I have no idea what you're talking about. I refuse. But unexpectedly, Jeko said, I mean it sincerely. Surprised, she thought, it seems he isn't joking. He pressed closer and closer to her. Duchess, I need a lover of my own. Flustered, she asked, need? What are you saying? Jeko affirmed, yes, I need a cute lover who is willing to endure confinement. For a split second, Helena felt a little moved. But the next second, she cursed internally. What is this lunatic saying? A lover. He must want me to play the role of his lover, to deceive the emperor. For this man, who even exploited love in the original story, this is entirely possible. Since it's not a sincere confession, it might be acceptable, but I just can't do it. If I become this man's lover, I'll end up being threatened by the emperor. I'm not a talented knight like my sister. No matter how smart I am, I'm still just a weakling. So I can't afford to die until I see my sister again. After thinking for a moment, she spoke up. Judging by your expression, it seems you won't take no for an answer, right? Jeko asked, do you understand my intentions even better than I do? She then replied with a surprising question. I'm truly sorry, but I don't think I can accept this proposal. Why don't you try satisfying His Majesty another way? Don't you just need a lover to deceive His Majesty? Jeko was enduring intense surveillance and pressure from the emperor. An ordinary person probably wouldn't have been able to handle it and would have gone mad. He asked, what can the Duchess do for me? She immediately replied, I will give you the power to help you outsmart the emperor. The smile on his lips gradually faded. He looked at her seriously and asked, are you saying that a crew will stand on my side? Helena said, I'm not entirely sure about that, but doesn't everything require money? Jeko's power is no match for the emperor's, and I know exactly what he lacks. She offered, I will solve your financial problems. I'm actually very good at collecting taxes. Let's take a trip down memory lane and see how I managed to build the territory into what it is today. Uncle Robson McDowell, who adopted my sister and me, was an outstanding knight recognized by everyone. He was the vice commander of the frontline Vanguard Knights. But the problem was that he had no idea how to manage a territory. Corrupt officials ran rampant everywhere, forcing the people of the territory to suffer, and a famine soon broke out. He would always suggest, what even is territory management? Should I just kill the corrupt bastards? Although she was still a child at the time, she was remarkably mature. If you keep acting so extremely, my sister won't like it. Don't you consider our feelings? Please, think carefully before you act. He was utterly helpless. Aren't you just a kid? Thanks to him, I learned what a knight's duties were, but that was about it. I was the only one who could save the territory, a land devastated by famine, where even farming had become difficult, yet the neighboring territories were all prosperous. So, I decided to build a casino, an idea I borrowed from foreign nations. Helena continued her reminiscence. Next, I needed talented people. A mage? Of course, I had to snatch one up. Whenever she spotted someone capable, she didn't hesitate to offer, become my subordinate. After amassing a fortune from the casino and personally recruiting talented individuals, I established my own organization and used that power to crush the corrupt officials. Then, I confiscated their money. It wasn't until after my sister left that the conflict between me and the corrupt faction finally ended. From now on, I appoint you as the River Tax Collection Squad. Now, go and catch them all, because I didn't want my sister to see my ruthless side. The people there all begged her, please at least spare my family, I beg you. Fortunately, before coming to Jekko, I had already uprooted all those problems. Returning to the present, Helena's expression was dead serious. She spoke up. Your Highness, I know you have an agency under your command called the Tax Bureau. Even though it's a tax collection organization, hasn't it faded into obscurity due to His Majesty's interference? It was an agency the Emperor had entrusted to the Crown Prince to diminish his authority, while simultaneously preventing the organization from actually functioning. Outsiders would think that Jekko was incompetent, unable to even handle tax collection. You have no feelings for me, and I feel the same way, so I will offer you what I can. All I ask is that you allow me to resign whenever I want. Jekko suddenly burst into laughter. He crossed his arms and said, You seem quite confident. So, can you prove it? I only believe in what I see with my own eyes. She remained perfectly calm. Of course. So, starting tomorrow, could you let me work at the Tax Bureau? I have a few things I'd like to address. Is that all right? Then Jekko said, I will give you 1 month. In return, if you fail to produce results within that month, you must comply with my demand. She thought to herself, is that a demand or an order? But then she replied, Yes, understood. After speaking, Helena glared at him with frustration. If I don't want to become this guy's lover and get my head shaved by the Emperor, I need to work hard. Suddenly, she remembered something. Oh, right. I should return the Spica artifact that you lent me. He said, No, keep it with you. It's still undetermined who the true heir of the Spica family is, and I have no desire to hold on to it. He expressed, I actually had quite a bit of respect for the late Marquis. Hearing this, she frowned, thinking, a ruthless and tearless man like him actually feels that way? Suddenly, she asked, Does your Highness know much about the other artifacts? Hearing this, he questioned, Why do you ask? It's not that I don't know, but what exactly are you curious about? She replied, It's just that I want to see the other artifacts. Jekko offered, Would you like me to look into it for you? She could only reply, There's no need, while secretly thinking, who knows what kind of price he'd demand for his help. Suddenly, he heard her add, Because someone is already helping me. I will just appreciate your kind offer. Then she bowed. I shall take my leave now. The door clicked shut, leaving Jekko alone in the room, seething with a dark, murderous aura. Meanwhile, at the Pollock mansion, Lena opened the door and walked in brother. Rain's expression looked incredibly pensive. She set down a teacup and said, Have some tea. Unexpectedly, he asked, Does Duchess Akru have a fiancé? She was a bit taken aback. Yes? No, probably not. At least as far as I know. Why do you ask? He began to recall her beautiful image. Then, he gave a faint smile. It's just that I think I might give it a try. Yes. The scene shifted to the next day at the palace. Helena looked incredibly cheerful. Greetings, Lord Pollock. Rain was sitting across from her. Yes, hello. The two began to converse. I didn't expect you to seek me out here. Well, I was given a day off today. Thank you for accepting my request to meet. Jekko gave me a day off before I start working at the Tax Bureau. Perhaps it's because the Tax Bureau is hiding something, but that's not a problem. He asked, So what brings you here? She smiled and said, I just have a few things I'd like to discuss. First, I want Lena to officially become my personal maid. Rain was surprised. Are you talking about my younger sister? Why? Helena replied, that's right. It seems the other maids don't know Lena's true identity. Isn't that right, Lena? Hearing this, Lena looked a bit saddened. Ah, yes. Because I was already kicked out of my house. Helena's expression turned serious as she affirmed, even if you were kicked out, you are still the daughter of a marquis. You are more than qualified to be a lady-in-waiting, and I currently don't have a personal maid. Suddenly, Rain's face darkened as he asked, if my sister agrees, I have no objections. But does that mean the Pollock family will be seen as siding with the Crown Prince? She answered nonchalantly, not all. That is entirely up to you. Didn't your family already kick Lena out? Then this has nothing to do with your family. I only asked out of courtesy, since Lena is very close to you. Hearing this, Rain could only sigh. I understand. If my sister wants to, I won't oppose it. But did you come all the way here just for this? She replied, no, not just that. Suddenly, she asked, I was wondering, are you currently in possession of the Pollock artifact? He answered, of course I am. Then she requested, could you let me see it? Seeing this, he was puzzled. That's not difficult, but why? Helena pondered for a moment before saying, never mind, it's nothing. She thought to herself, he already found out that I can communicate with Spica, but I still don't know if I should just tell him everything directly. It can't be helped. We haven't even known each other for a month yet. Then she stood up abruptly. I've said everything I came to say, so I'll be taking my leave. Rain frowned as he looked at her. Suddenly, he called out to her, Duchess. He walked closer to her and said, you mentioned that you have no relationship with the Crown Prince, but there are rumors in the Imperial Palace that the two of you are lovers. Rain got straight to the point and asked, don't you find that troublesome? Hearing this question, Helena thought, it's true that I'm not thrilled about it, but I've already heard Jekko talk about this to the point of exhaustion. It's too late to turn back now, so I just need to make my escape before the Emperor kills me. Unexpectedly, Rain offered, if you ever need help, just let me know. She was puzzled why. He explained, since you're my younger sister's master, isn't it only natural that I want to make a good impression? The scene shifted to the next day at the tax bureau. Helena was now standing in front of a massive facility, wondering to herself, is this really the tax bureau? On the upper floor, there were two silhouettes. It seemed like those two people were observing her. Helena also quickly stepped inside. Please come in, Duchess. A middle-aged man introduced himself. I am Come On Lysa, the general manager of the tax bureau, and this is Deputy Manager Zen. I heard from the Crown Prince that you came here to assist with the work, right? She silently listened to his words. Then he began to throw out a challenge. But what to do? Your coming here like this is useless. We don't need any help from the Duchess. Looking at his face, she frowned. What did this guy look so arrogant, doesn't he? She suddenly remembered Jekko's words. It won't be easy, Duchess. I support you. Returning to the present, he continued, our tax bureau is already perfect enough. Adding more personnel won't help at all. It will only cause hindrance. Besides, such a young Duchess probably won't be able to achieve anything anyway. Helena looked at him coldly. Then he said, so just leave the tax bureau to us, or why don't you go drink some tea? I was also planning to introduce you to my daughter. This guy was definitely the Emperor's man and seemed to know nothing about politics. She then spoke up and asked, Sir, come on, what is your title? He replied, I am a count. She continued asking him psychological questions. Who is your master? Well, it's His Majesty. Then whose is this tax bureau? The Crown Prince. Come on felt something was wrong. Duchess, these questions. Before he could finish a sentence, Helena interrupted. That's right, I am a duchess. She emitted a terrifying, murderous aura. Since when did the Empire become such a free country in terms of etiquette? Am I your friend? He was now at a slight disadvantage, but he wouldn't give up so easily. Well, isn't the Duchess still young? In my position as the general manager and your senior. Helena crossed her arms and continued to question him. The Crown Prince is also younger than you, isn't he? So would you treat him like this too? Come On was now speechless. She continued, just looking at how you treated me today, I know how this tax bureau operates. I will keep a closer eye on it. Gather and submit to me all the documents from 5 years ago up to now. After saying that, she turned away. Zen had been silent the whole time, while he was furious. What an arrogant brat. Returning to her office, Helena was full of frustration. What a mess. Then she ordered, hey, go make some tea and bring it here. Then she thought to herself, it's fine, compared to my territory in the past, this is nothing big. First, I need to gather information. Suddenly, she froze for a few seconds. A familiar voice rang out, what are you doing? How do you find this place? Helena's eyes widened in astonishment. It turned out Jekko had used teleportation magic to come here. He smiled and asked, can you handle it? She frowned in surprise. Why are you here? His face was completely calm. Let's see. Then he slowly approached her. He affectionately said, because you're not there, I feel empty. She, however, brutally dismissed him, stopped joking around. Returning to a serious demeanor, she asked, I'm asking seriously, why are you here? Recalling earlier when Jekko walked into his office as usual, but today was different. She wasn't there. Helena now wondered to herself, or is it because he doesn't trust me? He slowly replied. His words were full of sincerity. It's just that not seeing you for a day makes it unbearable for me. She started to get annoyed. You don't want to tell me the truth, do you? But he continued to insist. I'm telling the truth. Don't you believe me? Yes, I don't believe you. Suddenly he asked, where are you going? She replied, I'm going on an inspection. The documents I requested the general manager to find will take quite some time, so I plan to look for them myself first. There is no indicator more accurate than my own eyes. After saying that, the two of them started to leave. Jekko had now transformed into a different appearance. Helena wondered, why exactly are you following me? He casually replied, let's see, probably because it'll be very interesting. She asked further, but what kind of clothes are you wearing? Just as he was about to answer, a voice suddenly rang out, over there. Helena quickly turned her head to look. At this moment, a friendly middle-aged man waved to her. Are you the newcomer today? You're only arriving now? It seems the servant guiding the way wasn't very dedicated. Huh? You're 5 minutes late, haha. She also cheerfully said, I'm sorry, the way here was too complicated. Then the two chatted for a while. It's fine, newcomers always get lost. Is that so? Let's go then. Meanwhile, he could only glare coldly from behind. A while later, all three stepped into a room. Here, the newcomer has arrived at our office. Helena began to introduce herself. Hello everyone, my name is Lena. It turned out she had asked for Lena's permission beforehand. Yes, the Duchess will manage the subordinates using my name. She stated, yeah, if I use a noble identity, getting in won't be hard, and besides, it seems they are recruiting a lot of newcomers. After saying that, she thought in frustration, are they recruiting more people because of a staff shortage? If this were the modern era, that would be truly terrible. Returning to the present, Helena maintained her cheerful demeanor. I look forward to working with you. Then everyone there also introduced themselves one by one. Nice to meet you. My name is Sally. I'm Kubi. The junior is here, huh? And I am Bruno. I am the manager of this office. Bruno, a level 1 tax specialist of Department 1. Even though you just joined, I'm really sorry, but could you follow me? A moment later, Bruno brought her to a rather messy room. This is the document storage room. As you can see, the documents are placed randomly. Let's organize them by year. Just organizing the ones from the last 10 years will do. Hearing that, she felt like she was struck by lightning. He added, just in time, the servant is here too, so I'm more relieved, but if possible, please rely on yourself. There are also important documents here, so we can't let the servant do this work. Just organize the documents and put them on the desk. The superiors will figure it out. Then he winked at her. Well then, good luck to you. Helena's face turned pale. Could it be that this pile of documents, find and bring me all the documents from the last 5 years, was what she had mentioned earlier? Very well, checking them directly isn't bad either, even though I really wanted to go for a walk. Jekko leaned into her ear and asked, do you see anything useful? The distance between the two of them was now very close. She startled and exclaimed, you scared me. Have you been here this whole time? What are you pretending not to know? You knew I was here the whole time. She asked, you sure talk a good game, so why don't you leave? Let's see. Jekko placed his hand on the edge of the desk nearby. He started to tease her, because I want to have a date with you here. Do you like a secret date like this, Duchess? Helena's face had turned bright red without her realizing it. She could only exclaim, you're joking again. But he matched her defiance. What if I say I'm not? He continued to tease, aren't I attracted to you? Jekko's standing posture began to change. He unexpectedly grabbed her hair, then untied her hair tie. Last time you asked about the artifacts. She started to reminisce about that time. Does your highness know well about the other artifacts? Why do you ask? It's not that I don't know, but what are you curious about? Oh, it's just that I want to see the other artifacts. Jekko's expression now turned cold. Who are you planning to ask? Seeing him like that, her face also darkened. She wondered to herself, what's this? Could it be an obsession? Jekko is obsessed with the artifacts. Could it be? Such a random question had provoked him. He continued, Duchess, I consider you to be my person. The time we've known each other so far isn't long, but that doesn't matter. Then he hugged her tightly. Now I just need to focus on what you value. I hope you're not hiding anything from me. Helena silently frowned. Jekko continued, I'm curious to know whether you will win this bet or not. She looked at him helplessly and thought, where did a bet come from? He then took advantage of the situation, grabbing her chin. I also really hope you fail and become my lover. Hearing that, she asked herself, is he provoking me? Then she bluntly pushed him away. That's not going to happen. Her face looked extremely angry. She stopped talking to him and turned her head to work. He was stunned by her action. In his hand, he was currently holding something. He recalled teasing her earlier. He had kissed her on the lips. His face now looked extremely cold. The scene shifted to a week later. Helena was now dusting off her hands. She put her hands on her hips and thought, finished the timeline from 5 years ago up to now. Unexpectedly, a week flew by like the wind. Jekko was always taking care of her. Eat first, then continue working. Duchess, don't just organize documents. You have to organize your heart too. I spent a whole week just organizing documents. In return, I got one thing. During a conversation with a colleague, Sally said in an extremely resentful voice, "What else is there to say? Nobles are the most troublesome bunch. This place receives inquiries and complaints related to taxes. The assistants sent in place of the nobles are all equally troublesome. Sometimes the nobles coming in person is even more troublesome. A troublesome service delivered right to our door," Sally stated. "But we have to be mindful of the general manager's gaze. If some high-ranking noble comes, even the general manager has to bow his head." Remembering that, Helena thought to herself, in the original story, the imperial palace ruled by the emperor is also filled with corruption. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door. It turned out to be Sally outside. "Lena, are you in there? Do you have time?" She was currently holding a stack of documents in her hands, her face turning pale. Meanwhile, Sally smiled as brightly as a flower and said, "Let me ask you a favor. It's the peak busy season right now, so we're very short-staffed." Jekko in his disguise had entered with Sally at some point, while Helena was frozen in shock. She continued, "Please go to Count Cobain's place. You're underpaying your taxes. You just need to say that. It's all thanks to you." Hearing that, one person laughed while the other was full of tension. A while later, at Count Cobain's mansion, Helena spoke up. "How did things turn out like this?" Jekko, beside her, asked, "Do you know Count Cobain?" She replied, "Of course, they're a noble family in the Northwest." Then she wondered to herself, "Can we have a proper conversation?" Upon entering, she quickly received Count Cobain's response, "I don't owe any taxes. You've got the wrong person. Do you know how much I've struggled with the poor harvest this year?" She tried to quietly listen to his words. Hearing that, she wondered to herself, Cobain territory had a poor harvest? Then she chuckled, goodness, didn't this territory avoid the flood and have a bumper crop? That statement seemed to strike a nerve in him. He couldn't help but wonder inwardly, how could this little girl know? The Northwestern Territory is blocked by rugged mountains, so news updates are very slow. Helena cheerfully continued, "This expression of yours means you're curious about how I know, right? Our general manager, come on, is very capable." He frowned at her. She continued, "Furthermore, the crown prince knows absolutely everything." Hearing that, Cobain gritted his teeth, but he remained adamant. "Regardless, I have no tax money to pay. Just go back." Shortly after, the two were kicked out. Helena was now deep in thought. She recalled Sally's words, "Just go and come back. If you hear anything, just ignore it." There was no way Sally didn't know about this. Ultimately, this visit was merely a formality. Is this why corruption is becoming more and more rampant? This is a common case seen with those who often visit my house. Thinking no more of it, she could only click her tongue and leave. Then, the two walked out of the mansion. Jekko spoke up and asked, "What should we do?" Helena was furious. "If my body were stronger, I probably would have stolen that ledger." She said dejectedly, "I could also use my status to take it, but right now I'm just a rookie TSK. I have no power left." He, on the other hand, was admiring her frustrated expression. She kept blaming herself, unable to do anything even though it was right in front of her. Seeing this, he burst into laughter, looking extremely happy. Then he stepped closer to her. Jekko suggested, "Then we just need to steal it, right? You possess the strongest sword under the guise of a servant." Helena looked at him in complete confusion. For some unknown reason, the two of them returned to that place. At this moment, both of them were peeking out from a corner. How did things turn out like this? She helplessly wondered, what on earth is he doing? Then she whispered, "What are you doing?" He immediately motioned for her to be quiet. Jekko cheerfully said, "Isn't this very exciting?" She looked at him with utter boredom. Suddenly, he pulled her back. That collision put them in a posture resembling a couple sneaking around. It turned out a servant was walking past. Helena stared intently. It turned out the thing that caught her attention was his seductive neckline. Jekko put his arm around her shoulders and said, "It's fine now." She quickly regained her composure and hurriedly pushed him away. Afterward, she called Akru. She asked, "I'm planning to do an important mission. Can you transform into a weapon?" It immediately replied, "Master, if I do, you will faint. You don't have a natural talent for weapons." Hearing that, she crossed her arms and said, "I've observed. Is it necessary to be so reckless?" He looked at her in confusion. Helena asked again, "Are you really going to steal?" He still replied, "Of course." Then Jekko smiled and asked, "Are you scared? Let's go back." That statement felt like an insult to her. She immediately grabbed his hand. She said with full determination, "Let's go. Who said I would give up?" Their hands were now tightly clasped together. He looked incredibly happy. Suddenly, he blurted out, shattering her mood, "Duchess, we have to go the other way." Helena helplessly turned around. A long while later, the two finally reached their destination. She was now wearing a maid's outfit. She was constantly panting. Spike appeared and asked, "Human, are you okay?" She turned to glare at him and asked, "Can we really find it by doing this?" Jekko wondered, where do nobles usually keep their documents? She frowned and replied, "Maybe in a safe or a treasure chest." He noted, but Count Cabane likes to hide things in ordinary places, so he would usually hide them in a study or a normal warehouse. Helena sighed and replied, "You mean we should go to the study and the warehouse, right?" Then the two strode down the hallway. She thought as she walked, but how does he know that Count Cabane is such a person? What a scary person. After walking for a while, they reached the Count's study. The two of them now pretended to be cleaning. Seeing her focused on the bookshelf, Jekko asked, "What are you looking for?" She replied, "A safe." Suddenly, she touched a spot and stopped. Helena exclaimed, "Ah, here it is." Immediately, a door opened, revealing a safe inside. Nobles usually hid things this way. It turned out she knew this because she often robbed the safes of corrupt officials. Jekko asked, "You know this quite well, don't you?" "Yes, what about it?" Helena then said, "Didn't your highness say the Count would hide things in ordinary places?" He replied, "That's right." Suddenly, both of them noticed a nearby cabinet. "Isn't that the place?" Both quickly went over to check. "It's locked." Jekko then pulled out a piece of wire. "Don't worry." He sat there prying at it for a while. Finally, the cabinet was opened. Helena was stunned. "How does the crown prince know how to do this?" He explained, "When I was young, I used to rob His Majesty's safe this way. We got the ledger. Let's go to the warehouse." After a while, the two had taken all the necessary ledgers. Then they moved to another location, but it was heavily guarded. Suddenly, two guards walked by. The group over there talked for a moment and then went somewhere together. The two of them quickly seized the opportunity. Now's the time. When they went inside, they saw many wooden boxes. Helena wondered, why was it so easy to get in? Jekko seemed to realize, do we need to be cautious? It seems the power behind this is very strong. While the two were searching, the door suddenly opened. Two guards walked in. What did the Count suddenly tell us to take away? How should I know? The mage will be here soon, so let's hurry up and leave. Meanwhile, our duo had already carried each other to hide in a spot. Hearing their conversation, Helena thought to herself, a mage, so this is why the security is so lax. Not a safe, but using magic in the warehouse. He has plenty of money, yet refuses to pay any taxes. When the box was set down, Akru seemed to sense something. It quickly called her, "Master, it says that is an artifact. My brother is with it." Hearing that, Helena was extremely puzzled. Why is an artifact here? Count Cabane had nothing to do with the artifacts of the 12 Zodiacs. Then she turned to look, wondering if Jekko knew. But his expression was incredibly innocent, as if he didn't understand what was going on. Seeing this, she thought, I have to say, this man can recognize artifacts. Your Highness. Then she spoke up. It seems what they just brought in is an artifact. Hearing that, he was a bit surprised. What? Do you know which family it belongs to? Akru immediately answered that it was David, the protector of Capricorn. Hearing that, Helena immediately told him, it seems to be David. He casually replied, ah, that must be it. Baron David rushed back to his territory about a month ago, claiming to be ill. Even though he is someone who loves partying, there's been no news of him since. Could it be that he completely collapsed because his artifact was stolen? He must be dead by now. Hearing that sentence, she was stunned. Jekko stated that the enemy was someone targeting the artifacts. Yet another person has met with misfortune after Marquis Spica. At the mention of that, Spica became sorrowful once again. Helena comforted it while asking, why are you so sure that he is dead? He explained that if he were alive, it would be impossible not to be able to contact him. Baron David is my man. Among the artifact owners, everyone on my side is dead. Actually, Marquis Spica also had a similar case. Helena now seemed to realize, could it be that in the original story, it was said that Jekko killed the artifact owners, but in reality, they were assassinated by the Emperor? A moment later, he said, it seems they've gone far. Let's get up. She wondered, do you think the culprit is the same person who killed Marquis Spica? Jekko suddenly stood still. He turned his head, his voice exuding a murderous aura. Why not? This is a competition. Helena froze at his attitude. Then he walked while saying, let's put aside the matter of Baron David's survival for now. He had now approached the box containing the artifact. Let's go back and take the necessary things with us. She was stunned and asked, stealing another thing? Immediately, both stared intently at the box. Without saying anything more, the two lifted the box to leave. Suddenly, a loud voice echoed throughout the mansion. Count Cobain over there also heard the noise. It turned out to be the shouts of the guards. Who goes there? Stop. Jekko looked at them coldly, and without a word, he advanced toward them. An incredibly fast slash swept past. Immediately afterward, the guards collapsed on the floor. Then the two quickly left. After walking for a while, a silhouette suddenly appeared. Jekko managed to spot it in time. In the hallway at this moment, Helena was holding a broom, performing her sweeping duty. At the same time, two guards ran over, making that noise. Hurry up, they probably haven't gotten out yet. And so, they unintentionally brushed past her. She then turned her head to look. Are they gone? Recalling what had happened earlier, Jekko had laid out a plan. I'll create a diversion. Meet me outside. Hearing that, she had wondered, a diversion? He had said casually, as if with no ill intent, Duchess, isn't your stamina a bit lacking? That very remark had ignited a fierce resolve within her. Fine, this is my own fault for tagging along, without accounting for my poor stamina. Don't be difficult about it. Focus on what needs to be done, because I'm the one holding the artifact. It turned out that Jekko had proposed at that moment. While I create the diversion, take the artifact and get it outside. Helena began mapping out the route in her head. This is the farthest point of the mansion. I need to stay as quiet as possible. Suddenly a voice rang out. Everyone wait here. Only those who have been checked may leave. Her face filled with anxiety. I'll have to take a different route. She turned on her heel and walked away and suddenly collided with someone. A familiar voice spoke. Are you hurt anywhere? The two of them were now pressed against each other. She immediately recognized the voice. Zen, flashing back to 30 minutes before the incident. Count Cobain greeted warmly. Please come in. Viscount Polak Rain stepped inside with a cool expression. A moment later, both sat down, and Cobain said, I trust your father as well. I'll be counting on your assistance in the future. I prepared a gift, so you won't be disappointed. Rain kept his expression cold. I'll pass the message along to my father. I'm only here because father insisted. I have not the slightest goodwill toward this man, even if his family does stand on the Emperor's side. But I really can't fathom what father is thinking. Before he had even warmed his seat, he stood up. Was that all you wished to say? If we're done, then I'll be on my way. Suddenly, Cobain remarked, discarding that twin sister of yours was the right call. Isn't it said that if there are twins in Polak, one of them must die? How terribly unlucky. Hearing that, Rain shot him a sidelong glance. Not wanting to argue, he simply said, I'll be going. At that, Count Cobain added, all right, no fun at all. What a dreadful day. That insufferable tax bureau. At that, Rain paused and turned back with a questioning look. The tax bureau? Cobain replied, the crown prince, you know. I hear his highness has been quite diligent with work lately. Something about sobering up because of some woman. Ridiculous, if you ask me. What could a green young girl possibly know? Rain's expression dropped several degrees colder. His sword tip, without anyone noticing when, had swung toward Cobain. He issued a warning. You would do well not to speak so carelessly. Don't forget, I am a knight. Cobain's face went pale at the sight. Rain only wanted to give him a scare and then leave. Cobain called out from behind him, ha, I was only joking. I truly forgot you were an upright knight. A moment later, Rain walked down the corridor, looking thoroughly irritated. Why should I get worked up over someone insulting Duchess Akru? He had walked quite a distance, and at that very moment, he collided with Helena. She stumbled forward, her face pressing into his chest. The two were now in a posture that looked very much like an embrace. Rain immediately spoke. Are you hurt anywhere? When he saw her face, he was utterly surprised. Duchess. The distance between the two of them was now extremely close. Suddenly, the guard at the far end called out, Young Viscount, is something the matter? I heard quite a loud noise. Helena startled. Rain let out a quiet sigh, then replied, Nothing's wrong. Don't come over. Yes, sir. Then he took hold of her shoulders, his face full of concern as he asked quietly, What's going on? She asked in a daze, An upright knight? As if suddenly realizing, Helena explained, I was put in charge of the tax bureau, you see, and for certain reasons, I had to come here and investigate. He asked further, So the subordinate manager who came here, that would be you? She replied, Yes, though my outfit is a bit unusual. Her expression looked thoroughly amused, though in truth, I was simply curious about why he refuses to pay his taxes. Why would you do something so dangerous? I'm the Duchess of Akru. What danger? Rain sighed and replied, I know that. That's not what I meant. I'm the Lord of Polak myself. After all, suddenly his arm shifted, and she was still surprised. He had already blurted out the matter of the artifact. He extended his hand for her to take. "Let's go, if you'll allow me." Without warning, he slipped his arm around her waist, and without a word, he promptly lifted her off the ground. Helena was completely bewildered. Faced with this, she didn't know what to do. "Wait, why are we leaving like this? What on earth are you doing?" Scene change. The following afternoon, Helena was deep in thought. "In the end, I made it home safely yesterday." She finished work and left. "What? Wait, but I never met up with Jekko, and I haven't handed it over to David either." Looking at the artifact in her hand, she wondered, why didn't he say anything at all? He's probably asleep. Because of all this, I kept thinking he'd come find me in the middle of the night. She couldn't help but feel uneasy. If Jekko truly doesn't kill the artifact owners as in the original story, then why does His Majesty have them killed? Is it to ensure no one stands on Jekko's side? No, persuasion could work just as well. Actually, there's one artifact owner I've thought of, someone I could talk to, none other than Rain. Recalling the day before, after escaping from Count Cobain's mansion, she had just been catching her breath after the ordeal of climbing over the wall. This person climbing walls just like that. "Thank you for your help." Then she added, "But I'm terribly sorry I found it a bit hard to breathe. That way of being carried made me wonder whether I'm really a lady or not." Rain was a little flustered at that it was because things were urgent, and also, if I had carried you properly, wouldn't we have ended up looking at each other face to face? Saying that, his face flushed red. Back to the present, suddenly a voice rang out. "What are you thinking about?" None other than her future husband. He asked with his characteristic arrogance. "Thinking of me?" Helena was startled. "When did you get here?" He replied, "Quite a while ago." Then he put on a pitiful expression. "How sad. The Duchess never pays attention to me at all. Did you manage to get out of the Cobain mansion without trouble?" She told him, "Yes, I had someone's help." Jekko asked further, "Right? If you try to escape without any preparation, it would be very difficult to deal with the guards. So who helped you?" But she was silent, thinking about how to answer. Seeing that, he said coolly, "I trust you're not hiding anything from me." She then spoke up, "Viscount Polak helped me. I wasn't trying to hide it from you. You simply didn't give me a chance to say so." He was somewhat surprised. "Viscount Polak? You mean Rain Polak? Are you referring to the current holder of the Polak artifact?" He then thought to himself, "Isn't this the one who tends to categorize nobles by whether they possess an artifact or not?" Jekko continued, "What is your relationship with him? You shouldn't have had any reason to cross paths with him." She answered helplessly, "It was purely coincidental." His eyes narrowed. He began thinking of Lena and that unfamiliar girl, the one the Duchess had brought. Could she be connected to the young lady who was expelled from the Polak family, the Polak twins? Hearing that, Helena was startled. What? Does he know and is just pretending not to? Wait, are those two twins? I always assumed they were just ordinary siblings. Not wanting to dwell on it, she quickly changed the subject. "Your Highness, that's not terribly important right now. Here is the David artifact. Please take it." He replied calmly, "It's all right, you keep it. I think it would be more interesting to have it stay by your side." She wondered to herself, just what is he scheming? He then turned and prepared to leave. "I'm busy, so I'll be off. I only came to check that you were all right." Helena asked once more, "Wait, you're truly going to leave it with me?" He didn't answer, but turned the question back on her. "Have I ever lied to you?" She fell quiet for a moment. "Never. But it's very strange that the male lead doesn't want the artifact." Then she spoke up. "Your Highness, may I ask you something?" "Go ahead. What do you want power for?" Jekko was silent for a moment before answering. To defeat my father. And because of a curse as well." She was surprised. A curse? That wasn't in the original story. Helena continued, "Just one more question. Do you intend to seize the artifacts from the noble families?" He smiled an utterly brazen smile. "Isn't it pointless for you to ask? If I say yes, what will you do?" He went on, "Well, it's not as though I haven't thought about it. But right now, I desire you more. That is why I want you to stay by my side. It may sound a little mad, but lately I've even had the thought of confining you." Hearing those words, she froze completely stiff. Then he winked at her. "Think of me today as well, and do your best." Scene change. A short while later, in the corridor, Jekko had stepped out of the room. He stood there deep in thought. Rain Polak. Unlike his father, who belongs to the Emperor's faction, he is a man of firm principle and integrity. He recalled the conversation with Helena just now. His brows drew tightly together. Scene change. The sitting room of Count Cobain. His legs were trembling uncontrollably. His face was etched with dread. "This is bad. I'll let the thief get away. His Majesty will find out about this soon enough. I can't keep it hidden for long. If I'm caught, I'll be killed." He gnawed at his fingernails as he thought, "I have to find some way out of this." Suddenly, the image of Helena flashed into his mind. An idea lit up in his head. I've got it. I just need to pin the blame on that subordinate girl." Scene change. The following day, at the tax bureau. Helena was diligently at work. A man walked in. Upon entering, the man used magic to revert to his original appearance, and it was none other than Roderman. 4 days had passed since Jekko handed the David artifact over to me. During that time, I had fully adapted to the work of the Tax Bureau, and I had also come to understand the fundamental problems of the Tax Bureau. She asked, "How is the investigation going?" Roderman took out his documents and said, "Just as expected, I have tracked down General Manager Kamon's corruption trail. He is thinking of taking a huge bribe and fleeing. I tried investigating and discovered that he has had a close relationship with the Emperor since 3 years ago. Perhaps he used to be the Crown Prince's man, but decided to betray him." Hearing this, Helena thought to herself, "There's no way Jekko doesn't know about this. Actually, it's not surprising that Kamon is a manager, but is corrupt. The important thing is to solve the tax evasion issue, because only by doing so can I win the bet with the Crown Prince." Roderman replied, "That's right. There's one more thing. The person named Zen, Kamon's deputy manager. He is a mage, probably an unapproved one at that." Hearing this information, she was extremely surprised. A mage, but hiding his identity? If discovered, the imperial family won't leave him alone. He said he probably thought he wouldn't be discovered because if he intentionally hid it, it wouldn't be easy to be recognized. Then he pointed at himself and said, "Just like me, a mage." Her face darkened, as mages were not a very common existence. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind, and she said happily, "Roderman, come with me for a moment. I thought of a very good way to win this betting game." The scene transitions to the hallway. Zen was currently walking somewhere. Recalling earlier, he had just received an order from Kamon to find a weakness. He frowned, looking extremely annoyed. "Again? But you've already made a lot of money." He pointed his finger and said, "Don't argue back. Don't forget whose life I'm holding in my hands. And don't even think about going to see the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince will die sooner or later anyway." Returning to the present, Zen's face was extremely sad. As he walked, he was lost in his own thoughts. There's no other way but to commit a crime. I don't want to do this. To be approved as a mage, I had to spend at least 3 years in the Magic City. A woman looking extremely exhausted appeared in his mind. Zen suddenly stopped. But if I hadn't been caught using magic back then, just thinking about it made him extremely tired. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "You are Deputy Manager Zen, right?" It turned out to be Helena. "Can you talk to me for a moment?" Zen seemed to recognize her. "Isn't this Duchess a crew? But why is she wearing a subordinate's clothes?" He turned his face away and said, "I'm really sorry, but I have urgent business, so I can't talk to you. Also, please speak comfortably, Duchess." "Then excuse me." After saying that, he walked away, preparing to leave. Suddenly, Helena uttered a word, "Mage." He was startled and turned his head to look. She smiled and asked, "Now you must want to talk, huh?" Earlier, Roderman had informed her that recently, Deputy Manager Zen had been using magic to dig up the nobles' weaknesses. Kamon had used this to threaten the nobles belonging to the Crown Prince's faction and help the nobles belonging to the Emperor's faction evade taxes. She also realized, so he's an accomplice. Yes, but there's a very vague point. The scene transitions to the Tax Bureau's internal warehouse. Zen spoke up, asking, "So what do you want to say?" His face looked extremely anxious. "If there's nothing else, can I leave?" Helena got straight to the point. "Do you know how much tax you have cooperated to steal?" He, as if his dark secret had been struck, said loudly, "I don't know what you're talking about." She replied, "That's right, you would say that." Then he hurriedly continued, "You suddenly brought me here and falsely accused me of being a mage. Arbitrarily suspecting others can also be a crime." Suddenly, she asked again, "All right, have you ever thought of betraying Kamon? After carefully looking into the allegations against you, I can clearly see that you don't want to be involved in those things at all. If you used magic, you could have done much worse things, but you didn't." Helena began to state what she knew. "Well, I understand. Your sick wife is being held hostage, so you have no other choice. If I save your wife, will you agree to cooperate?" Zen was stunned at this moment. He had to turn his face away and say, "I don't know how you could know about this, but I refuse. My wife is suffering from an incurable disease. Right now, she can only hold on with a huge amount of money. If you can't shoulder it for a lifetime, then just ignore it. If I have to pay the price for those sins, I will accept it." Helena continued to ask, "It's an incurable disease, isn't it?" Spica appeared on her shoulder at this moment. Then she added, "If I can treat that disease, do you want to cooperate?" Suddenly, there was the sound of footsteps. She turned her head to look. Roderman also appeared and reported, "Duchess, the knights are running towards here. I will hide you over here. Immediately after, he and Zin used invisibility magic. The knights walked in and said loudly, "Subordinate manager Lena, you are under arrest for theft." Thus, she was taken away by them, her face showing she didn't understand what was going on. The people working with her were extremely worried seeing this. She stole? As the general manager is currently absent, we will escort the criminal away first. Helena frowned, thinking, they're taking me to a deserted place. Suddenly, she overheard the whispering conversation of the knights. We just need to lead her away, right? I don't know either. The Count ordered it like that. Hearing this, she was extremely puzzled. A Count, but why are they Imperial Knights? It seems like the crest of Count Cobain's family. She suddenly realized, aha, so Count Cobain is behind this. I already found it strange when they dragged me away without revealing their identities. I've seen these knights before. They're the Count's men. It seems they are pretending to be Imperial Knights to take me away. Right now, Roderman is not by my side, so being taken away by them is very dangerous. So now, at this moment, a thought flashed through her mind. Helena called out to a crew, "Come here, let's run." She quickly dodged and slipped past the knights. Seeing this, they became extremely anxious. She's running. Catch her. As Helena ran, she thought, I have to stall for time until Roderman arrives. A crew beside her said, "Human, with this body, you can't maintain this power for long." She replied, "I know." When she just turned into a path, it accidentally turned out to be a dead end. Helena's face darkened. Oh my. Looking at the knights running towards her, she thought to herself, I still have things to do with this identity. If I cause a commotion and reveal my identity, the bet with Jekko will run into problems. The stream of power in her hand also began to dissipate. She was left speechless. Isn't this running out too fast? She could only stand there and look at them. This is bad. Suddenly, the artifact David in her pocket glowed. The artifact asked, "Need my help?" Immediately, many stone pillars jutted out. Helena looked around, extremely puzzled. What on earth is this? Her eyebrows furrowed tightly. If this isn't a mage's doing, it can only be them. Anyway, they're helping me block the knights, so I have to find a way to escape. The problem here is that even if I jump over this stone wall, there's no path. I just had to run into a dead end. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. In the distance, a figure was running towards her. It was none other than Jekko in a different form. Why did he appear there? A knight, seeing this, shouted, "Wait, stop. We are on a mission, so don't come near here." His eyes were filled with coldness, and he also stopped in his tracks. A knight hurriedly said, "If you come any closer, you know what will happen." Jekko, without saying a word, leaped up, making them extremely angry. "You bastard, you started this." Like a true ninja, he kicked the knight straight in the face. Their desperate screams echoed continuously. More than half of the knights seemed to have collapsed. Helena, at this moment, could only force a smile. Well, it's really lucky anyway. Jekko's face was full of murderous intent, and she was also frozen by that expression of his. As for the knights over there, every single one of their faces was covered in wounds. Then they fled as fast as their legs could carry them. The Count didn't say this would happen. Damn it, I didn't know either. Jekko frowned, looking at them. Then he turned to look at her. Helena was still frozen. She pursed her lips. Then she asked, "Why are you here?" Jekko didn't answer but asked back, "Aren't you scared?" She thought to herself, I've seen actions even worse than this in the original story. What is there to be scared of? He approached her and said, "I'm the one who wants to ask you that. Why are you here?" Helena thought, I can guess the reason he appeared here, but I'll pretend not to know. If this wall is truly the power of the artifact, then I'm in trouble. Suddenly, a familiar appeared. It spoke up so sleepy. It flew into the air, its eyes half closed. How many years have passed? It looked extremely cute. Suddenly, it flew close to Helena and asked, "Who are you?" "My new master." She was surprised and quickly turned her head to look at Jekko. He was also frozen on his side. It began to introduce itself. "I am David of the Capricorn constellation. Aren't you the new head of the David family?" Helena, her face turning pale green, shouted, "No." David was about to say something when she covered its mouth. How can it be? Around her, she quickly asserted, "Your Highness." This strange ghost suddenly appeared. Jekko said it wasn't a ghost. This is a constellation spirit. Only those with immense power can make it manifest. His face showed great amusement. Summoning an artifact spirit without being its master. This is the first time I've seen it. Her face turned ashen. That expression. Meanwhile, David said, "What's wrong? Let me handle it, okay?" She immediately replied, "No." She looked at it, thinking to herself, in the original story, he was the one who destroyed the artifacts, so David might be in danger. Suddenly it asked, but why don't I have any strength at all? In a flash, it turned into a black bird and fell down. Helena quickly caught it carefully. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Lena." In the distance, her coworkers were running towards her. Jekko said, "Hide it first, we'll talk later." The scene shifted back to the mansion. Helena lay exhausted on the sofa. "I'm dying," Bruno said furiously. "How dare they impersonate Imperial Knights? The Count must be crazy. You've worked hard. I will report this to the general manager." She hurriedly stopped him. "No, there's no need. It's not a big deal, just a misunderstanding." She thought to herself, if the problem gets bigger, it will be harder to handle since I'm both a duchess and a subordinate manager. Thinking this, Helena started acting. Besides, what if this reaches the general manager and makes things so serious that I get fired? I still have a sick older sister and a younger sibling, the frailest one being Roderman. Hearing that, Sally and Bruno were deeply moved by her family circumstances. "Your situation is so unfortunate. I will protect your job. I won't let your name be mentioned. But if the investigation team or the general manager comes to ask, there will be no other way." Thinking of that, Helena breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, "It's been a long time since I last acted. I thought I was dead." Jekko spoke up from the side. "It seems you've rested enough, right? Let's talk." Her face looked a bit anxious at this moment. He asked seriously, "Duchess, can you use the power of artifacts belonging to other families?" Helena hesitated. "Should I tell the truth? What will happen if I say I can use their power? And what if I say I can only converse with them? Is Jekko different from the original work?" Clearly, the relationship between him and me is far different from the original work. In fact, we've gotten closer. But if asked whether he would harm me, I'm not entirely sure. Thinking this, she immediately gave her answer, "I don't know." Jekko tilted his head in confusion. "You don't know?" She explained, "I've only ever used a crew before. On the contrary, I'm also very curious about what just happened. Your Highness is the one holding Spica. Didn't you act like that because you knew how to use the artifact?" He replied, "No. The Marquis gave me the artifact for personal reasons." She began to recall the day she was injured. "This is an artifact with healing abilities. I was thinking of finding someone who could use it." Jekko continued, "If I could use it, I would have used it to heal you immediately without needing to find someone else. But an artifact has never been used by anyone other than its master." Hearing this, Helena's face sank. Then she put on an innocent expression. "Is that so? But I don't know anything. Oh my goodness." He asked again, "Do you really not know?" She said, "Yes, I really don't know anything at all." He let out a sigh. Then Jekko said, "All right, it just so happens that David is in our hands. Let's test it out. This can help me learn your potential. So surely you won't refuse, right?" Helena frowned and cursed inwardly. This crazy guy. No matter how you look at it, it seems like a threat. Without overthinking, she quickly replied, "Yes, of course I won't refuse." Suddenly, Helena stood up and unexpectedly asked, "But what will I get?" He replied, "I already told you. We can find out your potential. Isn't that very beneficial?" She answered bluntly, "No. Up until now, I have experienced many special situations. But realistically, how many chances will I get to hold an artifact belonging to another family? If, after testing and discovering something, I am granted an opportunity, that is definitely your Highness's will. So I just want to clarify this. If I'm not mistaken, right now your Highness seems full of intentions to use me." Jekko was stunned by her words. Then he burst into laughter. He said suggestively, "It makes me a bit sad that you'd say that about me. But that is exactly the Duchess's charm." Then he grabbed her hand, his eyes filled with infatuation as he kissed the back of her hand. "I'm about to fall in love with you all over again." Helena was full of disgust, spouting nonsense again. She suddenly asked, "What do you think about setting this matter aside until after the bet is over?" "All right, so am I the only one who knows about your ability?" She suddenly remembered her conversation with Dane. "Could it be that you can see other artifacts not belonging to your family?" Zen knows I can see artifacts, but he doesn't know I can use their power. Then Helena quickly withdrew her hand. "Yes, if you are done speaking, I will end it here." After saying that, she blushed and left. The door closed. Jekko smirked. He said meaningfully, "Found her the master of that room." The scene shifted to the next day at the tax bureau office. Zen appeared before her. "I will cooperate." Helena crossed her arms and thought. He changed his mind. He said, "I heard you treat mages very well, and that you won't force them to sign a lifetime contract." She seemed to realize. It seems Roderman told him. He asked, "Will you keep your promise to save my wife?" Surprisingly, she quickly answered, "Of course. I can even pay in advance. In return, you must expose all the general manager's crimes. As for how I will cure your wife, do not pry and do not make demands. These are my conditions." He was stunned by those words. Suddenly, images of his wife appeared in his mind. He couldn't seem to contain his emotions. "Yes, I understand." A while later in the office, Helena walked in and requested, "Your Highness, could you appoint me as an inspector of the tax bureau?" Jekko was surprised. An inspector? That's too sudden. Shouldn't you be at the tax bureau? I only stepped out for a bit. If I appoint you, many people will call it foul play. She replied, it's fine. I will strip them bare to the point they can't utter a single word, and I will hand over to you the ledgers containing all the evidence of their corruption. Hearing that, he immediately said, it seems you've come up with a very good method, haven't you? All right, let's do that, but in return. Then he stood up abruptly. He smiled and suggested, let's have a meal. The scene shifted to a lavish dining table a short while later. Only the two of them were left at this dining table. Helena was a bit confused. It's just eating together. Is there a need to change your appearance like this? Then she blurted out, black hair suits you very well too. Jekko asked, what are you suddenly saying? She switched to socializing mode, thinking to herself, it's weird to be so quiet when eating with a superior. He asked again, do you really think so? She replied, yes, I do. His eyes brightened up at this moment. Originally, I didn't plan to talk about this so soon, but I have to tell you this. This is a time when I shouldn't leave the office, but I still changed my appearance and arranged this meal with you. Hearing that, Helena froze stiff. What was he talking about? Jekko suddenly asked, Duchess, are you interested in being imprisoned? She couldn't hold back and blurted out, are you crazy? Seeing that, he said, as expected, it won't work. She helplessly raised an eyebrow at him. What on earth? Jekko suddenly reached out his hand and said, then I'll change the question. Duchess, do you want to experience consensual imprisonment? Hearing that, she was stunned. Huh? It seemed that neither of them had touched their utensils on the dining table yet. Helena frowned, asking herself, what kind of nonsense is this guy talking about? The problem here is that this guy is the one who imprisoned the older sister in the original work. Has that moment finally arrived? After thinking, she spoke up. First of all, please explain. Seeing her like that, Jekko was slightly surprised. Are you really planning to listen to things about imprisonment? She cursed loudly in her heart. So do you realize how weird those things are? She sighed helplessly. Then she spoke. Even if your highness is joking, you would never say meaningless things. At the very least, right now I believe that you wouldn't create this kind of atmosphere just to spout nonsense. Suddenly, her eyes were filled with confusion. Jekko remained silent for a moment. Then he smiled and said, as expected, no one can compare to the Duchess. Suddenly, her heart fluttered at those words. Helena quickly suppressed her emotions. Was that because he's still so handsome, even in disguise? He suddenly became serious. Duchess, father is forcing me to get married. Helena thought to herself, this also happened in the original work. Then she replied, I am listening. But as far as I know, he never got engaged or married because he was only obsessed with his older sister. Moreover, the princess was originally the villainess in the original work, so she wouldn't leave any women around her brother alone. Jekko began to continue. Originally, he didn't force this matter too much before. But recently he has been applying more pressure, even setting conditions that I cannot ignore. So when I think back on it, it seems everything started from the rumor that the Duchess and I are lovers. Helena crossed her arms, sighed, and asked, so because it's my responsibility, we have to marry each other? So you won't have to hear those words anymore. Oh, are you willing to do that now? Do you really think so? This guy, he clasped his hands together and continued. Of course, if you came to my side, I would be very welcoming. But if so, why mention imprisonment? Marrying you would definitely help me escape His Majesty's oppression, but it is not a wise method. Because if I get engaged or married to you, you will certainly have to die, and then that oppression will weigh heavily on me once again. Helena listened and thought. Considering His Majesty's oppression, that is not an impossible outcome. He added, the control that started when I was born will continue to happen, no matter how angry I get. If that happens, I will definitely go crazy. She was surprised. Go crazy? He replied, that's right. If rumors of me imprisoning someone were spread, what would happen if that person was the young Duchess? Talented and also my rumored lover, what would happen? It would undoubtedly become the most hotly debated topic. Everyone would try to verify if this is true, and the first person to do so would be my father. At this point, his expression darkened. Recently, those close to me have been murdered right from within. It is truly frustrating. I want to know who my enemies are, and I'm also curious to see how my followers will react when they see me go mad. Hearing this, Helena wondered to herself, does he mean he wants me to cooperate in acting out a play to find the internal spy? Without overthinking, she asked, then what will I get? Jekko replied, I will let you leave as soon as the play ends. But she quickly said, I refuse. How funny. When do you think this play will end? Do I look like a gullible fool? Then both fell into silence. Seeing this, he chuckled. Oh my, so that didn't work? Her expression showed a hint of anger. If you keep joking around like this. Suddenly, Jekko said, I will grant your wish. Whatever it is, I will bet my life on it. Helena froze at his words. Then he slowly stood up. If you want, we can go to my study to talk. I will swear it using magic. Saying this, he approached and patted her shoulder. Think it over carefully. You can also propose other conditions if you want. The scene shifted to the end of the meal. Helena looked extremely uncomfortable. How about indigestion? It would be weird not to get indigestion after hearing about being imprisoned. Suddenly, Jekko grabbed her hand. People always say that when a man and a woman share a meal and go for a walk, it's a date. The atmosphere between the two now looked incredibly romantic. He looked at her with affectionate eyes, while she was mesmerized by his beauty. But Helena quickly blurted out, "What date? Because of your words, I can't even digest my food." Jekko said cheerfully, "Haha, if I have been deeply engraved in your mind, then that is love." She secretly scolded him in her heart. What is this crazy guy talking about? Unexpectedly, someone had been observing them from behind for an unknown amount of time. Helena was startled and turned around to look. Rain quickly walked over and stood between them. His entire body radiated a murderous aura. "Duchess, do you need my help?" She didn't understand what was going on. "Huh, Rain?" Before she could say anything, he turned to assert, "No, it seems you really do need help. I saw everything. This man is harassing you. Let me arrest him." Jekko felt as if struck by lightning upon hearing that, while she jolted, breaking into a cold sweat. "That's not it." Rain, still unaware of the situation, spoke in a stern voice. "Harassing a lady right in the middle of the dining hall corridor in broad daylight? I will take him to the palace." Hearing this, she helplessly imagined the scene of him being thrown into the dungeon by Jekko. Even if he gets arrested, he'll just be released. On the contrary, you're the one who will be arrested. He turned and asked, "Are you all right? Don't be afraid." But she quickly pushed him away. "No, it's not like that." Jekko's expression on the side was darkening. He looked at the two and thought to himself, "I know the Duchess is keeping the daughter of the Pollock family as a maid, and the territories of these two families are close to each other, so they already knew each other from before." Anyway, suddenly, he saw Rain touch her hair. He flared up with murderous intent. Without thinking further, he hurriedly spoke up, "It seems Sir Knight has misunderstood." Jekko quickly approached the two. Rain looked at him in confusion. Unexpectedly, he declared, "I am the Duchess's lover." She jolted in shock. Jekko added, "This is our first time meeting, isn't it? The Duchess never mentioned you." Rain frowned and said, "Don't lie." He asserted, "The Duchess's lover is His Highness the Crown Prince." Helena's inner self was screaming, "You're both wrong, and I already denied it to you, Rain." He stated, "Of course, it's just a rumor, but I've never heard of the Duchess having a lover. And even if she did, if it were the Crown Prince, it would be understandable. But you say it's you?" Hearing this, Jekko gave a slight smile. Are you talking about His Highness the Crown Prince?" Seeing his smile, she wondered, why does he look so amused? This guy, Rain continued. "Furthermore, the Duchess is looking at you with an annoyed expression. If you are lovers, you shouldn't do things the other person hates." Helena nodded along. That sentence hit right at his weak spot. He began to reply, "You've misunderstood. I understand that in the eyes of others, this joke might seem a bit ridiculous." Then he put his arm around her shoulder. "But you don't need to worry. These jokes are just a normal thing, right, darling?" Seeing this, Rain was surprised. "Really?" The Duchess isn't denying it. "So what is your name?" Jekko replied, "Just call me Can. We started this relationship with the premise of marriage." "Really?" Helena thought to herself. Look at his expression. If I say no, he definitely won't be happy. If Rain starts digging into Jekko's identity and talks about arresting him, it will be very troublesome. Anyway, the Pollock family is on the Emperor's side. If the fact that Jekko changes his appearance and walks around gets exposed, it wouldn't be a good thing. She finally sighed. Then she could only reluctantly reply, "Yes, well, it could be like that, but actually it's not." Rain was extremely confused. "What do you mean?" She said, "Anyway, he is my colleague. Because his joke went too far, it made you worry." Helena said with full sincerity, "Thank you for helping me. You looked very cool." Rain was frozen by her beauty at this moment. Then she hurriedly pushed Jekko away. "I'm a bit busy right now, so I'll go first. Let's run." Can I meet you later?" He replied, "Yes, anytime." She replied, "All right, I'll contact you through Lena. See you later." He could only stand there and watch the retreating figures of the two. Suddenly, he saw Jekko's cold gaze directed at him. His eyebrows immediately furrowed together. The scene shifted to a while later at the office. Jekko was currently working diligently. Suddenly, he recalled the encounter with Rain earlier. His expression became thoughtful. "Jekko has accepted my request and appointed me as an inspector. Thanks to Rain's help, the corrupt acts of General Manager Carmen were exposed. In just 4 days, the group of people working with her already knew she was the Duchess. At this time, in Helena's office, she stretched tiredly. I've taken over the desk of the general manager of the tax bureau. I'm so exhausted, working continuously without a break. But anyway, I've resolved the general manager's issue. Rain deserved a lot of credit, because even the opponent was panicked. They were easily defeated. Speeding up this case was the best choice. That's right, because I've been doing this all the time back in my territory. Now I need to decide on a new manager. As long as they let me resign when I want to, then I'll be able to return. Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside. Duchess, a guest has arrived. Helena quickly sat up straight. A guest? At this hour? Let them in. A second later, her face turned pale. The person who appeared this time was Hiria. Hello, I trust the Duchess has been well. Princess. She quickly stood up. I greet Her Highness the Princess, the Moon of Canopus. She replied, all right. I don't know why, but I had a feeling I would meet you here. Anyway, I have something to tell you. Then she sat down on a chair. Lately, I've heard many interesting things, mostly related to the Duchess. Helena felt a bit anxious at this moment. She continued maliciously. So, you and my brother have gotten closer, haven't you? Helena was trying to keep her composure. I'm just doing my best as an aide. In her heart, she thought, what is she scheming, appearing so suddenly? Has the brother-obsessed princess finally come here to punish me? She is the villainess in the novel, but she has been too quiet lately. Hiria said, come sit here. I've heard the rumors. It's truly sad to hear you say that. Are you my brother's lover? Surprised, she could only stay silent. She continued, I don't intend to scold you or anything. I was just very surprised. Why didn't you come find me? I thought you would have many things to ask me. For instance, the reason why the murderer of Marquis Spica bore the emblem of the Knight Order by my side. Unexpectedly, she replied, I'm not curious about that, because I think it was a trap. What kind of fool would commit a murder so foolishly and leave behind such glaringly obvious evidence? Hiria was also a bit surprised by her response. Then she exclaimed, as expected, the Duchess is very interesting. Coming here was indeed the right choice. You know, I really like you. Hearing this, Helena's heart screamed, being favored by the villainess? I don't need it. Then Hiria lowered her voice. That's why I decided to tell you. My brother is going to imprison you. She could only frown and reply, yes? In her heart, she couldn't help but feel confused. It should be the older sister. No, calm down. I came here in place of my sister. The circumstances of us coming here are different. I must not let myself be seduced. Thinking this, she spoke up. I do not understand what the princess is talking about. Hiria replied, of course. How could the Duchess understand? But she quickly asserted, no, that's not what I mean. I will return to my territory, and His Highness has already agreed, because I already won the bet. I can go back, right? I feel so anxious. The problem is, I am wondering about one thing. With this thought, she asked, why is the princess telling me this? Hiria calmly stated, well, good question. This matter that traces back to my brother's childhood. Since he was young, whenever he liked something, he would take it and lock it in his room, whether it was an object or an animal, and even if it was a human. Because my brother has been cursed, it looks very terrible. Helena was surprised. Cursed? I've heard this word before. One could also say it's because of the curse. This was never in the original work. This curse has many symptoms, and one of them is an obsession with having what he wants in his hands. If it is a person, he will resort to imprisonment. Hiria continued, because the Duchess is my brother's lover. I came here to warn you that it won't be long before he imprisons you. Helena was now looking down in deep thought. Could it be? Even though she thought so, she still felt she couldn't completely trust Jekko. But I mustn't show it in front of the princess, because I don't know what she's plotting. Then she quickly spoke up, thank you for telling me, princess, but it seems that is a matter between the two of us. Thank you for worrying about me as well. Hiria suddenly rested her chin on her hand and asked, you don't believe me? She replied, how could that be? I'm thanking you, princess, because even though you are busy, you still took the time to tell me. After that, Hiria slowly stood up. She said, all right, I've said everything I wanted to say. Helena could only bow in greeting, saying nothing more. As soon as the door closed, she sat in deep thought. What on earth did she mean? She recalled the last words Hiria left for her. The Duchess should be more careful, and my brother must be as well. And thank you for clearing my name. Her words were full of strange, hidden meanings. Meanwhile, Hiria had just stepped outside. She strode down the corridor. Suddenly, she smirked. As expected, they are very similar. By some force, the image of Helena's older sister, Callisto, appeared in her mind. As for Helena, she couldn't stop worrying. At the same time, in a gloomy room, a middle-aged voice spoke up. How is it? The person opposite immediately knelt and said, we couldn't catch anything, nothing at all. Yes, Duke Akru has kept his territory unblemished, to a bizarre extent. It seems the Duke deeply cherishes his older sister, his only family, but currently, we haven't found any traces of Callisto Akru. It turned out the person in this room was the Emperor. He stroked his beard and said, then there's no other way. It's fine if there are no weaknesses. Murder is the only answer, isn't it? Use your power, Count Cassus. It turned out the person reporting to him was Oz Cassus, the master of the Cassus relic. He bowed his head and replied, I obey your command. Right after he left, the Emperor continued, Marquis Bolak, I also have a task for you. Count Cassus couldn't find the one with the Akru bloodline, so you go and try to find her. He immediately replied, I obey your command. The scene shifted to the court. Helena was currently sipping a cup of tea. Roderman, upon hearing his name, he immediately appeared. Yes. Unexpectedly, she said, take a good look at me. He wondered, why is that? She looked into the distance and stated, because I'm about to die or be imprisoned. But he asked coldly, then can I run away before getting dragged into it? Annoyed, she ordered a crew to attack him. Go, Akru. Then she quickly adjusted the image for a few seconds. Later, Roderman had been given a summary of what the princess said in Jeko's imprisonment proposal. His hair was now disheveled. So that's what happened. I see. Suddenly he spoke up. I have a question. She asked, what is it? He said, do those two highnesses always express their affection this way? She snapped back, how would I know? But how do you even see that as expressing affection? Roderman stated, there was a character just like that in the books I've read. She grumbled, read less of those books and focus on helping me with work. He whined, I'm already working myself to the bone right now. Hearing that, Helena asked, then how's the task I gave you earlier? His expression also turned serious. Has the auction house not brought that item up yet? Actually, ever since coming to the Imperial Palace, I've always been looking for one thing. Roderman answered, yes, I've searched everywhere, but still haven't found it. The item was a pair of rings once worn by a warrior. In the original story, it acted as a key holding Jeko's chains. This was a treasure used to slay dragons a long time ago, and because the royal family carries dragon blood, they would be affected by it. It would make them obediently follow the words of the wearer, becoming a gentle sheep. One day in the original story, it appeared at an auction in the capital, and Jeko would be unable to move in front of that pair of rings. She was now deep in thought. I can't find it despite searching all sorts of clues. Do I just have to wait for it to appear on its own? Suddenly, her eyes widened in surprise. The David relic suddenly appeared. Hello, human. David. Helena immediately asked, I heard you used your power to fall asleep. Why are you awake? I didn't summon you. He replied, yeah, I just wanted to wake up. Just? Then she began to ask, it's a good time. I have something to ask. First, I will talk about your living arrangements. I will contact the David family, and then I'll arrange for you to return. But it said, I'm not going back. It sprawled on the table and said, I'm not leaving, human. I will stay by your side. Hearing that, she was extremely puzzled. Doesn't that require my permission? But why is that? It said, I don't want to choose a master from that place anymore, and I don't want to sleep forever either. I'm so tired. Seeing this, she wondered, is this a strike declaration? Then Helena asked again, but is it any different being by my side? David answered, I can open my eyes when I'm next to you. I'm not sure either, but it feels like being next to the first master. She was surprised again. The first master? Is that the person who owned all the relics? It was about to suggest, human, perhaps you can also become my master. Suddenly, Spica dashed over and smacked it. That's not fair. It kept poking David. Spica will speak first. Spica was originally going to say it anyway. The atmosphere sank into silence for a moment. The two relics proposed, there's no other way. Human, you must become the master of both me and David. Helena was shocked. Why on earth is it like this? Moreover, who said I would become your master? Spica suddenly exclaimed, that's too much. Tears welled up in its eyes. Using Spica and then throwing me away? You meanie. She was startled. When did I do that? Where did you learn those words? Then it started wailing. When you needed me, you used me so much, didn't you? A crew walked over to interrogate her. Master, why did you make the kid cry? Helena anxiously said, no, it's not like that. They are relics of other families. So how can I become their master? She thought helplessly in her heart. To be honest, I'm not happy about this at all. What if he haunts me even more? Oh, so you've become the master of relics belonging to other families as well, Duchess? Spica stated, there is no one worthy of being my master in Marquis Spica's family. I've looked through all of them. Same for David. They're all just trash. Seeing this, Helena curiously asked, what is your criteria for choosing a master? They answered one by one. They must be kind-hearted and know how to cherish themselves. I just need a bit of talent in martial arts. A crew seemed to strongly agree. Master, think about it carefully. This is beneficial for you too. If you accept them, then a weakling like you can use my power more efficiently. Helena crossed her arms and replied, It is tempting, but is it okay to make such a sudden decision? This is too sudden, and I still have to be mindful of the Crown Prince. Seeing that she couldn't agree yet, the two little ones looked at her with sparkling eyes. Helpless, she had to say, Do as you wish. We won. All right, that's a very good thought, Master. In her heart, she couldn't help but worry. Is it really okay to make such an arbitrary decision? The scene shifted to that afternoon. Helena and Roderman were now walking down the corridor. She spoke up. Regardless, I have to go to the auction house in person. He asked, Will the Duchess remain anonymous? She replied, I'm still thinking about it. In her heart, she was currently troubled. There are too many things happening right now, so I can't be absent. What with defending Jekko and avoiding the Emperor's surveillance. Suddenly, Roderman stopped and called out, Duchess. She turned her head to look at him. He was a bit puzzled. Isn't the corridor too deserted today? Hearing that, she just realized that's true, isn't it? The corridor is so deserted that it gives me a bad premonition. Suddenly, in a corner, there was a man acting extremely suspiciously. A crew quickly appeared. He exclaimed, Master Dodge. Duchess. A sharp arrow shot straight toward her. But Helena quickly blocked it. The mysterious man tilted his head slightly. She frowned. What is this? Fortunately, a crew lent me his power, so I survived. Judging by this direction, did it fly in from the outside? Looking at the arrow in her hand, she wondered. Who could it be? Roderman was extremely worried. Are you all right, Duchess? I will. She hurriedly said, Calm down, Roderman. Even though this area is rarely passed by, it's still the entrance to the tax bureau. I can't let Roderman use magic. Thinking that, she turned to him and said, Don't attack. Call the knights here quickly. He still couldn't stop worrying, but Duchess, that power. Helena thought to herself, I know. I can only maintain this power for a short time. Then she quickly said, There's no time. Hurry up. He immediately ran off. I got it. You must not get hurt, Duchess. You still have to pay my salary. Hearing that, she smiled helplessly. Can you still joke at a time like this? Honestly, thanks to you, I'm less stressed. But at this moment, it's a good thing. She recalled the conversation with the 3 relics just now. So if I become your master, can I also use your powers? They replied, I think you can use it, though there will definitely be a price to pay. The original power of your relic will also be better controlled. Helena now clenched the stream of power in the palm of her hand. If a crew can use his own power and add Spica's power as well, then I can also reduce my dependence. Even if it's only for a short time, I can move like my older sister. Right after that, another arrow was aimed at her. Helena used all her strength to run away. The mysterious man continued to shoot multiple arrows at her. She could only gauge her strength and try her best to run. She suddenly turned her head to look back. She was worried in her heart. There's nowhere left to hide. Master, a crew said, It seems we are no match for him. Let's run. I want to as well, but he's blocking the direction I intended to go. She started to hide behind a wall. Think carefully. If this keeps up, an arrow piercing through me is only a matter of time. And if I get taken down with just one blow, even Spica won't be able to heal me, but I don't know when Roderman will arrive. She pursed her lips anxiously. Then she made a decision. In that case, I'd rather find a way to counterattack. She suddenly noticed an antique vase opposite her. The surrounding scene right now had objects scattered all over the corridor in complete disarray. And the person plotting to assassinate her was Oscar. He was using his ears to search for her location. No matter how she hid, she would be discovered. Found you. Suddenly, an antique vase was thrown at him. Caught off guard, he lost his balance and fell backward. Since when did she get so close? Throwing that from a distance with such speed means her strength is far from normal, but it's useless. His eyebrows knitted together. Before he could regain his bearings, another chair flew toward him. Throwing a chair? He could only stand there and endure those throws. Helena observed and quickly ran away. Good. He's distracted. I have to run away now. A crew hastily warned, Master Dodge. A second later, Oscar raised his sword. 3 arrows started heading toward her. Helena was extremely worried. Damn it, it's too late. Suddenly, a man appeared, leaving her completely surprised. It turned out to be Jekko, but he was in a different form. I'm not late this time, am I? The two of them quickly dodged those arrows. When she saw his face, Helena rejoiced inwardly. I'm still alive. Oscar, seeing this from afar, thought to himself, coming to interfere? It's useless. I'll make you regret daring to meddle. His eyes, full of cold sharpness, turned toward him. Right after, a barrage of arrows flew toward the two of them. Jekko easily deflected those arrows, making him extremely surprised. He blocked them all. He then looked in that direction to see who the person was. Seeing that there was hardly any way to retreat, Oscar could only think, "It seems I can't do anything today." Ending his thoughts, he disappeared. Jekko immediately sheathed his sword. He turned to ask, "Are you hurt anywhere?" Helena replied, "No, Your Highness, thanks to you. Thank goodness." Then he turned around and said, "Stay here. I will be right back." Yes, he couldn't have gone far. I will go find him. About that. Suddenly, she grabbed his hand. Wait. He also quickly stopped. She wondered, about that. What are you planning to do? Jekko smiled and replied, "I won't kill him, but I have to punish him, don't I?" Helena replied, "That's right, as long as you don't kill anyone." "Yes, you absolutely must not kill him, okay? Bring him here." Her whole body started to tremble at this moment. "Evidence. We have to get evidence." He held her trembling hand, then pulled her into his embrace. She frowned and asked, "Your Highness, what's suddenly wrong with you?" He said, "When I was little, whenever I heard thunder, I would tremble. At those times, my mother would hug me like this." "I'm not entirely sure, but do normal people feel reassured when doing this?" A heart-wrenchingly emotionless statement from the male lead, someone who didn't possess a human heart. Jekko took her hand, placed it on his chest, and continued. "The Duke seems to be someone who can't accept her own weakness, just like me when I was a child. So I feel comforted." A long while later, Helena finally spoke up. "I'm fine now. You can let go." He began to tease her. "How did you calm down so fast? What a pity. You would feel more at ease in my arms." She bluntly said, "I refuse." In her heart, she thought to herself, "Even if I almost died, why did I show such an ugly side?" Without thinking much further, she said, "All right, it's all thanks to you that I'm not hurt." Suddenly, Helena looked at him in confusion. His face was now filled with cold, murderous intent. Jekko said, "After going through such a big ordeal, you should go rest now. I will handle the rest." She could only frown at him, and then she spoke. "Your Highness, I'm not the only one who needs to calm down." He froze for a moment. Then he looked at her and asked, "Is it that obvious?" He brushed his hair back to show off his handsome looks. "Then I also want to be hugged by the gentle Duke." Helena stared blankly. She innocently asked, "Will that really do?" She stared at him and thought, "I owe him a life. I only started using a crew recently. I should have realized that I'm not knight, so I need to think more thoroughly. But I relied too much on the relic's power and acted recklessly. If Jekko hadn't arrived, my life would clearly be over." Having thought that, she unexpectedly reached out and wrapped her arms around the back of his neck. Without another word, she embraced him tightly. She sincerely said, "I don't know much about fighting, but I know that you risked yourself to save me." Recalling earlier when she was crying to release her emotions after just facing danger. "I survived." She had also felt his hand trembling. Jekko said, "For someone who doesn't know how to fight, you did very well. It's the first time I've seen someone use a chair as a weapon." She replied, "Yes, so you have to treat me well, all right?" Just like that, the two embraced each other again for a long time. The scene of the two of them at this moment looked incredibly beautiful. Honestly, I give up." Jekko continued, "Thanks to the kind Duke's hug, I've calmed down. It's truly magical." She immediately said, "It's not to the extent of being called magical. Many scholars have said that hugging helps stabilize human psychology." Suddenly, Helena's eyes widened in surprise. Jekko leaned close to her ear and asked, "So, to make the Duke flustered, do I have to do this?" The distance between their lips was incredibly close. She froze, wondering to herself. Suddenly, a humanitarian hug has become a topic for flirting. He also noticed, "Your hair color has returned to normal." After that, the two let go of each other. "So why are you here? You're not dressed like usual either." He replied, I was disguising myself as a servant. While running, I saw the magic being dispelled, so perhaps someone saw it." Helena asked in surprise, "Yes, so, is there any problem?" Jekko immediately replied, "Of course not. Thanks to that, I was able to save you." Those attackers were quite lucky. His expression suddenly turned cold and sharp, and yet they managed to escape having their limbs torn apart, making her break out in goosebumps. Then she fake coughed a few times and said, "Because of me, you couldn't chase after the attacker. In a moment, my aide will arrive with the knights. I will order an investigation." Jekko hurriedly said, "No need. I already know who the culprit is." She wondered, you know who attacked me? Akru and Spica also quickly ran out and said, we know that too, we know too. Casus, it's Casus. That guy Casus dared to target this Akru's master? That guy is no longer my younger brother. Get lost. Helena thought in surprise. Casus belongs to the Emperor's faction, right? It was too obvious. Jekko then also spoke up to let her know. That is the family that possesses the Sagittarius relic, the Emperor's archer. She listened silently to his words. He used the power of the Casus relic to target the Duke. Perhaps this is your first time seeing this. His arrows never miss their mark. If the Duke didn't have a relic, you probably would have died here. Hearing that, anxiety surged in her heart. If they brazenly used such power, then perhaps they won't give up just because of this failure. What if I get attacked again? A moment later, Jekko spoke again, based on that logic, Duke. Taking this opportunity, he once again proposed, what do you think about letting me stay by your side? Despite having experienced this many times, this time she was still completely stunned. He continued, I mean that I will directly become your bodyguard. Hearing that, she became flustered. What are you talking about? You're the Crown Prince. This is too absurd. His Highness the Crown Prince is escorting a duke. Let's put the absurdity aside for a moment. What about your duties? His eyes lit up as he said, your life is being threatened, yet you're still thinking about state affairs? She helplessly replied, of course. Then she said seriously again, I appreciate you worrying about me, but you have to consider your position. Saying this, she suddenly paused. Oh no, he was talking so absurdly that I got a bit too worked up. How could he not know his own position? But why is he willing to go to such lengths for me? Jekko remained silent for a moment before speaking up. Duke, I am not your enemy. Sometimes I feel like the Duke has a prejudice against me. I know my reputation isn't good, but occasionally the Duke is too afraid of me. Are you misunderstanding something? Helena's face also darkened, and then she replied, yes, it's my misunderstanding. Thank you for saving my life, but I dare not entrust my escort to your highness. He said, only someone like me can eliminate Casus's arrows without getting hurt. After that, the two also had a long conversation. The knights belonging to the ducal family are also very excellent. Are you willing to accept losing your limbs? I have a relic. It seems you can't use it for long, but I don't want to see your face after work. Oh, saying that makes me a bit sad. Jekko stated, you are my aide, so nothing will happen during working hours. The issue here is the time after that. I swear I won't do anything to harm you. Yet you still refuse? Hearing that, she frowned in thought, knowing that so clearly, yet he still pulls this trick. Having thought that, she voiced a proposal. If you swear to keep secret what you know and see while accompanying me, then fine. After speaking, the two shook hands as an agreement. How did you know I like girls with many secrets? You must remember your oath. I will not regret my choice. There are two reasons for me to accept Jekko's proposal. First, I don't want to let Roderman act as my escort if he hasn't registered to become a mage. Second, I cannot face this enemy even if I use Akru's power. The only one who can face him is Jekko. Would it be okay? But I can't ask a royal knight to protect me from the Emperor. Akru on this side said, Casus's archer ability isn't just about never missing. Anything in his hands or capable of flying becomes an arrow. He can even create them from the shadows, and he can blend into the darkness, allowing him to attack from within it. How little conscience, will you? Hearing that, Helena sighed and thought, it really is an ability meant for assassination. It seems he's a character destined to die early in the original work. The Emperor is like the final boss in the original story. He has gathered relic owners under his command. Among them, the one I'm most wary of is Viscount Formohat, the master of the Pisces constellation, who possesses the power of hypnosis. Fortunately, the Pisces relic has already fallen into my hands, so I'm much less worried. Akru urged, Master, what are you hesitating for? Hurry out and fight the enemy. This is war. Taking something out, she said, calm down. I definitely won't let this slide, but right now we have no proof, so we can't just carelessly attack Count Casus. The arrows have already melted and disappeared too. It said, boiling with anger. If there's none, make your own proof. Just attack, and the proof will show up. She helplessly advised, please calm down. The relic, truly the Leo constellation, has the exact aura of a lion. Then she took out her sword. I have my own thoughts too, but could you take a look at this for me? Immediately, all three stared intently at the sword. Akru quickly recognized it. This is Biscuit. Seeing her surprise, they explained, that's what we call the youngest of the Pisces in our family. Helena wanted to be sure. So this is indeed the Pisces relic, Formohat, right? They replied, that's right, but it's really strange. Even if it's in a deep sleep, its vitality shouldn't be this weak. Then Akru leaned close to the sword and called out, hey, youngest, She said thoughtfully, anyway, it's really sad that I can't see Formo Hot Soul, but at least it hasn't been used for anything dangerous. Do the masters of the relics ever fight each other? They replied, it's possible. Yeah, I'm sick of fighting. Spica looked extremely angry and said, but our master getting attacked is a different story. We definitely won't let Casas off the hook. Seeing them so fired up, she could only force a smile. All right, thank you. Then she thought to herself, anyway, my abilities have limits. I'll be in danger at night because he can hide in the shadows. Suddenly, Jekko's voice rang out. Duke, it's me. Please come in. When the door opened, her eyes flashed with surprise. Helena saw him with his arm around Roderman's shoulder. Haha, I saw this guy standing guard in front of the door. Is this the Duke's aide? The latter's face was turning blue with fear. Save me, Duke. Seeing this, she was a bit confused. This isn't the first time he's met my aide, so why is he pretending not to know him? Jekko continued, not a knight, but standing guard at the door. Isn't this image a bit too loyal? She forced a smile and replied, yes, my aide is very loyal. Right, Roderman? He sent her a finger heart. Of course, Duke. He also secretly signaled that he hadn't been exposed. Helena also caught the signal. Good job. Actually, Roderman was standing in front of her room to cast protective magic over her bedroom and office. Fortunately, he hadn't been discovered as a mage. Then she frowned and said, Your Highness, please spare my poor aide and come over here. Jekko immediately let him go. Seems like this guy is very reliable. Come to think of it, he seems to always be by the Duke's side. That statement seemed to ooze jealousy. Helena was baffled. He's my aide. Isn't that a given? Her face scrunched up. A second later, he suggested, Then let's talk now, Duke. She said, Roderman, go outside. Yes, Duke. Jekko crossed his arms and looked around. Now it's just the two of us, right? She said, I hope you'll be careful with words that could cause misunderstandings in the office. Suddenly, he exclaimed, The Duke's knights are stationed around the room, so they're more sense than usual. Hearing that, she started thinking about when he was outside the door. Sense? Come to think of it, hadn't he brushed off the spot where he touched Roderman earlier? Thinking this, she said bluntly, Your Highness, you speak as if you can perceive everyone's scent. He didn't deny it. Oh, you noticed? His voice sent chills down one's spine, but the difference was, not only can I perceive everyone's scent, but my senses are also extremely sharp. That's why I hate and feel disgusted by everyone's scent. It's not just my sense of smell. Just touching someone makes me want to peel my own skin off. But I've trained myself so I can handle contact to the extent I just did. Even so, I still find it uncomfortable, except with the Duke. She was now frozen by those words. Jekko slowly took her hand, meaning with the Duke it's fine. He leaned closer and closer to her, both the scent and every sensation when touching you. It's only you. Do you want me to be more blunt? This is the first time in my life I've felt this way, because it's the only one I crave that feeling. As he spoke, he intertwined his fingers with hers. His eyes were filled with infatuation. In this world, only you can make me feel calm. She was incredibly shocked at this moment. What is this? The original story wasn't set up like this. No, rather, it's because I didn't know. Since Helena was originally a jealous supporting character who harmed her older sister, there was no reason for her to have a positive connection with a male lead. If anything has changed, it's that I've been reincarnated. Thinking this, Helena asked, Your Highness, could you tell me exactly what you mean by sharp senses? He answered without a moment's hesitation. If I focus, I can see every speck of dust on a wooden surface. Or from here, I can hear footsteps on the first floor and smell all kinds of scents. To the point it makes me nauseous, especially the smell of perfume lingering too long in the air. But, saying this, he squeezed her hand tighter. He sincerely expressed, When I touch the Duke, I feel completely normal. It's miraculous, isn't it? Even though I don't expect this curse to disappear. She was trying to process the information. A curse? Suddenly, she remembered Hiria's words. Because my brother was cursed. Is this the curse the princess mentioned? Then Helena replied, I see. I will keep that in mind. He felt a bit hurt. Wait, shouldn't you feel pity for me? You're being a bit cold. She said frankly, I am in no position to sympathize with you. Jekko was surprised by that statement. She continued with maturity. Another person's life isn't something to casually pity. If I must express something, it should be respect, because you have endured it until today. He froze, then instinctively covered his mouth. His heart fluttered even more. This is the first time I've heard such a thing. If there was someone else like you in this world, would they say these words to me? Why are you suddenly asking that? I'm not entirely sure about that, but what do you want? Jekko said, Please treat me gently. She replied without a second thought, of course. Then he placed her hand against his cheek. You're the only one who has ever said those words to me. So don't be afraid of me. Because I was afraid of losing you, I threw everything away and came here to protect you. Treat me well, okay? As he said these words, his cheeks had slightly reddened without him realizing. But Helena grew even more thoughtful. I've experienced many such jokes, but I've never faced a moment this dangerous. Perhaps because I know he is truly sincere. So, even though he was at the Imperial Palace, he rushed over without caring about his disguise being exposed. That is an incredibly important identity. Suddenly, Jekko continued, I don't care about anything else. I just want you to remember one thing. This is the first time I've told anyone about my curse. It's the first time I've affirmed that you are the only one for me. I want you to understand how important these things are. You can dominate me or make me submit. The words coming from his mouth also became ambiguous. You can dominate me or make me submit. Helena's cheeks were also flushed red by now. You told me to remember those things, but isn't it a bit too much? My memory isn't that good. He replied happily. That's the most amusing joke I've ever heard. Suddenly, she felt a bit lightheaded. She was feeling extremely shy inside. What is with this atmosphere? Then she told herself, calm down, I have to think about something else, think. The reason the Emperor targeted me is because of Jekko. I'm not sure if he's wary of me cooperating with the Akru family, or if his goal is to kill me to deal a massive shock to Jekko. Thinking this, she quickly asked, Your Highness, why do you think the Emperor ordered Count Cancel to kill me? Seeing this, Jekko pouted and asked, Weren't we having a very romantic conversation? She said bluntly, Excuse me, but please toss that romance aside. This is reality. He explained, The Duke is very capable, but perhaps because he knows I'm clinging to you, he wants to kill you to make me collapse. Actually, that would be very effective, because I would lose the person I consider my one and only. And so, he continued to use his good looks to mesmerize her. Startled, Helena hurriedly backed away a few meters. I can't let my guard down. Then she asked further, He plans to eliminate me outright without even trying to persuade me? He said, Because there's nothing that can threaten the Duke. You don't have weaknesses like corruption. My strengths? She replied, I'm very confident about that. Is being so upright a reason to die? Suddenly he said, Haha, are you serious? In your territory, there's a very interesting place. I think it's called a casino. She was a bit surprised. What? He knows about this too? I really can't let my guard down. She had to pretend. What are you talking about? Then Helena shared seriously. Anyway, I'm like a living tranquilizer for your highness, while to the Emperor, I'm a thorn in his side. So if you don't protect me directly, you won't feel at ease, right? He nodded. Well, that's true. A tranquilizer, huh? She suddenly recalled the confinement proposal from the previous meal. Duke, what do you think about accepting my earlier proposal? I'm sure you'll be safer. Duke, haven't you thought about being confined by agreement? Helena had now made her decision. You mean that crazy proposal? I haven't thought about it. She thought to herself. My original goal was to return home quickly, but what if Jekko changes his mind while I'm confined? What will be the point of the wish then? The risk is too great. Hearing that, he wondered, but if you pretend to be confined, I can protect you 24 hours a day. She didn't answer but asked back, I know your highness has special feelings for me, but will you give up so easily? He once again expressed, You finally understand my heart. My confidence in my charm has increased again. She bluntly blurted out, You are off topic. Then he seriously said, It's really sad. You're the only one for me. That is a secret between the two of us. I was only obsessed once with the woman who raised me, but I didn't feel comfortable smelling her scent, nor could I touch her. I know it was wrong. Saying this, his palms clenched tightly. I shouldn't have done it, even if the nanny allowed it. That's why I find this curse so terrible, Duke. Helena wondered, Why did you cherish that nanny? Jekko replied, Let's see, maybe because she was very gentle. If not, it must be because she didn't call me a monster. She was very gentle with me. Hearing that, she continued asking, So, is that why you pretend to smile? Perhaps in front of everyone. This smile is very natural, but it doesn't come from sincerity. The smile will remain the same even without understanding the other person, unless it's to hide a purpose. Saying this, Helena suddenly stopped. Your Highness, I'm sorry for making you recall painful memories. He said, No, not really. Actually, I didn't think I would be this honest. She was surprised to see his ears turning red from shyness. Only now do I know a little about this man. I always felt scared because I remembered the images in the original story. Then Helena approached him. You should think positively. In the future, if you need it, I will cooperate. Jekko was curious. How will you do that? She started taking the initiative. Like this, at this level, I still agree to cooperate. He froze at this moment. His face gradually flushed red. Then he burst out laughing and replied, That works too. I know this is a special situation, so ultimately, I still accept his protection. A moment later, Helena had changed into her pajamas. Are you really going to sleep here? Jekko smiled brightly and said, do you see any assassin who distinguishes between day and night? Then he turned away and chuckled to himself. Besides, the best choice is at night. The Duke is so innocent. Seeing that, her mind was in turmoil. Aren't you hindering my path to love? He continued to bait her. Then you just need to marry me. But the response was still her bluntness. No thanks. This is a special situation, so I'll understand, but please change your appearance. That appearance. Doesn't the Duke like handsome men? That's a different story. Then he immediately changed to another appearance. I know. But his hair still had a bit of red at the nape of his neck. When he was about to put on his hat, she quickly stopped him. There's no need to hide it. I already said it. Your Highness suits the color red very well. Jekko was quite surprised. Seeing her hand holding his, he asked, Duke, are you acting naturally when touching me now? Helena replied, because you have told me the whole truth, so I won't deny that I'm a bit more natural. And so the two chatted with each other for a while. That's a strategy. Oh no, is that your answer? Don't treat people like an answer. Anyway, you have to keep your promise. Absolutely do not climb into my bed. Since you said that, I kind of want to try climbing into it once. I will kick you out. Without saying anything more, Helena climbed into bed and lay down. She opened her eyes wide, looking over to see him sitting next to her with his arms crossed and eyes closed. Is he going to sleep like that all night? Then she just pulled the blanket up tightly. Whatever, his physique is like a monster anyway, so it's better to worry about myself. Suddenly, Jekko spoke up. This is the first time I've found the night so quiet, truly the first time. Helena immediately peeked her head out. The space in the room was extremely silent at this moment. He asked, Duke, how did you prepare this room to deal with intruders? She replied, I created a magic shield. I see. Helena suddenly sat up. Why is the warning magic suddenly going off? Unexpectedly, the window burst open. Jekko was extremely calm. Unfortunately, that side is one step ahead of you. As soon as he finished speaking, Oz coldly appeared, and a second later, a barrage of arrows shot out. Jekko quickly grabbed her and moved to another spot. Helena was confused. What is that? Where are they flying from? He said, that's why Causis's power is more useful at night. That shadow is the enemy's entire range. Looking at the barrage of arrows radiating power, she frowned and turned to ask, why can't a crew do that? She immediately retorted, whose fault is that? Before leaving, he said, I'll be right back. But before he could leave, another barrage of arrows continued to be fired. Suddenly, he exclaimed, your mage is quite good. Not only can he use darkness, Causis is also stronger at night, so it's even more dangerous. But compared to the beginning, the speed and power have slowed down significantly. She seemed to understand. Could it be thanks to the protective magic surrounding this room? And in the office too? He replied, yeah, it seems so. So we have to fight in the bedroom. She started crying inwardly. Roderman, you are so good. You are well worth the wages I pay you. Even though I've been found out to have my own mage, I just need to make sure no one knows that mage is unregistered. Suddenly noticing the side, Helena quickly cried out, Your Highness, on the left. Jekko was extremely agile, easily holding her to dodge those attacks. She thought to herself that dodging forever wasn't the solution. Seeing the royal wallpaper torn to shreds made her heart ache even more. Who could stand this every night? You bastard, give me the repair money right now. The arrows seemed infinite, with no end in sight. Helena immediately asked a crew, do you know Causis's location? She replied, I don't know the exact location. It seems he is hiding his position with his power. David next to her said, let me go take a look, okay? I'll leave it to you then. As soon as he finished speaking, he flew outside. Both of them were extremely tense right now. She felt like he was giving her a thrill ride, flying all over the place. She observed and thought to herself, but if he keeps dodging like this, the other side must be really annoyed. Is he Spider-Man? Then Helena spoke up and asked, does your highness know Causis's power well? Jekko replied, yes, I know it very well. Watch your back. The previous Count Causis told me. She started to process this in her brain. The previous Count Causis belonging to the Emperor's faction, revealed the secret before he died. Thinking about it, she turned to question him. Did your highness kill him? Did he reveal the secret because you tortured him? He replied, not at all. Is it your first thought? That's really sad. As I said before, Causis is a family belonging to the Emperor's faction, so it wouldn't be strange for him to kill the predecessor. But there's no reason for him to lie to me, so what he said must be true. Thinking this, Helena immediately spoke up. Your highness, we can use this situation to our advantage. As she turned around, she froze. She saw a wound on his face in the mirror. Jekko said, "Don't worry, I didn't get hit by an arrow. It's just a scratch from the furniture." Hearing that, she felt more relieved. That's a relief. "First, we need to prepare some items. Tell me, we need arrows. I wonder if there's a way to keep those arrows from disappearing?" Jekko said. "Let's see. I've never tried it, so I don't know either." Unexpectedly, Spica exclaimed, "Master, I think I can do it. I can do it. Causis's power is darkness, and my body is light. Since the attributes are completely opposite, let's give it a try." As she was about to explain the plan, he used his wind-like speed to weave her to another spot. Her head was spinning, thinking she was on a roller coaster. Jekko was extremely amused. "Duke, don't worry if you accidentally throw up on me. You could just take responsibility by marrying me." She helplessly said, "Even if I throw up, I will try to swallow it back. Can you keep that arrow for me? With your hands." Hearing that request, he said, "This request of yours is a bit difficult. He is shooting arrows so fiercely. Even for Jekko, it's a bit difficult, huh?" She replied, full of confidence, "But I will strike back at the Emperor." He froze for a few seconds, but quickly regained his composure. "All right, let's wait for the right moment." Helena frowned tensely. She suddenly shouted, "Your Highness, this arrow is poisonous." He still calmly replied, "Yeah, I know. How annoying." Arrows appeared from all directions. After speaking, Jekko planted his sword firmly into the ground. She walked over and asked, "So can you deal with him?" He replied, "Of course, but this power cannot be used in an arrow room because I might lose control. I'm not confident I can protect you from myself, so I have to deal with him quickly. If I give you this arrow, will you do me a favor? It's simple. Watch your head." Helena immediately ducked low and asked, "What favor?" "It has to be simple." He flew down and reached his hand towards her. "Of course, you just need to agree with me." She quickly realized his deviousness. "I refuse. Do whatever you want." Suddenly, both of them silently turned to look. The newlyweds also started panicking. "Oh, a giant bow and arrow. This is too much. This is cheating. Get down, Duke." Helena was extremely worried and screamed loudly. Jekko said very calmly, "If I do this, you will be temporarily safe, but you should still use a crew's power." Hearing that, she wondered, "What about your Highness?" As he spoke, he flew off. "I have to complete the task you gave me." A crew in Spica immediately walked over and said, "What terrifying power. I have a bad feeling about this." "That's right, he looks just like a dragon." "We are no match for a dragon," Helena thought as she watched him fight. "I absolutely shouldn't use force to confront him." In a small corner, the three were discussing. "Causis is so pitiful." "I think so too. The real pitiful thing is my bedroom." Jekko, on the other hand, also drew his weapon. He leisurely parried each attack. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed as he looked at the arrow rushing towards him. Without a moment's hesitation, he reached out his hand as if to catch the arrow, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Helena's face turned completely pale and her expression darkened. Then she screamed, "Your Highness!" She quickly ran over to him. Jekko said, "That's enough for tonight." He held up his hand, which was pierced by the arrow, and asked, "Here, you said you need an arrow, right? Even though it will be slower because of my blood, it will eventually disappear." Before he could finish, she yelled, "What on earth are you doing?" He froze for a moment, and Helena's eyes also began to well up with tears. Jekko looked at her with a serious face and slowly said, "I don't understand. I did what you wanted, but why are you so angry?" This innocent question only made her angrier. Helena grabbed his collar. "Did I ever tell you to get hit by the arrow?" Her voice was full of fierceness. "I only asked you to get the arrow for me. If it was too difficult, you should have just let it go. Why would you blindly throw yourself at it like that?" But Jekko still said completely calmly, "This choice is very logical because the arrow needs to be soaked in my blood." Hearing that, she could only fall silent, then slowly let go of him. He looked at her with extremely confused eyes. He spoke apologetically, "Duke, just tell me what the problem is. I will fix it next time." Helena thought to herself, the fact that he doesn't hesitate to hurt himself and doesn't realize the problem is all due to the environment he grew up in, a father who constantly sent assassins to kill his own son. And the son had to bear all of that. The lives of those around him withered away just for being near him. Moreover, the curse makes his existence like a candle in the wind. These are the things that made Jekko the person he is today. Her voice finally softened, and she said with deep concern, I don't want your Highness to get hurt." Jekko's eyes widened in surprise. He instinctively raised his hand to cover his mouth and exclaimed, so that's it. Putting his feelings aside for a moment, he said, "But Duke, we are running out of time. We need to deal with this first." She replied, "Ah yes, for now, this arrow." Before she could finish, he decided, "I'll pull it out." Saying that, he pulled it out without any hesitation, causing a lot of blood to gush out. Helena was extremely worried. She quickly called out to Spica, "I've been waiting for you to say that." Soon after, the wound on Jekko's hand disappeared. "I have used the relic's power, so it won't disappear anymore." He was slightly surprised. "So a crew's power can be used in this way too?" She replied, "Yes, but you need to be treated first." He turned to her and said, "Don't worry too much about it. My recovery ability is twice as fast as a normal person's." Helena said while bandaging his wound, "Even so, you still feel pain. Do you feel twice as much pain?" His face remained emotionless as he answered, "No, it's just the smell of blood making me a bit dizzy." She looked up at him. She suddenly saw his face filled with anxiety. Then Helena tightly held his hand and asked, "Yes, I know. Does it feel better if I hold your hand like this?" Jekko took the opportunity to suggest, "Yeah, well, a hug would probably be even better." But this time, she reacted differently than before. "All right, but I have to stop the bleeding first." Hearing that, he was incredibly shocked. Then he started teasing, "I guess it wouldn't hurt to get my hand pierced 2 more times." She warned, "Don't joke with me." He blushed and said, "No, I'm telling the truth. I like it when you worry about me. So even if I lose this hand, it's fine." Thus, the two were left with completely different moods. Helena was left speechless. "What kind of flirting is this?" Then she asked, "Should we call a healing mage over?" He replied, "Haha, there's no need. But what do you plan to use it for, Duke?" She gave a wicked smile and declared, "I will use it as evidence. I will make that loyal dog stay up all night and pay the price many times over." The scene shifted to 4 days later. There was a lot of gossip going around the palace. Have you heard about it? I heard. TSK, this world is so cruel. To think there was an assassination attempt on Duke Crew. I heard her arm was almost severed from her body, right? No, I heard her leg was broken. And I heard her life was in danger. Even though we don't know which one is true, it sounds very dangerous. Helena, meanwhile, was still calmly sipping her tea. She praised, "Lena, this is really fragrant. Your skills are getting better and better." Lena was extremely happy. "Ah, thank you. Hee. It's a pity we can't go out when the weather is this beautiful, Duke." Suddenly, Helena asked, "By the way, how are the rumors spreading?" She replied, "Yes, I heard it from a servant. Just as you said, the name of the attacking family has already spread widely." Helena felt reassured, just as planned. "I didn't even have to do anything, and it spread that much on its own." The loudest rumor in the Imperial Palace right now was that Marquis Pollock attempted to assassinate Duke Crew. Publicly speaking, Count Cassius's power is unknown, which means it would be very difficult to prove he was the mastermind. Therefore, I decided to target the one behind him. Naturally, the more sensational a rumor is, the easier it spreads. The long-standing head of the Emperor's faction targeting the life of the Crown Prince's faction's rookie. Anyone interested in politics would definitely be intrigued. Helena pondered as she sipped her tea. Moreover, I don't have to worry about Count Cassius attacking again in the near future, because even Pollock has been dragged into this, so he has to be more careful. If Marquis Pollock speaks up to deny it, people will pay even more attention. Then who attacked? Duke Crew. I wonder when Pollock will speak up. Suddenly, Lena remembered, "Ah, Duke, I forgot to tell you something. My brother said he would come looking for you." Just as she asked, when the sound of footsteps rang out. A second later, both of them looked towards the door. "Duke, you have a guest," she asked, slightly annoyed. "I told you I'm refusing visitors." "Who is it?" A voice from outside replied, "I am Rain Pollock." Lena informed her, "My brother returned from his business trip yesterday." Hearing that, she replied, "Ah, if it's Sir Pollock, it's fine. Let him in." A second later, the door opened, and Rain walked in with a panicked expression. "Duke, are you all right? I heard you were attacked." Both of them stared at him, dumbfounded. Then she turned to ask Lena, "You didn't tell him?" Lena began to introduce herself. "I am Lena, the one abandoned by my family. I'm a left hand of the great Duke Crew. Even with a knife to my neck, I will keep secrets. Family is no exception." Helena raised her hand to interject. "I want to ask, does that include Sir Pollock?" She bluntly replied, "Of course. What if he tells our father?" Those words felt like a knife piercing Rain's heart. "It really hurts. I raised my sister like my own daughter, and it was all for nothing." She continued, "I was only half joking. I didn't have the chance to tell him, because the mansion is full of our father's eyes and ears." Helena understood. "So that's how it is. Rain then spoke up and asked, "So, is the Duke still all right?" Seeing his dazzling face, she felt helpless. "Are you trying to attack me with your good looks? It's too blinding. As you can see, I am fine. Thank you for worrying about me." Suddenly, he froze, then dropped to his knees and clutched his head. "Lena, you really..." Seeing this, she thought to herself, this scene is actually a bit touching. Then she said, "The one who got injured is actually the crown prince. He took the hit for me." Those words made him panic even more. "You mean the situation was that dangerous?" She replied, "That's right, but it's not as exaggerated as the rumors say." Rain stayed silent for a moment, then looked straight at her. He said with full sincerity, "Me too. I can also take a hit for you, Duke." She calmly stated, "If you feel responsible because of the rumor that Marquis Pollock attacked me." Suddenly, he made an offer. "Yes, let me deal with my father. I will hit him right where it hurts. Please don't refuse." Helena was completely stunned. "Calm down. Marquis Pollock didn't attack me. I just spread the rumor." She explained, "The reason I dragged Marquis Pollock, who happens to be your father, into this is because he is very conservative. Since this concerns his own honor, I figured he would step forward to assert his innocence. Even if the Emperor's faction is in the same boat, there is no benefit in taking the blame for something he didn't do. He definitely wouldn't step up to take the fall for Cassus." Rain's eyebrows suddenly furrowed. "Your judgment is very accurate." Helena set her teacup down and continued, "I have something else to do, which is why I'm using this as a stepping stone. I will help Lena and you break free from Marquis Pollock's shackles." He was extremely surprised. "How did you know?" "No, what do you mean?" She calmly replied, "I heard from Lena about the situation." Her eyes darkened, and a second later, she spoke up. "A crew wants a son-in-law to marry into the family. I know Jekko is gradually recovering, but apart from basic human sympathy and pity for his curse, I cannot stay by his side. The kind of happiness I want is to be with my older sister and live in a crew. I want to live happily with my family, on the land that I've spent my whole life protecting and nurturing. I cannot achieve that happiness if I stay in the Imperial Palace. If I am the only existence for him, Jekko will use every means to keep me. Therefore, he and I are not meant to be." Thinking of this, all the memories she had shared with Jekko kept flashing through her mind. "I can't be certain, but if something like that happens again..." He had also appeared when she was in danger. "I'm not late this time, am I?" His handsome face just kept appearing in her mind. And there were also the times when the two forgot their boundaries and drew close to each other. "I am the Duke, the one responsible for my territory and my family." Having made up her mind, Helena extended her hand and proposed. "Would you like to become my partner?" The room fell into silence. Lena was so shocked that she was left speechless. Rain's face flushed red. "Do you mean you're saying you like me?" Hearing this, Helena nonchalantly said, "Huh? Not all." The word struck Lena's ears like a bolt of lightning. Then she hastily explained, "I'm truly sorry, but this is a contract transaction that does not involve love. I don't mind a political marriage. I'm just saying this in advance to avoid misunderstandings. But if you have feelings for me, I won't be able to reciprocate. If I guessed wrong, then I apologize." Rain also quieted down. A moment later, he quickly gave his response. "All right, I will think more positively about marrying into your family." Seeing this, Helena was a bit surprised. "Wait, there's no need to rush like that. I was just saying that in advance." He stated, "I don't want to think in a positive direction. Even if this is an emotionless transaction, as long as we go to a crew, my sister and I will definitely be free." Her eyes suddenly widened. He continued, "It's just, is it alright if I keep these feelings in my heart?" Acknowledged by everyone as the head of the Emperor's faction, the sole heir of Marquis Pollock. The words used to describe Rain Pollock seemed to paint a path paved with flowers. Recalling the time when Rain was 7 years old, he barged straight into his father's room and pleaded, "Father, please let Lena go. I beg you." He coldly turned his head. "You weakling, she is not my daughter." He remained persistent. "She is also your child, and mother used to love Lena very much too." But he was full of cold-bloodedness. "So noisy, get out." And he could only stand before a door, his face filled with sorrow. Lena's cries also rang out. "I'm so scared, brother. I don't want to be alone." He was no better off than her. "It's okay, Lena. It's okay." We realized we were different from others very early on. Even when apart, we could still feel each other's emotions, as if there was always a thread connecting the two of us. Are all twins like this? The Marchioness and Marquis Pollock married for political benefits. Afterwards, the Marchioness fell in love with the Marquis, but unfortunately, he did not feel the same. At that time, Rain's mother constantly said, "Regardless, he is still your father. He will surely love you." I have failed, but I was wrong. He viewed all of humanity, except himself, as tools. The only one treated like a human being was Rain, his heir and his only son. The only thing received in return for that fierce and blind love was a 0. Therefore, I must absolutely never fall in love with anyone. And one day, many beautiful girls came to the Pollock mansion. Rain was there as well, but he exuded a cold demeanor. Suddenly, a little girl ran up to him. "Young master." As she spoke, the little girl held out a small cloth. "You dropped this handkerchief." Rain coldly said, "Thank you, my lady." Suddenly, the little girl offered, "It got dirty from falling on the ground. Let me wash it." But he firmly replied, "There is no need. Thank you for your kindness." Within the little girl at that moment seemed to be an unspoken affection. But suddenly Rain noticed something in the distance. His father's servant was heading towards the main mansion. Thinking this, he quickly said, "Then excuse me, my lady, please enjoy the party." This left the little girl extremely regretful. "Young master, he's gone. He really doesn't give anyone a chance." On this side, Rain walked over to the man and asked, "Hey, are you on your way to see my father?" Suddenly, his eyes widened as if he realized something. The man clasped his hands together. "Ah, it's the young master." "Don't worry, young master. This does not concern you." Rain, without saying a word, immediately ran off. It turned out he had just seen a bloodstain on the man's cuff. He quickly opened the door to her room, Lena. She was lying on the floor, struggling in pain. "Brother." Rain walked over to her and asked, "Did father do this again?" She replied, "No, it's because I did something wrong." The little girl's tears kept flowing. "It's my fault, so I'm just being punished." Then the little girl grabbed her brother's shirt. "He punishes me because he loves me. We are a family after all. That's why he hasn't chased me away." These words left Rain stunned. He said somberly, "No, don't hold on to such hopes. In this world, only you and I are truly each other's family." Lena stayed silent for a moment before saying, "No, we can be loved too. We can also be loved. Just like the book Mother used to read to us, right, brother?" Because it was the last fortress protecting his frail sister's wishes, Rain did not deny it. When they reached adulthood, Lena would always advise him, "Brother, don't treat women so poorly. You are a knight. You must uphold the spirit of chivalry." Seeing her like that, Rain felt completely helpless. "Do you know that they were bad-mouthing you?" She innocently replied, "That's just because you're so amazing. Someone as terrible as me being your sister is just too strange. You know that, brother." It must be said that Lena was a heartbreakingly sensible girl. Since when, Lena no longer spoke of her own wishes, but instead she said, "I want to see you meet a beautiful sister-in-law like the heroine in a novel and live happily together." Rain at that time also asked her back, "If I do that, what about you?" At the age of 18, Rain became the master of the relic under Pollock's selection, but his relationship with his father did not improve much. "Well done, Rain. I don't need praise." Suddenly, his father uttered cold-blooded words. "Now it's time to dispose of that useless brat." He patted his shoulder and said, "Hasn't the relic already chosen its master?" The Pollock relic only chooses a master when there are twins in the family. Once the choice is made, the other one must be eliminated. That is the tradition of this family, Rain. When I regained my senses, I had unconsciously taken Lena outside, but there was no way the family would easily let go of the heir, so I was dragged back many times. Marquis Pollock constantly said, "Son, I am so sorry. Is it because of how you were raised when you were young?" There was no other way back then. After I became the master of the relic, his attitude changed 180 degrees. As for Lena, the one who should have received an apology, she was treated by him as if she didn't exist. I decided to turn my back on the family, ever since his father exclaimed, "I will sever ties with her." His expression was always filled with danger and scheming. Then one day, he was talking with Lena. "Brother, father contacted me to apologize." She was extremely moved at that time. "I am truly remorseful. So please live happily as a family." "Really? But I don't see any apology. Is it too foolish for me to trust him just once, even knowing he isn't sincere?" But that day, Lena almost died at the hands of the assassins sent by their father. The bond formed from birth was not something that could be severed by sheer will. She had to lie in bed for a long time back then. Rain was constantly worried by her side. "Lena, please eat something. It's been days." But Lena's face at that time seemed utterly devoid of emotion. His face also fell. He tried his best. "I'm begging you. Lena, I only have you left. Can't you keep living? I beg you." After that, Lena suddenly spoke up. "Brother, let's enter the royal palace." The next day, Lena applied to work at the royal palace. That was also the reason she became a servant. "If we are there, father will think he can kill or control us at any time." As long as he holds the leash, he will be at ease. You know that. That's right. The Marquis stopped assassinating Lena, and Lena regained her smile at the royal palace, even if it was just a forced smile that could disappear in an instant. And one day, Lena suddenly exclaimed, "Brother, brother, I saw the Duke." She was extremely excited. The Duke of Accru. I mean, if you saw her, you'd be really surprised too. She is super beautiful. I don't know how such a fragile body can possess such an imposing aura. Hearing this, a sense of gratitude welled up in Rain's heart. Thank you. Not only did you save Lena, but you also helped her once decaying soul become happier. If you need help, just tell me. That's why I am willing to help. Lena continued, "Brother, the Duke looks like someone who pioneers her own life. How is that even possible? Confident, free. I want to live a life like that too." The light within her had also been ignited at that moment. I also want to become an amazing person like the Duke. Rain was also a bit surprised and realized that she wasn't the only one captivated. Returning to the present, upon hearing Helena say, "I'm just saying this in advance to avoid misunderstandings. But if you have feelings for me, I won't be able to reciprocate. If I guess wrong, then I apologize." Rain was deep in thought. They say twins share the same fate. I have lived my whole life for my sister, but the one who brought back her smile wasn't me. It was her. He recalled her proposal that day. "I will help you and Lena escape the shackles of Marquis Pollock." She said she would help us escape the shackles of our bloodline. The twins had always relied on each other to survive, so they couldn't possibly know how not to be mesmerized by such noble and glorious light. I had decided that I would never love anyone, but she doesn't exploit love like my father did, nor does she discard it like a worthless object. Therefore, I am not in pain at all, but without a moment of hesitation, I asked, "Is it alright if I keep these feelings in my heart?" Like raindrops falling on a barren desert, a newly sprouted flower named love. Upon hearing Rain's question, Helena was stunned. Her cheeks flushed slightly. "I didn't hear that wrong, did I?" He replied somewhat shyly, "No, you didn't." As if wanting to be sure, she asked, "Could you repeat that again?" He said, "That's not difficult." His face grew redder and redder, but it might turn into a confession. Helena immediately raised her hand and said, "No, I'm truly sorry. A slip of the tongue. I take it back." He replied, "Yes, I understand." The atmosphere suddenly fell into silence. Suddenly, a soft sound echoed. It turned out to be Lena, who was extremely amused. Only then did Helena remember. "Oh right, Lena is still here." Confessing right in front of his blood relative? Being so sudden makes this so awkward for me. Why on earth does Rain like me anyway? It's just that we found the murderer together. He asked for his sister to be my maid, and I'm just repaying the favor from when I was at Count Cabana's estate. Her face began to sink. Suddenly, she asked, "Do you perhaps find my scent pleasant too?" She was a bit startled by herself. What am I even saying? Rain awkwardly said, "Ah, it is indeed very pleasant. It's not that I don't like it, but liking you just because of that would make me seem a bit like a pervert." That sentence made her think of Jekko. Right, it's because I have a pervert like that next to me. Even Rain knows about it. He continued, "That scent is also a part of the Duke. To be specific, I'm attracted to many other things as well." He gave a warm smile, but perhaps going into such detail wouldn't be appropriate, because everything about the Duke is wonderful. Helena froze for a few seconds. She suddenly recalled the moments she spent with Jekko. She thought to herself, "Why am I thinking of that annoying guy? This is not the time to think about him. I need to answer quickly, because that is the minimum courtesy for Rain's feelings." Having made up her mind, Helena expressed her true feelings. "I'm really sorry, but I cannot reciprocate your feelings." "I'm sorry." Hearing that, Rain fell silent for a moment. He clenched his fists and said, "Yes, thank you for telling me that." Then suddenly he asked again, "Then may I ask you one thing?" "Go ahead and ask." "Has anyone ever told you that they like the Duke's scent?" That question left her speechless. Rain, burning with indignation, said, "I am very confident in eliminating perverts." She helplessly replied, "No, I'm fine. I already chased him away. And if your feelings are like that, then I'm sorry. I would like to withdraw the marriage proposal." Hearing that, Rain hurriedly said, "No, Duke, I also need that proposal." He was full of seriousness. "Could you please reconsider? It's not because of my feelings. Even though I feel gloomy inside, I cannot guarantee that I can protect Lena." Hearing that, Helena's face showed great concern. "Cannot guarantee?" He then said, "I don't know how much Lena has told you. Right now, she is safe because she is out of our father's sight. But no one knows how long this situation will last. We have to escape from Pollock. Both she and I must be safe." She thought to herself, "This is more serious than I thought. Such a cruel tradition is still passed down in Pollock." Then she spoke up, "I heard that words can't do anything either. Yes, everyone in the family follows my father's orders like fanatics. Helena began to ponder deeply. If Rain didn't like me, I probably wouldn't have withdrawn that proposal. This is really awkward. Rain observed her for a long time and then spoke up. Duke, you have helped our siblings a lot, so I don't want to deceive you. When taking action, I already knew things would turn out like this, so it's okay. That's why I'm asking you to reconsider. I will be clearer. I do not want to become the head of that disgusting family. She was briefly surprised by those words, Lord Rain. In the novel, he is Marquis Pollock. Then wasn't it the hatred for the one who murdered his sister that made him endure all those humiliations? That is a path full of hardships. He really is someone who cares deeply for his sister. I understand that feeling too. Thinking of this, she began to miss her own older sister. Then Helena spoke. All right, I will think more carefully about the marriage proposal. Rain said, Thank you, Duke. She replied, It's nothing, but I have a favor to ask of you, unrelated to this matter. Can you summon Pollock here? The Gemini relic. This is a relic I definitely want to see if given the chance. Rain was slightly surprised. You mean Pollock? I can summon them here, but this place will become a mess. Is that okay? She was a bit confused, huh? He explained, It's embarrassing, but I'm still not proficient at controlling my power. Helena understood. If that's the case, could you wait a moment? A moment later, Roderman appeared. I have used magic to protect the room. It won't be easily destroyed. Rain turned to look at him in confusion. While casting the magic, Roderman had heard the whole story. This is the Duke's taste, isn't it? She was startled. No, what? Seriously, how can you be so sure about my taste? He began to list. The Duke likes the pale, pure type. Helena quickly said, Get off work. He immediately fell silent and skipped away. I'm leaving. She was left speechless, while the other two switched to gossip mode. Lena whispered, Brother, I don't think you have a chance, but just make use of your face first. Helena hurriedly changed the subject. Let's wrap this up, shall we? Then Rain touched his relic. Then I'll do it. He called out, Pollock, Castor. Everything around them began to shake. Helena wondered, are objects floating? Suddenly, her eyes widened in surprise. Figures appeared in the air. Haha, you called us out? It's been a while since I was summoned. Rain is calling us. Pollock. The relic this time was not just one person, but two. As soon as Helena saw them, she recognized them. That's Pollock. She was a bit puzzled. But wait, the objects seemed to be flying higher and higher. Suddenly, Rain cried out, Stop right there. She looked back blankly. He was panting incessantly. His face also seemed to be losing consciousness. Lena leaned into her ear and said, The power of our family's relic is telekinesis. The relic's personalities are a bit erratic, so he always struggles with them. Yet it really seems so. The relics began to speak. It's been a long time since you called us out, and now you're complaining? That's too much, but we'll let you off. We'll let you off. Immediately, they spread their wings. Helena watched in surprise. They suddenly approached her. Hello, I am Castor. I am Pollock. Looking closely, they're even more beautiful. Truly beautiful. She was stunned. Thank you. Suddenly one of them said, She's worth Rain falling for. He quickly covered its mouth. Shut up. Helena observed and thought to herself, dealing with someone like that is a bit too much for Rain. Then he warned, if you keep talking nonsense, then go back immediately. The relic sighed and said, So mean. Didn't you call us out to introduce us? If you want to introduce us, you should do it properly. We don't just use telekinesis. We can also hear the minds of others. That's right, hearing minds. It can only be used on the girl he likes. In the quiet of the night, I always long to see you. Say it louder. Rain's face was flushed red at this moment, his whole body trembling nonstop. He snapped, Be quiet. He's blushing. She stood behind them feeling helpless. It turns out my family's relic is the obedient type. But why is a crew so quiet? Before, she would appear on her own without even being called. Suddenly, David appeared and said, A crew and Spica won't appear anymore. They don't want to face those crazy guys. Suddenly, the two kids noticed him. They brushed past her as fast as a gust of wind. Then they quickly grabbed David and spun him around. David, it's been 100 years, hasn't it? So dizzy. Isn't it 200 years? Nice to see you. Rain on the other side was a bit confused. Duke, isn't David the Capricorn relic? How could? She thought to herself. The two of them can't see David, can they? Suddenly, Helena remembered the words he once asked. Could it be that you can not only see the spirit of your family's relic, but also those of other families? Rain only knew she could see the spirits of other relics, but didn't know she could use their power. But this wasn't something she needed to hide. She revealed, That's why I asked you to summon the spirit of the Pollock relic. I can see the spirits of relics without masters and can also use a little bit of their power. Do you have any information about this? He replied, No, I have never heard or seen such a case, and of course, I have never seen it in the family records either. I have read almost all the records about the relics, so I definitely can't be mistaken. One of the kids walked over and asked, "Are you the master of Akrur, David?" There's a scent of spica too, and what else smells so good, so fragrant? They quickly approached her again. Helena suddenly remembered Jekko. Why does everyone keep mentioning my scent? Without thinking much, she asked further, if it's not in the family records, would the twins know anything? They answered blankly, us? We don't know either. She still didn't give up. Do you remember your first master? My relics said that I am similar to that person. They immediately realized, the first master. That's right, it's this feeling. Doesn't this person's soul somewhat resemble the first master? It seems so. Helena frowned and thought, they think so too? What kind of person was the first master anyway? Then she asked further, then how can I use the relics of other families like the first master? Suddenly, the two of them showed a sinister smile. They answered, you just need to pay the corresponding price. Blood, physical strength, vitality, anything is possible. If you want to be even stronger than even your lifespan. Rain immediately went over and covered their mouths. Don't listen to them, Duke. They're like chaotic wind creatures, or maybe goblins that tempt humans. They are very interested in teasing humans, and I myself have been a victim of that. It's best that you pay more attention. Helena replied, yes, thank you for telling me. Then she pointed at the sword and asked, then do you know what happened to this relic? They also quickly recognized it. This is Fomalhaut, the Pisces relic. Even if it's sleeping, it's really strange, like it's not here. But I can still feel its power. I'm not sure, but I don't feel it like you do. Hearing that, Helena was quite satisfied, I see. Thank you, Lord Pollock. Thank you for your help. He replied, it's nothing. I'm glad I could help you. Seeing that, they immediately questioned him. What's with that expression? What's with it? Rain sighed helplessly. Then please reconsider that proposal. And if it's not too impolite, next time, could you call me by my name? I don't want to be called by that surname. After saying that, his face turned red. Helena was startled. Of course. She smiled and replied, yes, I understand, Lord Rain. His face was now 10 times redder than before. Then he ran away as fast as his legs could carry him. Thank you. See you next time. Lena, beside her, said, Duke, my brother is a bit foolish, which is why he said that. Normally, he doesn't care if others call him Pollock or anything else. Helena's face also turned a little red at this moment. The scene shifted to a few days later. Helena said coldly, they must be getting furious over there. Today marked exactly 1 week since the rumor spread. On the 5th day, Marquis Pollock stood up to clear his name. He stated that he would punish and sue those who mentioned the rumors. That refutation seemed to have the opposite effect, as people started getting interested in the rumor, wondering who was targeting Duke Akrur. She asserted, while the Marquis is busy handling everything and all eyes are focused on a situation, this is the time to attack cause. Everyone around was extremely surprised to hear her say that. She said, because no one suspects that I am attacking, they are helpless. Well, that's right, so there. She continued confidently, they played dirty first, so we must retaliate in the exact same way. Let's raid the Cause mansion. According to the subordinates' reports while I was in hiding, Count Cause has quietly strengthened the mansion's defenses since a week ago. It seems the guards have also been tripled. Moreover, the identities of the newly dispatched people are still unclear. After thinking, Helena made a decision. I will also sneak into the mansion. Everyone was even more shocked. They immediately advised, no, the Duke is currently weaker than a newborn bird. Where could you go? This time, you won't just break one bone. Lord Robson won't be able to survive it. What happened to the Caban family was just because you were lucky, and also thanks to the Crown Prince. Suddenly, a dark aura appeared from behind. It was none other than Zako. He smiled as brightly as a flower. Don't mind me. Please continue, I'm listening. All eyes were now directed at her. Helena thought helplessly, I shouldn't have agreed to let him join. It turned out that earlier, he had asked, a meeting? Can I join too? Yes. One person then spoke up, anyway, we object. This is too dangerous. Helena asked seriously, who do you think is the strongest person in the Cause family? They replied, isn't it Count Cause? She stated, that's right, it is the Count. The Count definitely won't think that I will act on my own. When facing him, I will just focus on dodging his attacks. So he certainly knows that my strength is nothing. And while everyone is attacking the Count, who will protect me? Actually, I know Cause is watching me. That's why he is staying at the Imperial Palace. And if I act stealthily now, it will be safer. She turned to look at everyone and said, besides, we also have a mage. Someone immediately replied, but going there directly without knowing what will happen beforehand is very dangerous. Helena's expression darkened. That is why I want to go there directly, because the one who will decide everything is me. After saying that, she sighed, and then she exclaimed, I know I am weak. Roderman then spoke up. Duke, you are not weak at all, but commanding from a safe place is an essential part of battle. None of us would dare to belittle the Duke for that reason. Helena suddenly snapped her fingers and said, but it's true that I am not strong in martial arts. However, what if there's a way to solve that problem? She recalled the conversation with Castor and Pollock earlier. We will help you use the power of David and Spica. We just need to reconnect them, and only we twins can do it. After that, I signed a contract with David and Spica. And the twins also share their power. They crossed their arms, walked around, and said, actually, we're doing this because we want you to take good care of Rain. And your scent is very similar to our first master, so we like you a lot. And we also really like Rain. Even though he grumbles a lot, he is a very good master. So, a good master plus a good person equals something very wonderful, right? They laughed with delight. Please treat our master well. Returning to the present, Zako spoke up. That's a good plan, Duke. He raised his hand to suggest, but I have this idea to make the plan more perfect. What do you think? The scene shifted to a while later. The two of them stepped outside, fully covered up. I shouldn't have listened to you. Thank you for the compliment. Helena began to observe her surroundings. She thought to herself, Count Kaw's family. I have successfully sneaked into the garden. Roderman had made a doll in Helena's likeness and placed it in her bedroom. She was highly focused. Now is the time. The sound of hurried footsteps rang out. Run towards the west. What is it? What's going on? There's an intruder in the west. Zako said smugly. It's effective, right? It's a tactic to deceive the enemy. That's right. Zako's idea was a diversionary tactic. Perhaps right now, the elite warriors of a crew were causing a commotion on the opposite side of the mansion. They just needed to stall for enough time and then retreat. This could help the infiltration team stay safe and quickly confirm the things Kaz was hiding. So this method was truly excellent. The more one tries to hide a weakness, the more it is exposed. Therefore, the purpose of this infiltration was to find the weakness that Kaz was hiding, which would then become her trump card. Then both of them proceeded according to the plan. It seems there is no one in the room. Helena said, let's go. The office is on the 3rd floor. Suddenly, Zako asked, Duke, do you notice anything unusual? She was a bit startled. This guy, did he notice? He probably doesn't know anything about the contract. Then she quickly evaded the topic. We don't have much time. Hurry up. He suddenly grabbed her hand. Duke, actually, the easiest way is to kill Count Kaz. But you said we shouldn't do that, right? I'm very obedient, you know. So hurry up and praise me. The distance between the two grew closer. Helena asked in confusion, what's wrong with you all of a sudden? He calmly replied, it's like encouragement to complete the mission. He began to bring up the past. You said you would do as I wish if I retrieve Kaw's arrow. Her heart seemed to skip a beat at this moment. Their lips seemed about to touch. But Helena quickly covered his mouth. When did I say that? Besides, we don't have time. Zako's face turned bright red. Then he joked, you're so mean. By the way, your power has changed, hasn't it? She felt completely helpless. I've got goosebumps all over. A moment later, her expression darkened. Looking at the deadly scene before her, she wondered, what exactly is this? Recalling 10 minutes ago, Helena was highly focused. Even though he lured them to the west, there's absolutely no sign of anyone. Suddenly, Zako exclaimed, Duke, there's a very strange place. It's over there. Immediately, both of them turned their attention to the opposite room. He stated, I sense a lot of murderous intent and a large crowd. She made a slight deduction. If your information is correct, then perhaps. Did you guess something? I just mean the owner of the room. Let's go inside first. Even though I didn't intend to use magic tools, there's no other way to avoid being detected. Then, both of them used invisibility magic to slowly approach that room. Suddenly, her eyes widened. A deadly scene immediately appeared before the two of them. What is this? They seem to be knights. Are they all dead? There are mages too, but both sides are wearing the same uniforms. Helena wondered aloud. An internal conflict? It seems so. On the opposite side, a knight spoke up. Resisting is pointless. Isn't the result already clear? She pondered deeply. It seems the other side is at a disadvantage, and that is the owner of this room, the Count's daughter. She then asked curiously, that little girl is Count Kaw's daughter. Your Highness, so are the others rebels? Suddenly, he said, how interesting. I also just discovered something very intriguing. The red-haired knight continued, Count's daughter, the crown prince said he is ready to protect you. So quickly hand the Count's daughter over. Hearing that, Helena started getting annoyed. The crown prince? Your Highness, those kidnappers of the Count's daughter want to frame you. He calmly replied, it seems so. The guy who just mentioned protection is my father's man. Helena seemed to freeze for a few seconds. She was startled and exclaimed, "Yes, the Emperor's man?" Zako replied, "Yeah, I was just about to say that." Then, the purple-haired knight on the side, protecting the young lady, also immediately raised his sword. How ridiculous. "We haven't received any orders from the Lord." The red-haired knight still casually asked, "Ah, so you mean the Count's orders are more important than the Crown Prince's?" Hearing that, Helena frowned. The person in question is right here, yet they dare to be so arrogant. "So what is the purpose of framing him?" Zako explained, "This is how the Emperor controls others. To prevent the opponent from resisting, the Emperor seizes their weakness or takes a hostage. Then he prepares an excuse so that no one can blame him. But normally, he doesn't handle things so hastily. It seems he is in a great hurry to kill the Duke." That statement made Helena's expression even more tense, grinding her teeth. He continued, "My father is an evil person like that." Then he held her hand. He took advantage of the situation to get closer to her. On the contrary, the Duke is an upright, talented person with a strong will to the point that even I must acknowledge. So if you stay by my side, perhaps we can bring down that power. Helena seemed to be immersed in his sweet words at this moment, but she quickly snapped back to reality. "I almost got swept away. Do you think doing that will make me let you imprison me?" Then she returned to a serious demeanor. "Thank you for thinking so highly of me. So, could the report about Ka's defense forces being strengthened be true?" Zako replied, "Yes. Perhaps the Count foresaw this and tried to protect his daughter, or the Emperor cleverly deployed the knights so that no one could get close. It's one of those two possibilities. It seems we have found Count Ka's weakness. What will you do, Duke?" Looking at the little crying girl, she suddenly remembered the image of herself when she was a child. Back to the other side, that haired guy said sinisterly, "It seems you have no intention of retreating. Then we can only kill all of you. Quickly protect the young lady." Immediately, both sides entered a combat stance. That little girl was at a very young age, but had to witness this deadly scene. She suddenly startled. Her knight was now losing strength. "Young lady, hurry, run away. You can't go any further, you bastards, dogs of the Crown Prince." As for that guy, he bluntly stepped on the knight's hand. How hilarious, like a bunch of bugs. The little girl's voice immediately screamed out loud. Helena had witnessed everything from this side. The difference in strength was too obvious, so such a result was natural. But it's still not too late for me to intervene. "I will protect that child. Please help me." Zako next to her asked, "You're sneaking into someone's house, and yet you're acting like this?" She calmly replied, "It's fine, but I don't want things to just continue like this." Her face was filled with seriousness. "No, rather, they shouldn't be doing that." He then glanced at her. "The Duke is so kind-hearted, who knows, it might hold you back." Saying this, he grabbed the sword at his waist. "But lately, whenever you are like this, I want to become a devil for you." She turned to look at him in bewilderment. Zako took the opportunity to make an offer. "I will kill, punish, or do evil deeds for you. In return, I want you to love me." Helena suddenly froze. In the original story, there seemed to be a similar line, which was when my sister became a saint and tamed the wolf that had become a tyrant. But why is that line here now? Then she told herself, "I'll think about this later." After that, Helena dashed forward. "Your Highness, please deal with the remaining knights of the Emperor. I will protect the child." On the other side, the knight was about to grab the little girl. "Let me go." So slow. But fortunately, Helena appeared in front of the little girl just in time. She kicked the guy away several meters. The little girl had now stopped crying. As for that guy, he was writhing on the ground. Helena exclaimed, "The magic has worn off, whatever." Then she gently turned around and said, "Shh, just sit still there for a moment." The little girl was extremely surprised. On this side, the purple-haired knight took the opportunity to swing his sword at her. Zako quickly ran over to protect her. "You ran off without hearing my answer?" The two swords clashed, but perhaps that knight was nothing compared to him. The guy was immediately knocked out. Once done, Zako let out a sigh. Then he turned and asked, "Aren't you trusting me too much?" Helena on this side had hugged the little girl. "Because you never disappoint my trust." The knights on the other side were also a bit startled. How strange, besides us. There's another party here? It doesn't matter. There are only two of them. We must grab that child first. Then they immediately headed towards Zako. He frowned and looked at them coldly. Helena immediately covered the little girl's eyes. She thought helplessly, emotionally speaking, this is not a very nice scene to watch. A moment later, Zako had quickly cleared the entire battlefield. She wondered, is it all done? His face was now full of cold-bloodedness, a bunch of weaklings. She frowned and asked, "Are you okay?" It seems Zako's mood wasn't very good. He wiped the blood on his face and replied, "Yeah, I couldn't control my strength. Maybe I'm mixed in some personal grudges." Suddenly, the bodies of those knights gradually vanished. On the floor right after, there was not a single one left. The Emperor's knights have all disappeared. They were teleported elsewhere, probably as a precaution in case the plan failed. They must have done that so as not to leave any evidence. Zako's voice was full of gloom, because that way, it will be easier to frame someone else. Helena was tense. Zako's condition is not very good. His hair color has changed too. Do I have to hug him for him to calm down? Suddenly, the little girl in her arms burst into tears. Seeing this, she was extremely worried. "Ah, hey, are you okay?" The little girl cried out, "Father, it's so scary." She tried to soothe her. "Be a good girl, it's okay now." She then brought a crew out. "Look here, it's a bird. What do you think? It's magical, right?" A crew was startled. "What do you want, kid? I don't know how to coax humans." The little girl didn't hesitate and hugged it tightly, so soft. Zako asked, "What now?" Helena thought to herself, "My subordinates have probably retreated and the knights are returning. I have to retreat too." But she asked in wonder, "Has something like this happened before? I mean, framing the crown prince." He replied, "Probably. Actually, there are too many, so I don't remember clearly." Then she made a decision. "Then perhaps we should end it here." "What?" Without thinking much further, she called out to Spica. Although unintentional, if this continues, Count Kaz and Zako will become enemies. Then I will suffer more when confronting Count Kaz, so it's best to eradicate the seeds of misunderstanding right here. I need to know that when I reveal my power, he won't take advantage of me, but it will probably be fine. I believe in Zako's change. She looked at Spica and asked, "Can you heal everyone here?" It replied, "Understood, master." She closed her eyes tightly, feeling the flow of magic. Suddenly, a voice echoed in her mind. "Ah, so it's only when you have a kind and sincere heart wishing for someone to recover that you can heal others?" In her mind right now appeared the image of Marquis Spica and Spica. "Then it's too easy, because I always wish the crown prince to be safe." Is the crown prince the master's master? Yes, everyone says that he doesn't know how to bestow favors, but that's not true. Helena realized, are these Spica's memories? Marquis Spica continued speaking. "So that person is Marquis Spica. If that's true, then why did he help my family get out of debt? He is just a very lonely person. Master wishes that person to be happy, right? That's right. He is very important to me, just like you, so I hope you will take care of Spica and him as well." Saying this, he turned to look at Helena. Returning to the present, she snapped awake. She was a bit surprised. What was that just now? Isn't this Spica's memory like last time? How can a dead person talk to me? Spica next to her asked, "Master, are you okay? Was it too much for you?" She then looked at it and asked, "It's not that. Didn't you see anything just now?" It answered blankly, "Huh?" Spica was busy working hard to heal. "Ah, everyone has fallen asleep. They won't wake up until Master wants them to." Helena was extremely delighted. "It can do that? That's great, so cool. Praise me more and more." She suddenly looked at Zako. "It seems only I saw it, so I should talk to Zako first." Suddenly the little girl next to her asked, "Pretty sister, what is it?" The cute little girl said, "You help Sasa not feel pain anymore." Helena then gently patted the little girl's head. "It's good that you're not in pain anymore." "Yes." The little girl suddenly asked, "Are you a saint?" She froze. The little girl said that Sasa was often sick, so she usually went to the temple with her father. At the temple, the saint once said that all the pain should fly away. But Sasa's cough didn't lessen at all. It is known that Ost always took care of his daughter. So father was very worried. The little girl was now extremely happy, but now Sasa's wound and cough have disappeared, and it's no longer uncomfortable to breathe. "So you are a saint." That statement made her not know how to answer. "Isn't that the title people usually call my sister?" Helena patted the little girl's head. "So Sasa is often sick. It's good that you're cured, but I'm not a saint. Because in this life, no one can become a saint." She smiled and introduced, "I am a duke." Zako next to her crossed his arms. "The Duke is quite loved by children, isn't she?" She was a bit confused, since being with Zako until now. "Isn't this the first time we've met a child?" She wondered, "How do you know?" He sighed and said, "I mean, it has been like that since you were little. Anyway, things are roughly settled now, right?" His face had also become serious. "Perhaps you should quickly decide where to leave that child. Someone is coming here. Their power is very formidable." Helena thought to herself, "It must be Count Kaz. If we are discovered, there will definitely be some misunderstanding." She then stood up and said, "Let's go back. Everything is done." Sasa panicked and cried out, "Where are you going? Don't go, wait." Zako could only exclaim, "Oh, it's too late." He quickly stood in front of her. The earth and sky were also shaking at this moment. Ost anxiously called his daughter's name, Sasa. The little girl looked at her father with sparkling eyes. Suddenly his face darkened. He seemed to realize the Crown Prince and Duke crew. He said in panic, "To take revenge on me. You used your lover's hand to take my daughter hostage?" "No, she was helpless. You've got it all completely wrong, man." O slowly stood up. Then he retracted his power. He bowed his head and said, "You too. Can you release my daughter? I know my mistake." Helena thought helplessly, "When you targeted me, you looked so indifferent, and I didn't take anyone hostage either, but this is a strange mood." Suddenly Sasa spoke up. "Father, this pretty sister helped me." He was extremely worried. "Sasa, it's very dangerous, stand still." The little girl stood up quickly and suggested, "I like this pretty sister a lot. Can you let her be my mother?" Zako's voice hurriedly rang out, "That won't do." He then hugged her. "She's going to marry me." She frowned. "Who's marrying you?" "That's not happening." Sasa looked at her with sparkling eyes. "I can't, but I like you a lot." She replied, "Yeah, that's not possible. I'm sorry." The tense feeling disappeared in the blink of an eye, which is good. Then Helena turned around and said seriously, "Count Cause, right? This is the first time I've met you, but you probably already know my face, right? Let's talk for a bit." Ost remained silent. A dialogue with a hostage taker isn't a talk. It's a threat, Duke. She said, that's a good point, but unfortunately, things aren't what you think. Take the little girl away." Sasa stayed below and hugged her tightly. I want to stay with you." Ost panicked. "Sasa, come here quickly. Strangers are very dangerous." The little girl then said, "I don't want to." "She is not dangerous." He asked helplessly, "Did you brainwash my child?" She crossed her arms and replied, "How funny. That is the power of Pisces." Sasa said, "Father, she helped Uncle Joseph and everyone, and also made Sasa's pain go away." Sasa is not coughing anymore. Hearing that, he was extremely puzzled. "What's going on here? If you have eyes, why don't you look around? Those are the knights of your family. Thanks to a magic tool, I healed them." The Emperor's knights impersonated the Crown Prince's side and attacked them, and His Highness prevented your daughter from being kidnapped. He continued to ask, doubtfully, "What if His Highness is actually the one behind this?" Helena calmly replied, "Then why heal them? And the chronic illness your daughter is suffering from as well. Would you be merciful to someone who targeted your child's life?" Ost clenched his fists and asked further, "If you weren't targeting my daughter, then why are you hiding here and wearing that outfit?" Helena replied, "I was just a bit annoyed being harassed every night. So I came here to see if I should compromise with you or crush you to pieces. I'm a merciful type, you know." Seeing her like that, Zako sighed and smiled. Ost now understood everything. He immediately knelt down. "I realized my mistake. Ever since she was born, she has never stopped coughing. Even going to the temple didn't make her any better." He said with full sincerity, "Thank you." Helena was stunned, seeing him burst into tears. "What the? Why are you crying?" Zako from behind suddenly chimed in to tease her, making the enemy cry. "Wow, you're a true villain now. Shut your mouth." Ost's tearful voice rang out. "I'm very timid. Actually, I never wanted to target the Duke, no. I'm terrified of killing. I have never killed anyone, and I don't want to kill anyone in the future either." Hearing this, Helena got annoyed. "What? You made me worry to death, and you think saying that is enough? You talk too much." He continued, "But I lost my only brother because of the Crown Prince." Zako looked completely bewildered. I didn't kill him." He stated, "I only kill assassins who try to kill me. I haven't killed anyone else." O said, "How can words be trusted?" His Majesty clearly. Before he could finish, she questioned him. "Then where's the proof? Where's the proof that His Highness killed your brother?" He seemed to freeze. Helena continued, "You don't have any, do you? His Majesty brought your brother's body and said His Highness did it, right? Isn't that also just words that can't be trusted? Just because of one word from His Majesty, you can become an enemy of His Highness?" But O still didn't really believe it. "Isn't the Duke His Highness's lover, which is why you support him?" She was slightly annoyed. "I'm not his lover. His Highness already denied it." He asked again, "How can I believe that? His Highness has no proof either." She calmly replied, "I will guarantee it. I swear on the name of Aru." Suddenly, Zako hurriedly covered her mouth. "Oh my, that won't do. You shouldn't swear so casually like that, Duke. What if I actually did kill him?" Ost looked at the two of them in complete confusion. Helena wondered, "So you really did kill that person?" Suddenly, she remembered what Zako had said earlier. The previous Count Cause told me. He had once said that he understood the power of the Cause family very well thanks to the previous Count Cause. If they were close enough to exchange secrets, there probably wasn't a murder. He affirmed, "No, I didn't kill him." She didn't hesitate to say, "I will believe you." He remained silent, feeling an unusual flutter in his heart. Helena continued, "Then let's get back to the main topic. I will swear on Aru regarding His Highness's words. Will you believe it then?" "That. Actually, since he targeted me, it wouldn't matter even if I killed him because that's self-defense. But but I'm still giving him a chance instead of taking revenge because he was also deceived by the Emperor. In that case, he might become a traitor, right? My original plan was to find Count Ka's precious item or weakness. If it was an object, I would steal it. And if it wasn't, I would find a way to bargain. But it seems enticing him is also working. Then she said with full seriousness, "It might be a bit hard for you to believe, so I will do this. You must promise me that if I bring back the evidence, you will stop trying to kill me." O slowly stood up and said, "You heal my child. With that alone, you are already my benefactor. So at this moment, I will stop the assassination against the Duke. But as for the Crown Prince, I cannot believe him without evidence." Hearing that, she sighed and thought, that's true. Both the Crown Prince and the Emperor are just talking, so it's hard to trust them. First of all, I've managed to stop this guy from assassinating me. Sasa, beside her, tugged at her hand. "Are you and father arguing, pretty sister?" It turned out that as soon as things got serious, Spica and Aru had covered the little girl's ears. Helena replied, "Not at all. I'm just talking." At this moment, O said sincerely, "Thank you for helping my daughter and my subordinates." She thought to herself, how can we consider it even after he targeted my life? But he looked sincere. "All right, then about your daughter." Suddenly, Zako seemed to realize something. Aru did too. "Master, there is something very strange." He immediately stepped in front to protect her. "Duke, step back." Suddenly, a dark voice rang out. "Being this peaceful won't do." Instantly, a hand emerged, and a woman appeared right after. She looked on with an eerie charm. Helena wondered, who is that? Aru hurriedly warned, "Master, be careful. This person is Formohat." She also realized the Master Pisces. It's Formohat. Isn't that dagger a relic? Even if they were sleeping, it's so strange. It feels like they aren't even here. Ust was surprised. Viscount Formohat. She said in amusement, "Yes, handsome Count Kos." Suddenly, she noticed Zako. His hands were clenching. Could it be? Helena asked herself, is Zako tense? She started to worry. Well, it makes sense. She is a formidable villain in the original story, after all. Suddenly, Formohat winked and sent a finger heart. "Oh my, is my favorite face here too?" Beloved Crown Prince. Her power was not ordinary. It was the power of brainwashing. Zako said coldly, "Long time no see, huh? Viscount, nice to meet you." With that said, he leaped up. He dashed swiftly toward her. "I didn't mean it like that." Helena immediately hugged Sasa tightly. The woman, without a hint of fear, said, "Handsome, but truly dangerous." Could this be the charm of a man with a thorny beauty? That hurts, you know. I almost got an eye pierced. Saying that, she revealed her hideous eyes. Zako coldly said, "Then it's a pity. I think it'd be fine for you to look at the world with just one eye." She then approached Ost. "Oh my, you're still as amusing as before, aren't you? Give me a little time. I'm only doing something important. I'll finish it quickly and leave." She began to sow evil thoughts into Ost's mind. "So what is Count Kos doing? Don't you want the Duke to go to the afterlife? Do you think His Majesty appointed you to this position so you could laugh happily? But Duke Aru..." Blood kept dripping down her face. "Oh my, what were you going to say?" Ost's mind was in complete chaos at this moment. Helena also realized the power of brainwashing. She put her arm around his shoulder and continued, "Are you planning to give the enemy a chance? Then you can't be His Majesty's loyal dog anymore." Hearing this, she panicked completely. "Count!" At this point, Formohat lifted her sword. She immediately stabbed it straight into Ost's chest, depriving a good archer. "Well, I have to throw him away." Helena quickly covered Sasa's eyes. "Father, Spica, quickly make everyone fall asleep right now." "I understand." With that said, the little girl also fell asleep. Formohat rested her chin on her hand and continued, even more useless than his brother. "Oh wait, his brother was loyal to the Crown Prince. So, it seems this guy is still better. Huh." Ost was extremely shocked. What did you say?" She started to grip the sword and said, "Just pretend you didn't hear anything. Even though the time I met you was quite short, it was fun. You are indeed handsome, but there's no other way." Saying this, she disappeared. "See you in hell, Count." Helena was extremely worried. "Count Kos," Zako beside her said, "It's no use. If he's already been attacked by her, it's over." As he finished speaking, Ost's eyes turned bright red. His whole body began to tremble. He held his head and screamed, "No, please don't touch my daughter." "Ah, Sasa," Zako said, "Duke." "Yes, there's no time right now, so I'll speak quickly." Helena asked, "Do you know anything about that condition?" He stated, "Among the relic owners under me, besides the masters of Spica and David, there was another one who died. Their state before death was exactly the same. It was Formohat's brainwashing that turned them into that. They lose control, and to kill their target, they will no longer distinguish between friend and foe." Hearing this, Helena frowned and asked, "Isn't the Viscount's power too terrifying?" He stated it's certainly not that easy. If it were that easy, she would have brainwashed everyone a long time ago. That's right, in the original story, Formohat's brainwashing power also had a weakness. She clicked her tongue and asked further, TSK, then why didn't you stop her before he was stabbed? He was speechless. Oh, I'm being scolded. My duty is to protect you. If I ran over to stop her, what if something happened to the Duke? Host on this side was continuously calling Sasa's name. Zako said, take the child to a safe place. Instantly, arrows appeared and began to shoot from all directions. He had now also entered a combat stance. He swiftly blocked those arrows. Helena frowned and asked herself, is it the sound of swords and arrows clashing? Then she hurriedly called out, David, gather the unconscious people on the floor into one place. I understand, Master. A second later, the floor beneath the knights began to rise into walls. Helena placed Sasa inside. Protect everyone so they don't get injured or die as collateral damage from the fight. All right, it wondered, but is Master planning to rush in and fight? She replied, of course. The matter between me and the Count hasn't been resolved yet. Right now, the Count is trapped in his most terrifying nightmare, and it's repeating endlessly. I need the power of purification. The only one who can dispel this brainwashing power is my sister, who is destined to become the Saintess. But where can I find that power right now? Suddenly, David said, Master, Formohat looks a bit strange. Helena replied, it's urgent right now. Let's leave that for later. Do you have any way to turn him back to normal? She thought to herself, does the power increase the longer the brainwashing lasts? I've never seen anyone fight on par with Zako before. A crew appeared, that's not it, Master. That man with the scent of a dragon isn't using his full abilities. What? It seems he is limiting his power. Hearing this, she also realized it. His hair looked better than it did just a moment ago. This is bad. There are too many things to worry about. Spica then spoke up, offering, Master, if it's brainwashing, you can use my ability to dispel it. Helena asked in confusion, huh? Is brainwashing considered an illness too? It replied, that's right, but the target must be completely restrained. She was burning with determination. All right, I got it. Then I have to intervene in this battle. Meanwhile, Zako was still fighting fiercely. Suddenly, the Count turned and walked away. He grabbed an arrow and lunged toward Helena. But she quickly caught it. What is this strength? Instantly, a surge of magic appeared, slowly enveloping him. Zako rushed over immediately. Are you all right? She replied, yes, I managed to block it. It seems he is dead set on killing you, Duke. It appears so. Helena frowned and asked, but are you all right, Your Highness? Your hair doesn't look quite right. He quickly said, I'm fine for now, but Duke, you need to leave the mansion immediately. She firmly refused. No, Your Highness. I can turn the Count back to normal, but he needs to be completely restrained. Can you do that? Zako glanced over at her. Helena froze for a moment. That look in his eyes. He stated, if I use my full power, it's possible, but I might lose control, and I'll probably need to shed a little blood. Well, having the Duke here reassures me anyway. So you'll have to help me. Without giving her a chance to say anything else, he immediately dashed off. Your Highness. Helena wondered, what is he planning to do that requires shedding blood? A crew suddenly cried out, Master, I've sensed it for a while now. Isn't that red-haired guy's power a bit suspicious and unnatural? Unnatural? She said. Don't say that, a crew. He is the one trying to protect me, and the one who braved every danger to listen to my plan. So don't call him unnatural. Suddenly, Helena's eyes widened. Blood splattered wildly right before her eyes. Zako's cold voice rang out. I did say I need to shed a little blood, didn't I? A familiar feeling suddenly washed over her. He turned around and asked gently, are you all right, Duke? Helena bit her lip, an uneasy feeling in her chest as she thought. Why? Why? Her hands clenched into tight fists. Why is it that every time my life is in danger, you always help me without asking for anything in return? You're not that kind of person. If I just let things be, he will definitely imprison my sister. But now, I'm the one who doesn't know when I might end up imprisoned. Just why? Could it be that I was the one holding prejudices all along? Zako's voice broke through her tangled thoughts. It seems you're not hurt anywhere. Give me 5 seconds, Duke. Since it's come to this, we have no choice but to save his life. Helena stared at his back. He continued, truthfully, it would be a bit of a waste to lose a subordinate like him. She said firmly, I can do it. Hearing this, Zako gripped the hilt of his sword tightly with both hands. His unwavering eyes shone with determination. He lunged forward and, with a swift whoosh, swung his sword powerfully at Count Ka's chest. The Count let out an agonized cry. Ugh. Quick as lightning, Helena darted out from behind Zako. She grabbed Count Ka's hand, silently praying in her heart, "Please, turn back to normal. If your child misses her father, what will she do?" At the exact point where their hands touched, a brilliant white light burst forth. Seeing this, Zako was momentarily stunned and thought to himself, "I've seen this light before." He recalled a loyal subordinate from his past, who had once knelt down, crying in gratitude, "Will you truly save my family?" "Thank you. Thank you so much." Then, the subordinate quickly brightened up, smiling brightly as he swore, "I may look a bit ordinary, but I will serve you with absolute loyalty." Spica has agreed to cooperate as well. "I won't die, because I possess healing powers. I will stay by your highness's side." Zako snapped back to reality, his mind swirling with tangled thoughts. Marquis Spica died a meaningless death, and everyone who followed me met a similar fate. The moment they proved useful, they were quickly assassinated. It was incredibly troublesome, and I absolutely loathed it. After that, I met Duca Crew. It was only after meeting Helena that I realized. Marquis Spica, Marquis David, and the subordinates I had met before all died, but I didn't want to lose them at all because I cherished them deeply. So this time, I won't let myself lose anyone again. He looked toward Helena, who was trying her hardest to save Count Ka's life. Even if she ends up locked in a birdcage, I will save her. Zako suddenly froze, his eyes widening in shock. Then he slightly lowered his head in silence, staring intently at her. Meanwhile, Helena was pouring all her strength into saving Count Ka's life, the radiant light continuously pouring from her hands. She said with difficulty, "Done." Helena was overjoyed. She quickly turned her head to share the news with Zako. "Your Highness. Your Highness, look, I did it. I told you." Her last few words trailed off hesitantly. She looked at him in confusion and called out tentatively, "Your Highness?" Suddenly, Zako's hair shifted from its soft red hue to pitch black. Helena sprang to her feet in alarm, speculating inwardly, his hair has turned completely black. Did he use magic? But why would he waste time and energy doing that? No, that's not it. He's being controlled by that power. She lowered her voice in concern. "Your Highness, are you all right?" A hand reached out and grabbed Helena's wrist, the back of it bulging with blue veins, as if he were trying to suppress something. Zako's entire body trembled uncontrollably as he struggled to speak. "You, get away from me." His words terrified Helena, and she cried out anxiously, "Your Highness." Using the last shred of his sanity, Zako urged her, "Run." Then, suddenly, his eyes became vacant and unfocused. He was completely under control. Helena didn't know how to handle the situation. She stood rooted to the spot, her instincts screaming at her to run away immediately, or else she would die. A crew flew over and hovered near her, urging, "Master, get away quickly. The time limit for your power is almost up. You won't be able to withstand it." But she suddenly remembered what Zako had said earlier, "Because I might lose control." "Well, having the Duke here reassures me anyway, so you'll have to help me." That man asked for my help. How could I abandon someone who trusted me and threw himself into danger for my sake? Besides, if I run away, what will happen to the people here? Helena recalled the time Zako had tenderly held her hand, placed a gentle kiss on it, and confessed, "This is the first time I've ever said that you are the only one in my world." I hope you understand just how much that means. Zako had repeated countless times that she was the only one. He had once said, "You can dominate me, or you can make me submit." The moment Zako's hand almost grasped Helena's neck, she thought, "I'm not sure I can withstand this." So Helena spoke in a soft voice to stop him. "Your Highness, please stop." Hearing this, Zako stared blankly at her, his head tilting slightly, his expression utterly blank. His hand dropped away from her neck. Helena thought in surprise, "Oh, he's more obedient than I expected." He then turned to look behind him. It was only then that she realized his true intention. The others. Reacting instantly, Helena threw herself forward to block Zako's path. She spread her arms wide in front of his sword, urging him with a strained voice, "Stop it, Your Highness." But it was no use. His face remained entirely devoid of emotion as he raised his sword high, ready to strike down. A crew panicked from the sidelines, screaming, "Master, no. Get away quickly. You won't be able to take it." Helena squeezed her eyes shut in resignation, gritting her teeth. She remembered Zako's gentle smile as he'd said, "If it's to this extent, I'm still willing to cooperate with you." Making up her mind, she pushed off the ground and threw herself straight into Zako's arms, crying out in a desperate plea, "Please, go back to normal." Helena threw herself straight into Zako's arms, crying out in a desperate plea, "Please, go back to normal. After that, time seemed to stand still, the atmosphere froze, and nothing happened. She cautiously cracked one eye open to look at Zako, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. He stopped moving. Did it work? She peered up at him. He was standing there like a block of wood, utterly emotionless. But this still wasn't enough. Her hands clasped tightly together, trembling uncontrollably. No, this isn't right. Just stopping him from moving isn't enough. What should I do? Helena spoke in a soft, choked voice, begging Zako, please don't be like this, Your Highness. You mustn't do things that you'll end up regretting. She thought with remorse. I've lived my life trying not to ruin my sister's future, which is why I thought I had to keep the male lead, the one who ruined her life, away from her. But what if that decision of mine ends up ruining someone else's life? Suddenly, Zako, whose face had remained completely blank, twitched slightly. A large, warm hand gently cupped Helena's cheek, causing her to call out in surprise, Your Highness? He brushed his thumb against the corner of her eye, then abruptly leaned in and licked her face, leaving her too stunned to react. She tilted her head slightly to avoid it, muttering inwardly in confusion. What is he doing? Why is he acting like a wild beast? But if I don't keep his attention focused on me, the others will be in danger. A crew flew closer and called out, Master, catching her attention. It continued that his killing intent isn't directed at you. He's trying his best to control it, but only around you. She thought doubtfully, is doing this really for the sake of maintaining peace in the Empire? Helena tilted her head up slightly. She used both hands to lift Zako's face to meet her own eyes, voicing her own doubts. Is this truly to preserve peace for the Empire? But I don't want to see Your Highness regret it after waking up. Helena stood on her tiptoes, getting closer to Zako. You made a wish before, didn't you? Then I will grant it, just this once. Their lips touched, and she softly pleaded, Please, I beg you not to remember this. After speaking, Helena placed a gentle kiss on Zako's lips. A crew and Spica stood nearby, their mouths agape in surprise. Helena wrapped both arms around Zako's neck, continuing their kiss. He said he would calm down when in contact with me, so for the current situation, maybe closer contact is needed. And so, Zako suddenly reacted, wrapping his arms tightly around her, deepening their kiss. Helena's face flushed red from lack of oxygen. She turned her face aside to avoid him, seizing the chance to catch her breath. He paused for a moment to let her breathe. But it wasn't long before he turned her face back and continued. Helena's face burned with embarrassment. She thought to herself, it seems like something is heating up. My heart is beating too fast. Our chests are pressed tightly together without any gap, seemingly able to feel each other's heartbeat. She struggled to separate the two of them, looked at Zako's face, and Helena breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, all right, he has returned to normal. One of his hands held her head, while the other tightly gripped her waist, wanting to continue. Helena suddenly became flustered and hurriedly stopped him. Your Highness, stop. Zako looked at her blushing face and pleaded in a low voice, just a little more. He stepped forward, bringing them closer together. If it's just a little more, it will be fine, Helena. She sank into his kiss, her eyes losing focus and becoming hazy. She inwardly lamented, my consciousness is really overwhelmed, Zako. Helena fainted suddenly, falling without any support. Fortunately, Zako was standing right beside her, and he swiftly caught her before she hit the floor. Looking at her exhausted face, Zako softly whispered in her ear, I'm sorry, but I still remember everything, and thank you. He bent down slightly, their foreheads touching. Thank you for helping me not regret it when I wake up. Helena suddenly sat up. Seeing this, Zako next to her happily asked, Duke, are you awake? She rubbed her aching head, groaning inwardly. My body feels so heavy, which makes sense since I pushed myself too hard. She asked him, how long was I unconscious? Helena touched her lips with her fingers and thought in surprise, they're a bit swollen. The events that occurred before she passed out started replaying like a slow-motion film, making her flustered and her face turned bright red, not knowing what to do. That was my first kiss. Zako, beside her, watched her expression and calmly replied, it hasn't been long. We are still at Count Ka's mansion. Helena quickly turned her head away, thinking in embarrassment, I can't let him see my face right now. She replied, I see. It hasn't been long. Ah. Then she paused, looking at the scene before her. Count Kaz was kneeling neatly on the floor. This startled her, and she panicked inwardly. Why is he kneeling? She frantically turned to ask Zako, since when did he wake up? He cheerfully replied. Not long ago, he knelt down on his own. Suddenly, a bunch of objects flew straight at her face, shouting, Master. It was Spica and the others. They clung to her, asking all sorts of questions. Master, are you okay? It hurts a lot, doesn't it? Let Spica heal you, Master. You should have slept a little longer, right? Helena softly declined their good intentions. No, I'm fine. Leave the healing for later. Suddenly, she noticed Zako, who had been silent all this time. Seeing his ears turn bright red, her face also flushed slightly as she thought, what is this? Then she turned her focus back to the important matter. Helena said to Count Cause, we have something to deal with, don't we? He hurriedly replied, Ah, yes, Duke. Helena reassured him, Sasa and your subordinates are just sleeping. When we leave, we will help them wake up. Do you remember your memories before being brainwashed? Count Cause lowered his head and obediently answered, yes. Helena continued, so now you know that His Highness did not kill your brother, right? Count Cause bowed his head even lower, speaking with remorse. Yes, that's right, I thank you. My foolishness blinded me and made me point my sword in the wrong direction. I am sorry, I am truly sorry. Then he suddenly looked up at the two of them, his eyes resolute, his tones swearing a promise. I will spend my whole life to repay my sins and this immense grace. Therefore, please allow me to follow His Highness and put all my strength into the sword aimed straight at the Emperor. Oh no, His Majesty. Helena breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. Fortunately, I managed to pull him to our side. The harvest is quite good. Not stopping there, Count Cause continued, and if His Highness permits. He turned to stare at her. I also want to serve the Duke. Helena stood aside in endless astonishment. Me? Zako rubbed his chin thoughtfully and spoke. I heard that the Countess passed away a long time ago. Count Cause knelt on the ground with a bewildered expression. Yes, that's right. He asked further, how much do you love your wife? He bowed his head respectfully and replied, I still love her very much, and perhaps it will always be so until I close my eyes. I swore in front of the relic that I would never marry anyone else but her for the rest of my life. Zako thought silently and then said, all right, I will allow you to follow the Duke. Although Count Cause didn't understand anything, he hurriedly replied, yes, thank you. Helena stood nearby, staring at Zako, speculating inwardly. Could it be that he is checking if he is a love rival right now? She sighed wearily and accepted her fate, saying, if it is your Highness's order, I will obey. As for other matters, I will arrange an occasion to discuss them in more detail. Let's stop here for today. Count Cause, who was kneeling, suddenly spoke up. Duke, although it is not enough to repay your kindness, I still want to say one thing. She asked in surprise, what is it? He said slowly, His Majesty, oh no, the Emperor is looking for the Duke's sister, Lady Akru. Hearing this, she was startled and panicked, hurriedly asking him, when, where? No, how? Has he found her already? Count Cause bowed his head to reassure her. Not yet. I am in charge of the search, but I haven't found her yet. He said he had been tracking your sister's whereabouts under the Emperor's orders. Then he sent his subordinates in one direction, but among those royal knights, only one survived to return, but in the end, he couldn't make it either. Count Cause continued, therefore, up until now, no one knows the whereabouts of the lady, and I haven't told the Emperor about this either, because I am the only one who received the report, so if I keep quiet, no one will know. Seeing her worried, Zako immediately stepped over and embraced her in his arms, preventing her from collapsing out of exhaustion. Helena's face was pale, sweat pouring down, and she thought in fear my sister might be in danger. The Emperor's methods are too obvious. He even ordered my assassination, so his reason for finding my sister is no different. She is in the process of training to be a knight, so she must be all alone. Count Cause suddenly continued, since I have withdrawn from the mission to assassinate the Duke. The person taking over that task is probably Marquis Ponlac, because he used to be in this position too. Hearing this, she felt secretly relieved. Fortunately, the Marquis must be very confused by the rumors I created. I have to make him so panicked that he won't have time to look for my sister. Then, in the meantime, I will find a way. A flurry of footsteps echoed rapidly. Duke! A voice rang out, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. The people at the door panted heavily and asked worriedly, you still haven't returned? That is, I waited at the meeting point, but didn't see you come. At this time, Count Cause calmly said, Cause discovered them, so I used Cause to bring them in here. Helena now understood what was happening. She said, I see. But she looked at their disheveled appearance and continued asking, what's with your appearance? She blamed them slightly in her heart. I clearly told them to stall for time, but avoid fighting. Then she hesitantly asked further, and why is one person missing? All three bowed their heads in silence. The space enveloped in a suffocating heaviness. Bad news reached the ears of those in the room. Circana has fallen in battle. She exclaimed in astonishment. What? A knight explained. On the way back after finishing the mission, a group of knights suddenly attacked us. They claimed to be the Crown Prince's knights. Helena's face turned gloomy. Her eyes widened, and she immediately thought of one person in her heart, the Emperor. At this point, what else could she not understand? He intended to cause conflict between her and Zako. Circana had died unjustly. Zako looked towards Helena, who was pursing her lips, trying to hold back. Her hands tightly gripped the hem of her dress, wrinkling it, her eyes wide open, gleaming with hatred. He looked at her, and she spoke. Let's go back quickly, Your Highness. Going back to the time when they were just kids, Helena stood with her hands on her hips, scolding the young knights below. Does the workplace feed you, or something? Looking at the exhausted group, who didn't even have the strength to stand up, she continued to scold. Training should be done in moderation. You have to pay attention to your health, rest, and eat properly. You'll regret it when you get old. Working is to make life better, but now you are torturing your bodies like this. Kana, whose entire body was bruised at this time, raised her head and argued stubbornly, but working will feed me, and besides, the food at Duca Cruz's house is also very delicious. Hearing that, Helena got even madder. That's true, but you still shouldn't overwork. Hearing that, the group of knights massively teased her. That sentence should be for Lady Helena. That's right. The lady is the typical example of overworking, isn't she? Kana smiled brightly and continued. So please don't force us if you can't do it either, my lady. Returning to the present, inside the room, Helena sat alone on a soft chair, her back full of exhaustion in the quiet night. She turned her head and glanced toward Zako. Your Highness, have you been treated yet? Zako knelt in front of her, brushing her words aside. Let's leave that for later. Helena looked at him, pondering in her heart. If there's a hole in your body, you must get first aid immediately. Actually, I don't have the energy to worry about anything else right now. If I stop the bet with Zako and return to my territory, will the Emperor spare a crew? No, of course not. He's the kind of man who wouldn't hesitate to send a Viscount to kill an Earl. If he's determined to oppose me like this, there's no way I'll compromise or back down. I've been thinking too optimistically all this time. My biggest problem was the male lead, Zako, so I always focused on being wary of him. Initially, I didn't foresee that the attacks and suppression aimed at the Crown Prince would be this intense. But it was the best choice at the time, so instead of regretting it, I have to do my absolute best. Helena looked seriously at the young man kneeling before her. I spoke up, Your Highness. He looked up at her and gently replied, I am listening, and I am truly sorry. Yes, thank you, but it's all right. The rule of the Akru family is that if we are harmed, we pay it back double. She lifted Zako's hand, her voice full of reverence. Your Highness the Crown Prince. Then she bowed her head and placed a gentle kiss on the back of his hand. Zako was startled by Helena's actions. She continued, You are worthy of my loyalty. You mentioned before that there was a spy in our faction, which is why Marquis Spica, Baron David, and another Relic Master were killed, right? Yes, that's right. Helena calmly made an offer. If I cooperate and catch that traitor, what will you do afterward? Do you have what it takes to overthrow the Emperor? She whispered in her heart to her sister. I've always wanted to live a happy life by your side, sister. A life where we cast aside all our troubles and live peacefully in Akru. But this world, that man, and the Emperor's cunning have turned my life upside down. Helena continued, speaking softly to Zako. If you can completely overthrow the Emperor, then I will accept the proposal you made the other day. Hearing this, Zako smirked, revealing an amused smile, looking as though he had achieved his goal. Helena said to herself, I will accept the male lead's proposal of imprisonment.